This is Melissa Friesen. I'm reading from 2 Chronicles, chapter 31. When all of these things were finished, all of the Israelites who were present went out to the cities of Judah, smashed the sacred pillars, cut down the sacred poles, and completely destroyed the shrines and altars throughout Judah, as well as Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh. Then all the Israelites returned to their individual homes in their own cities. Hezekiah reappointed the priests and the Levites, each to their divisions and their tasks, to make entirely burned offerings and well-being sacrifices, to serve, to give thanks, and to offer praise in the gates of the Lord's camp. As his portion, the king personally contributed the entirely burned offerings for the morning and evening sacrifices, as well as the entirely burned offerings for the Sabbaths, new moons, and festivals, as written in the Lord's instruction. He ordered the people living in Jerusalem to provide the required portion for the priests and the Levites so they could devote themselves to the Lord's instruction. As soon as the order was issued, the Israelites generously gave the best of their grain, new wine, oil, honey, and all their crops, a tenth of everything, a huge amount. The people of Israel and Judah, living in the cities of Judah, also brought in a tenth of their herds and flock, and a tenth of the items that had been dedicated to the Lord their God, stacking it up in piles. They began stacking up the piles in the 3rd month and finished them in the 7th. When Hezekiah and the officials saw the piles, they blessed the Lord and his people Israel. When Hezekiah asked the priests and Levites about the piles, the chief priest, Azariah, who was from Zadok's family, answered, "Ever since the people started bringing contributions to the Lord's temple, we've had enough to eat, with plenty to spare. The Lord has definitely blessed his people. There's a lot left over." So Hezekiah ordered them to prepare storerooms in the Lord's temple. When they finished preparing them, the priests conscientiously brought in the contributions, the 10th part gift, and the dedicated things. Conaniah, a Levite, was put in charge, assisted by his brother Shammai, while Jehiel, Azaziah, Nahath, Asahel, Jeremoth, Jozabad, Eliel, Esmachiah, Mahath, and Benaniah served as supervisors under them, as appointed by King Hezekiah and Azariah, the official in charge of God's temple. The Levite Kor, Emna's son, who was keeper of the east gate, was in charge of the spontaneous gifts to God. He was responsible for distributing the contribution reserved for the Lord and the dedicated gifts. Eden, Menamin, Jeshua, Shemaiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah faithfully assisted him regarding the priests by distributing the portion to their relatives, old and young alike, by divisions. Additionally, they also distributed daily rations to those males registered by genealogy 3 years old and older, all who entered the Lord's temple to carry out their daily duties as their divisions required. They also distributed to those priests registered by their families and to Levites 20 years of age and older according to their divisional responsibilities. The official genealogy included all their small children, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, the entire congregation, for they had faithfully made themselves holy. As for Aaron's descendants, the priests who lived in the outskirts of the cities, men were assigned to distribute portions to every male among the priests and to every Levite listed in the genealogical records. This is what Hezekiah did throughout all Judah, doing what the Lord his God considered good, right, and true. Everything that Hezekiah began to do for the service of God's temple, whether by the instruction of the commands in order to seek his God, he did successfully and with all his heart.
2 Chronicles chapter 32. Sennacherib's invasion. After these things and these faithful acts, Assyria's king Sennacherib invaded Judah and attacked its fortified cities, intending to capture them. When Hezekiah realized that Sennacherib also planned on fighting Jerusalem, He consulted with his officials and soldiers about stopping up the springs outside the city, and they supported him. A large force gathered to stop up all the springs and the streams that flowed throughout the land. Why should the kings of Assyria come and find plenty of water? They asked. Hezekiah vigorously rebuilt all the broken sections of the wall, erected towers, constructed another wall outside the first, reinforced the terrace of David's city, and made a large supply of weapons and shields. He appointed military officers over the troops, assembled them in the square of the city gate, and spoke these words of encouragement. Be brave and be strong. Don't let the king of Assyria and all those warriors he brings with him scare you or cause you dismay, because our forces are greater than his. All he has is human strength, but we have the Lord our God who will help us fight our battles. The troops trusted Judah's king Hezekiah. After this, Assyria's king Sennacherib, who was attacking Lachish with all his forces, sent his servants to Jerusalem with the following message for Judah's king Hezekiah and all the people of Judah who were in Jerusalem. This is what Assyria's king Sennacherib says. What makes you so confident that you stay put in Jerusalem while it is being attacked? Obviously, Hezekiah's fooled you into surrendering yourselves to death by hunger and thirst when he says, the Lord our God will rescue us from Assyria's king. Isn't this the same Hezekiah who got rid of his shrines and altars and then demanded of Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship and burn incense before only one altar? Don't you know what I and my predecessors have done to the people of other nations? Were any of the gods of these other nations able to rescue their lands from my power? Which one of any of the gods of these nations that my predecessors destroyed was able to rescue them from my power? So why should your God be able to rescue you from my power? Don't let Hezekiah seduce you like fools. Don't believe him. No god of any other nation or kingdom has been able to rescue their power from me or from my predecessors. No, your gods won't rescue you from my power. The Assyrian king's servants continued to make fun of the Lord God and his servant Hezekiah. He wrote other letters insulting the Lord God of Israel, defying him by saying, just as the gods of the nations in other countries couldn't rescue their people from my power, Hezekiah's God won't be able to rescue his people from my power. Then they shouted loudly in Hebrew at the people of Jerusalem gathered on the wall in an attempt to frighten and demoralize him in order to capture the city. They spoke about the God of Jerusalem as though he were the work of human hands, like the gods of the other peoples of the earth. King Hezekiah and the prophet Isaiah, Amaz's son, prayed about this, crying out to heaven. Then the Lord sent a messenger who destroyed every warrior, leader, and officer in the camp of the Assyrian king. When Sennacherib went home in disgrace, he entered the temple of his God, and his own sons killed him with a sword. This is how the Lord rescued Hezekiah and the citizens of Jerusalem from the power of Assyria's king Sennacherib and all others, giving them rest on all sides. Many people brought offerings to the Lord in Jerusalem and costly gifts to Judah's king Hezekiah, who was highly regarded by all the nations from then on. Hezekiah's illness. Around that same time, Hezekiah became deathly ill and prayed to the Lord, who answered him with a miraculous sign. But Hezekiah was too proud to respond appropriately to the kindness he had received, and he, along with Judah and Jerusalem, experienced anger. However, Hezekiah and the citizens of Jerusalem humbled themselves in their pride, and so they didn't experience the Lord's anger for the rest of Hezekiah's reign. Hezekiah became very wealthy and greatly respected. He made storehouses for his silver, gold, precious stones, spices, shields, and other valuables. He made barns to store the harvest of grain, wine, and olive oil, stalls for all kinds of cattle, and pens for flocks. He acquired towns for himself and many flocks and herds because God had given him great wealth. Hezekiah was the one who blocked the upper outlet of the waters of the Gihon spring, channeling them down to the west side of David's city. Hezekiah succeeded in all that he did, even in the matter of the ambassadors sent from Babylonian officials to find out about the miraculous sign that occurred in the land when God had abandoned him in order to test him and to discover what was in his heart. The rest of Hezekiah's deeds, including his faithfulness, are written in the vision of the prophet Isaiah, Amos's son, in the records of Israel's and Judah's kings. Hezekiah lay down with his ancestors and was buried in the upper area of the tombs of David's sons. All Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem honored him at his death. His son Manasseh succeeded him as king. Chapter 33, Manasseh rules. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he ruled for 55 years in Jerusalem. He did what was evil in the Lord's eyes, imitating the detestable practices of the nations that the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He rebuilt the shrines that his father Hezekiah had destroyed, set up altars for the Baals, and made sacred poles. He bowed down to all the stars in the sky and worshiped them. He even built altars in the Lord's temple, the very place the Lord was speaking about when he said, "My name will remain in Jerusalem forever." Manasseh built altars for all the stars in the sky and both courtyards of the Lord's temple. He burned his own sons alive in the Ben Hinnom Valley, consulted sign readers, fortune tellers, and sorcerers, and used mediums and diviners. He did much evil in the Lord's eyes and made him angry. Manasseh set up the carved image he had made in God's temple, the very temple God had spoken about to David and his son Solomon, saying, "In this temple and in Jerusalem, which I have selected out of all Israel's tribes, I will put my name forever. I will never again remove Israel from the fertile land I gave to your ancestors, provided they carefully do everything I have commanded them, keeping all the instruction, the regulations, and the case laws given through Moses." In this way, Manasseh led Judah and the residents of Jerusalem into doing even more evil than the nations that the Lord had wiped out before the Israelites. The Lord spoke to Manasseh and his people, but they wouldn't listen. So the Lord brought the army commanders of Assyria's king against them. They captured Manasseh with hooks, bound him with bronze chains, and carried him off to Babylon. During his distress, Manasseh made peace with the Lord his God, truly submitting himself to the God of his ancestors. He prayed, and God was moved by his request. God listened to Manasseh's prayer and restored him to his rule in Jerusalem. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord was the true God. After this, Manasseh rebuilt the outer wall of David's city, west of the Gihon spring in the valley, extending as far as the entrance of the fish gate, enclosing the elevated fortress and greatly increasing its height. He also installed military commanders in all the fortified cities of Judah. He removed the foreign gods and the idol from the Lord's temple, as well as all the altars he had built on the hill of the Lord's temple and in Jerusalem, dumping them outside the city. He restored the Lord's altar, offered well-being sacrifices and thank offerings on it, and ordered the people of Judah to worship the Lord, Israel's God. The people, however, still sacrificed at the shrine only to the Lord their God. The rest of Manasseh's deeds, including his prayer to God and what the seers told him in the name of the Lord, Israel's God, are found in the records of Israel's kings. Manasseh's prayer and its answer, all his sin and unfaithfulness, and the locations of the shrines, sacred poles, and idols he set up before he submitted are written in the records of Hosea. Manasseh lay down with his ancestors and was buried in his palace. His son Amon succeeded him as king. Amon rules. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he ruled for 2 years in Jerusalem. He did what was evil in the Lord's eyes, just as his father Manasseh had done. He sacrificed to all the idols his father had made and worshiped them. But unlike his father Manasseh, Amon didn't submit before the Lord. Instead, Amon increased his guilt. His own officials plotted against him and killed him in his palace. The people of the land then executed all those who had plotted against King Amon and made his son Josiah the next king.
Blessing Joy Youth Arcada, 2 Chronicles chapters 34 and 35. Ikalawang Kronika, Kapitulo 34 at Kapitulo 35. Si Hosias ay 8 taong gulang nang maging hari ng Juda. 31 taon siyang naghari sa Jerusalem. Tulad ng ninuno niyang si David, naging kalugod-lugod kay Yahweh ang mga ginawa niya. Namuhay siyang matuwid. Nang 8 taon ng kanyang pamamahala, kahit bata pa, ay naglingkod na siyang tapat sa Diyos ni David na kanyang ninuno. Kaya noong 12 taon, sinimulan niyang alisin sa Juda at Jerusalem ang mga sambahan ng mga pagano, ang mga larawan ng Diyos-Diyosang si Asherah at ang lahat ng Diyos-Diyosang kahoy o tanso. Ipinasibak niya sa kanyang harapan ang larawan ng mga Baal. Giniba niya ang mga altar ng insenso. Winasak niya ang mga imahen ni Asherah at ang mga Diyos-Diyosang kahoy at ginto. Ipinadurog niya ito ng kinong-pino at ipinasabog sa libingan ng mga sumamba sa kanila. Ipinasunog niya ang mga kalansay ng mga paring pagano sa ibabaw ng kanilang mga dambana. Sa ganong paraan, nilinis ni Hosias ang Jerusalem at ang buong Juda. Ganon din ang ginawa niya sa mga lungsod ng Manases, Ephraim at Simeon, at sa mga nawasak na nayon sa paligid ng Neftali. Matapos niyang gawin ang lahat ng ito sa buong Israel, bumalik na siya sa Jerusalem. Inalis ni Hosias ang lahat ng karumal-dumal sa buong lupain at sa templo ng Diyos. Kaya't noong 18 taon ng kanyang paghahari, sinugo niya si Safan na anak ni Azalias, ang pinuno ng lungsod na si Maasias at ang kalihim niyang si Joas na anak ni Joahaz, upang ipaayos muli ang templo ni Yahweh. Ibinigay nila kay Hilkias na pinakapunong pari ang pilak na nalikom sa templo. Ito ang mga nalikom mula sa mga taga-Manases, Ephraim, Benjamin, Judah, at iba pang mga Israelita at mga taga-Jerusalem. Tinipon ito ng mga Levitang naglilingkod sa templo. Ibinigay nila ang salaping ito sa namamahala ng gawain sa templo ni Yahweh para sa pagpapaayos nito. Ang iba na may ibinili ng mga bato at kahoy na gagamitin sa pag-aayos ng bubong ng templo na nasira dahil sa kapabayaan ng mga naunang hari ng Juda. Naging tapat ang mga taong katulong sa gawain. Pinamahalaan sila ni Jahat at Obadias, mga Levita buhat sa angkan ni Merari, Zacarias at Mesulam sa sambayanan ni Kohat. Mga Levita rin na pawang bihasang manunugtog, ang nangasiwa sa mga manggagawang naghahakot ng mga gagamitin at sa iba pang gawain. Ang ibang Levita ay ginawang kalihim, karaniwang kawani o kaya'y mga bantay. Nang ilabas nila ang salaping natipon sa templo, natagpuan ng paring si Hilkias ang aklat ng kautosang binigay ni Yahweh sa pamamagitan ni Moises. Kaya tinawag niya si Safan, ang kalihim ng pari, at sinabi, "Natagpuan ko sa templo ang aklat ng kautusan." Ibinigay ni Hilkias kay Safan ang aklat. at dinala naman ito sa hari nang siya'y mag-ulat tungkol sa pagpapaayos ng templo. Sabi niya, maayos po ang takbo ng lahat ng gawaing ipinagkatiwala ninyo sa inyong mga lingkod. Tinunaw na po nila ang pilak na nakuha sa templo at ibinigay na sa namamahala ng trabaho. Sinabi rin ng kalihim ang tungkol sa aklat na ibinigay sa kanya ng parang si Hilkias at binasa niya ito ng malakas sa hari. Nang marinig ng hari ang nilalaman ng aklat, pinunit nito ang kanyang kasuotan. Inutos niya agad kay Hilkias, kay Ahikam na anak ni Safan, kay Abdon na anak ni Mika, kay Safan na kalihim, at kay Asayas, ang lingkod ng hari, na sumangguni kay Yahweh. Ang sabi niya, sumangguni kayo kay Yahweh para sa akin at para sa nalalabing sambayanan ng Juda at Israel. Alamin ninyo ang mga itinuturo ng aklat na ito. Galit si Yahweh sa atin dahil sinuway ng ating mga ninuno ang salita ni Yahweh at hindi nila sinunod ang mga utos na nakasulat sa aklat na ito. Ang lahat ng inutusan sa pangunguna ni Hilkias ay sama-samang sumangguni kay Hulda, na isang babaeng propeta at asawa ni Salum. Si Salum ay anak ni Tokat at apo naman ni Hasara, na tagapag-ingat ng mga kasuotan. Siya ay pinuntahan nila sa kanyang tirahan sa bagong bahagi ng Jerusalem at sinabi rito ang nangyari. Sinabi ni Hulda, ito ang sinasabi ni Yahweh, ang Diyos ng Israel. Sabihin ninyo sa nagsugo sa inyo na padadalhan ko ng malaking sakuna ang lugar na ito at padaranasin ng matinding hirap. Mangyayari ang lahat ng sumpang sinasabi sa aklat na binasa sa harapan ng hari ng Juda. Matutupad iyon sapagkat ako'y kanilang itinakwil at sa ibang mga Diyos sila naghandog at sumamba. Ginalit nila ako dahil sa mga Diyos-Diyosang ginawa nila. Kaya't hindi mapapawi ang galit na ibubuhos ko sa bayang ito. Ito ang sabihin ninyo sa hari ng Juda. Sinasabi ni Yahweh, ang Diyos ng Israel, nakita kong buong puso kang nagsisi at nagpakumbaba nang marinig mo ang kanyang salita laban sa lugar na ito at sa mamamayan dito. Dahil nagpakumbaba ka, sinira mo ang iyong kasuotan at nakita kong tumangis ka nang marinig mo ang nakahanda kong parusa sa Jerusalem at sa mga naninirahan dito. Pinakinggan ko ang iyong panalangin. Kaya hindi mo na maaabutan ang parusang igagawad ko sa lugar na ito. Isasama kita sa iyong mga ninuno at mamamatay kang mapayapa. Ito ang kasagutang dinala nila sa hari. Dahil dito ay ipinatawag ng hari ang mga matatandang pinuno ng sambayanan sa Juda at Jerusalem. Kaya't sama-sama silang pumunta sa templo, kasama ang mga pari, Levita, at lahat ng mamamayan sa Juda at Jerusalem. Tumayo ang hari sa harap ng madla at binasa ang buong aklat ng tipan na natagpuan sa templo. Nakatayo noon ang hari malapit sa isang haligi ng templo. Nanumpa siya kay Yahweh, na susundin nila ng buong puso at kaluluwa ang kautusan at ang mga itinatakda ng kasunduang nakasulat sa aklat na iyon. Pagkatapos, pinanumpa rin niya ang lahat ng taga-Jerusalem, pati ang mga taga-Benjamin na sumunod sa kasunduang ginawa ng Diyos ng kanilang mga ninuno. Inalis ni Hosias sa buong nasasakupan ng bayang Israel ang lahat ng mga Diyos-Diyosang kasuklam-suklam sa Diyos. At habang siya'y nabubuhay, inatasan niya ang bawat mamamayan na maglingkod kay Yahweh, ang Diyos na sinamba ng kanilang mga ninuno. Inutos ni Hosias na ang Pasko ni Yahweh ay ipagdiwang sa Jerusalem noong 14 na araw ng unang buwan. Kaya't pinatay nila ang mga korderong pampasko. Ibinalik niya ang mga pari sa kanilang tungkulin at pinagbili ng pagbutihin ang paglilingkod sa loob ng templo ni Yahweh. Sinabi naman niya sa mga Levita na mga tagapagturo sa mga Israelita at matatapat kay Yahweh, dalhin ninyo ang kaban ng tipan sa templong ipinagawa ni Solomon na anak ni David. Hindi na ninyo ito papasanin ngayon. Panahon na upang paglingkuran ninyo ang Diyos ninyong si Yahweh at ang bayang Israel. Ayusin ninyo ang inyong mga pangkat na manunungkulan ayon sa kanilang sambahayan, batay sa mga tagubilin ni Haring David at ng anak niyang si Solomon. Pagbukod-bukurin ninyo sa bulwagan ng templo ang mga inyong mga kababayan, hindi Levita ayon din sa sambahayan. Bawat pangkat ay pasasamahan ninyo ng isang pangkat ng mga Levita. Patayin ninyo ang korderong pampasko. Linisin ninyo ang inyong mga sarili ayon sa kautusan at ihanda ang mga handog upang magampanan ng inyong mga kababayan ang ayon sa mga bilin ni Yahweh sa pamamagitan ni Moises. Nagbigay si Hosea ng 30,000 kordero at mga batang kambing bilang handog na susunugin, bukod pa sa 3,000 torong panghandog para pagsalusaluhan. Ang mga pinuno sa ilalim niya ay buong puso ring nagkaloob ng handog para sa bayan, sa mga pari at sa mga Levita. Ang mga punong katiwala naman sa templo na sina Hilkias, Zacarias at Jehiel ay nagbigay ng 2,600 tupa para sa mga pari at 300 toro bilang handog pampasko. Ang mga pinuno naman ng mga Levita na sina Cononias, Semaya, Nathaniel, Osabias, Jehiel at Jozabad ay nagbigay ng 5,000 kordero at batang kambing para sa mga Levita at 500 toro bilang handog na pampasko. Matapos ihanda ang lahat, tumayo na sa kanya-kanyang pwesto ang mga pari. Ang mga Levita na may kasama ng kani-kanilang pangkat ayon sa utos ng hari. Pinatay nila ang mga korderong pampaskwa at ang dugo nito ay ibinuhos ng mga pari sa ibabaw ng altar, samantalang binabalatan naman ng mga Levita ang mga hayop. Pagkatapos, kinuha nila ang taba nito at ipinamahagi sa mga tao ayon sa kanilang sambahayan upang ihandog kay Yahweh ayon sa nakasulat sa aklat ni Moises. Ganoon din naman ang ginawa nila sa mga toro. Nilitson nila ang kolderong pampaskwa ayon sa tuntunin. Ang iba namang karneng handog ay inilaga sa mga palayok, kaldero at kawa at ipinabigay sa mga tao. Pagkatapos nito, naghanda ang mga Levita ng pagkain para sa kanila at sa mga paring mula sa angkan ni Aaron. Sila rin ang naghanda ng pagkain ng mga pari sapagkat hanggang sa gabi, ang mga ito ay abalang-abala sa pag-aalay ng mga handog na susunugin at ng mga taba. Nanatili sa kanilang mga pwesto ang mga awit, ang mga anak ni Asaph, ay sa tuntuning itinakda ni Haring David at ng mga lingkod niyang sina Asaph, Heman at Jeduthun na propeta ng hari. Hindi na rin kailangang umalis ang mga bantay sa pinto sapagkat lahat sila ay dinadalhan ng pagkain ng mga Levita. Ang lahat ay ginawa ayon sa tagubili ni Haring Hosea, ang pagpupuri kay Yahweh, ang pagdiriwang ng Paskwa at ang paghahandog. 7 araw na pinagdiwang ng mga Israelita ang Paskwa at ang pista ng tinapay na walang pampaalsa. Mula pa noong panahon ni Propeta Samuel, wala pang ganitong pagdiriwang ng Paskwa na naganap sa Israel. Wala ring ibang hari sa Israel na nakagawa ng ginawang ito ni Haring Hosea. Siya lamang ang nakapagtipon ng lahat ng pari, Levita at ang mga taga-Juda at taga-Israel kasama ang mga taga-Jerusalem upang ipagdiwang ang Paskwa. Naganap ito noong 18 taon ng kanyang paghahari. Nang maisaayos na ni Hosea ang lahat ng nauukol sa templo, sinalakay ni Haring Neko ng Ehipto ang Karkemis sa may ilog Euphrates. Hindi ito nagustuhan ni Hosea kaya't hinarap niya ito. Dahil dito, nagpadala ng sugo si Neko at sinabi, "Wala tayong dapat pag-awayan, mahal na hari ng Juda. Hindi ikaw ang pinuntahan ko rito kundi ang aking mga kaaway. Sinabi sa akin ng Diyos na tapusin ko agad ito. Kakampi ko ang Diyos, kaya't huwag mo na akong hadlangan kung ayaw mong puksain kanya. Ngunit hindi nagbago ng isip si Hostias. Ipinasya niyang lumaban. Hindi siya naniwala sa sinabi ng Diyos sa pamamagitan ni Neco. Nagbalat kayo siya at pumunta sa labanan sa kapatagan ng Megiddo. Sa kainitan ng labanan ay tinamaan si Haring Hostias ng palaso at malubhang nasugatan. Kaya't iniutos niya sa kanyang mga tauhan na ilayo na siya roon. Inilipat siya ng mga ito sa ikalawang karwahe at dinala sa Jerusalem. Subalit namatay din siya at inilibing sa libingan ng kanyang mga ninuno. Nagluksa ang buong Juda at Jerusalem dahil sa kanyang pagkamatay. Nagluksa rin si Jeremias at lumikha pa siya ng isang awit ng pagluluksa sa pagkamatay ni Hostias. Inaawit pa ito hanggang ngayon ng mga mang-aawit bilang pag-alaala sa kanya. Naging kaugalian na ito sa Israel at ang awiting ito ay matatagpuan sa aklat ng mga pagluluksa. Ang iba pang mga ginawa ni Hostias at ang kanyang paglilingkod sa Diyos, pagsunod sa kautusan ni Yahweh, buhat sa simula hanggang wakas, ay nakasulat sa kasaysayan ng mga hari ng Israel at Juda.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Tinawati, and I will read from 2 Chronicle chapter 36 and Ezra chapter 1. Halo, nama saya Beatrice Tinawati, dan saya akan membaca dari 2 Tawarikh 36 dan Ezra pasal 1. 2 Tawarikh 36. Raja Yoahas. Rakyat negeri menjemput Yoahas anak Yosia dan mengangkat dia menjadi raja di Yerusalem, menggantikan ayahnya. Yoahas berumur 23 tahun pada waktu ia menjadi raja, dan 3 bulan lamanya ia memerintah di Yerusalem. Raja Mesir memecatnya dari pemerintahannya di Yerusalem dan mendenda negeri itu 100 talenta perak dan 1 talenta emas. Kemudian Raja Mesir itu mengangkat Eliakim, saudara Yoahas, menjadi raja atas Yehuda dan Yerusalem, dan menukar namanya dengan Yoyakim. Tetapi Yoahas saudaranya itu ditawan oleh Neko dan dibawa ke Mesir. Raja Yoyakim. Yoyakim berumur 25 tahun pada waktu ia menjadi raja, dan 11 tahun lamanya ia memerintah di Yerusalem. Ia melakukan apa yang jahat di mata Tuhan Allahnya. Nebukadnezar, Raja Babel, maju melawan dia, membelenggunya dengan rantai tembaga untuk dibawanya ke Babel. Juga beberapa perkakas rumah Tuhan dibawa Nebukadnezar ke Babel dan ditempatkan di istananya di Babel. Selebihnya dari riwayat Yoyakim, segala kekejian yang dilakukannya dan kesalahan yang ada padanya, sesungguhnya semuanya itu tertulis dalam kitab Raja-Raja Israel dan Yehuda. Maka Yoyakin anaknya menjadi raja menggantikan dia. Raja Yoyakin. Yoyakin berumur 18 tahun pada waktu ia menjadi raja, dan 3 bulan 10 hari lamanya ia memerintah di Yerusalem. Ia melakukan apa yang jahat di mata Tuhan. Pada pergantian tahun, Raja Nebukadnezar menyuruh membawa dia ke Babel beserta perkakas-perkakas yang indah-indah dari rumah Tuhan. Dan Sedekia, saudara ayah Yoyakin, menjadi raja atas Yehuda dan Yerusalem. Raja Sedekia, runtuhnya kerajaan Yehuda. Sedekia berumur 21 tahun pada waktu ia menjadi raja, dan 11 tahun lamanya ia memerintah di Yerusalem. Ia melakukan apa yang jahat di mata Tuhan Allahnya, dan tidak merendahkan diri di hadapan Nabi Yeremia yang datang membawa pesan Tuhan. Lagi pula, Ia memberontak terhadap Raja Nebukadnezar yang telah menyuruhnya bersumpah demi Allah. Ia menegarkan tengkuknya dan mengeraskan hatinya dan tidak berbalik kepada Tuhan Allah Israel. Juga semua pemimpin di antara para imam dan rakyat berkali-kali berubah setia dengan mengikut segala kekejian bangsa-bangsa lain. Rumah yang dikuduskan Tuhan di Yerusalem itu dinajiskan mereka. Namun Tuhan, Allah nenek moyang mereka, berulang-ulang mengirimkan pesan melalui utusan-utusannya karena ia sayang kepada umatnya dan tempat kediamannya. Tetapi mereka mengolok-olok utusan-utusan Allah itu, menghina segala firman-Nya, dan mengejek nabi-nabinya. Oleh sebab itu, murka Tuhan bangkit terhadap umat-Nya, sehingga tidak mungkin lagi pemulihan. Tuhan menggerakkan raja orang Kasdim melawan mereka. Raja itu membunuh teruna mereka dengan pedang dalam rumah kudus mereka, dan tidak menyayangkan teruna atau gadis, orang tua atau orang ubanan. Semua diserahkan Tuhan ke dalam tangannya. Seluruh perkakas rumah Allah, yang besar dan yang kecil, serta harta benda dari rumah Tuhan, harta benda raja, dan harta benda para panglimanya, semuanya dibawanya ke Babel. Mereka membakar rumah Allah, merobohkan tembok Yerusalem, dan membakar segala puri dalam kota itu dengan api, sehingga musnahlah segala perabotannya yang indah-indah. Mereka yang masih tinggal dan yang luput dari pedang diangkutnya ke Babel, dan mereka menjadi budaknya dan budak anak-anaknya sampai kerajaan Persia berkuasa. Dengan demikian, genaplah firman Tuhan yang diucapkan Yeremia, sampai tanah itu pulih dari akibat dilalaikan tahun-tahun sahabatnya. Karena tanah itu tandus selama menjalani sabat, hingga genaplah 70 tahun. Koresi mengizinkan orang-orang buangan pulang ke negerinya. Pada tahun pertama zaman Koresi, Raja negeri Persia, Tuhan menggerakkan hati Koresi Raja Persia itu untuk menggenapkan firman yang diucapkan oleh Yeremia, sehingga disiarkan di seluruh kerajaan Koresi secara lisan dan tulisan pengumuman ini. Beginilah perintah Koresi Raja Persia. Segala kerajaan di bumi telah dikaruniakan kepadaku oleh Tuhan Allah semesta langit. Ia menugaskan aku untuk mendirikan rumah baginya di Yerusalem yang terletak di Yehuda. Siapa di antara kamu termasuk umatnya Tuhan Allahnya menyertainya, dan biarlah ia berangkat pulang. Esra pasal 1. Koresi mengizinkan orang-orang buangan pulang ke negerinya. Pada tahun pertama zaman Koresi, Raja negeri Persia, Tuhan menggerakkan hati Koresi Raja Persia itu untuk menggenapkan firman yang diucapkan oleh Yeremia, sehingga disiarkan di seluruh kerajaan Koresi secara lisan dan tulisan pengumuman ini. Beginilah perintah Koresi Raja Persia. Segala kerajaan di bumi telah dikaruniakan oleh Tuhan Allah semesta langit. Ia menugaskan aku untuk mendirikan rumah baginya di Yerusalem yang terletak di Yehuda. Siapa di antara kamu termasuk umatnya, Allahnya menyertainya. Biarlah ia berangkat pulang ke Yerusalem yang terletak di Yehuda dan mendirikan rumah Tuhan Allah Israel, yakni Allah yang diam di Yerusalem. Dan setiap orang yang tertinggal dimanapun ia ada sebagai pendatang harus disokong oleh penduduk setempat. Dan dengan perak dan emas, harta benda dan ternak di samping persembahan sukarela bagi rumah Allah yang ada di Yerusalem. Maka berkemaslah kepala-kepala kaum orang Yehuda, orang Benyamin, serta para imam dan orang-orang Lewi, yakni setiap orang yang hatinya digerakkan Tuhan untuk berangkat pulang dan mendirikan rumah Tuhan yang ada di Yerusalem. Dan setiap orang di sekeliling mereka membantu mereka dengan barang-barang perak, dengan emas, harta benda, ternak, dan dengan pemberian yang indah-indah, selain dari segala sesuatu yang dipersembahkan dengan sukarela. Pula Raja Koresi menyuruh mengeluarkan perlengkapan rumah Tuhan yang telah diangkut Nebukadnezar dari Yerusalem dan yang ditaruhnya di dalam kuil Allahnya. Koresi Raja Persia itu menyuruh mengeluarkan semuanya itu di bawah pengawasan Mitredat, bendahara raja yang menghitung seluruhnya bagi Sesbasar pembesar di Yehuda. Inilah daftarnya. 30 bongkor emas, 1000 bongkor perak, 29 pisau, 30 piala emas, pula 410 piala perak, 1000 buah barang-barang lainnya. Barang-barang emas dan perak itu seluruhnya berjumlah 5.400. Semuanya itu dibawa oleh Sesbasar sewaktu orang-orang buangan itu dibawa pulang dari negeri Babel ke Yerusalem.
Chapter 2. These were the people of the province who went up from there, from among those captives, exiles whom Babylon's king Nebuchadnezzar had deported to Babylonia. They returned to Jerusalem and Judea, all to their own towns. They came with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Reliah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispar, Bigvai, Rehum, and Baana. The family of Parosh, 2,172. Of Shephatiah, 372. Of Arah, 775. Of Pahath Moab, namely the family of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. Of Elam, 1,254. Of Zatu, 945. Of Zakai, 760. Of Bani, 642. Of Bebai, 623. Of Azgad, 1,222. Of Adonikam, 666. Of Bigvai, 2,056. Of Adin, 454. Of Ater, namely of Hezekiah, 98. Of Bezai, 323. Of Jorah, 112. Of Hashum, 223. Of Gibar, 95. Of Bethlehem, 123. The people of Netophah, 56. Of Anathoth, 128. The family of Azmaveth, 42. Of Kiriatharim, Chephirah, and Beeroth, 743. Of Ramah and Geba, 621. The people of Mikshah, 122. Of Bethel and Ai, 223. The family of Nebo, 52. Of Magbish, 156. Of the other Elam, 1,254. Of Harim, 320. Of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 725. Of Jericho, 345. Of Senaa, 3,630. The family of Jediah, namely the house of Jeshua, 973. Of Immer, 1,052. Of Pashhur, 1,247. Of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the family of Jeshua, and Kadmiel, the family of Hodaviah, 74. The family of Asaph, 128. Of Shallum, Ater, Talmon, Akub, Hatita, and Shobai, 139 in all. The family of Ziha, Hasupha, Tabaoth, Keros, Siaha, Padon, Labana, Hagabah, Akub, Hagab, Shamlai, Hanan, Giddel, Gahar, Reah, Rezin, Nekoda, Gazam, Uzzah, Paseah, Besai, Asna, Meunim, Nephisim, Bakbuk, Hakufa, Harhur, Bazluth, Mehida, Harsha, Barkos, Sisera, Tema, Neziah, and Hatifa. Sotai, Hasophereth, Peruda, Ja'alah, Darkon, Giddel, Shephatiah, Hatil, Pokereth, Hazebaim, and Ami. All of the temple servants and the family of Solomon's servants, 392. The following came up from Tel Malah, Tel Harsha, Cherub, Adan, and Immer, but they were unable to demonstrate that their family or their descent was from Israel. The family of Deliah, Tobiah, and Nekoda, 652. And of the family of the priests, the family of Habiah, Hakoz, and Barzillai, who had married one of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and was called by their name. They looked for their entries in the genealogical records, but they were not found there, so they were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor ordered them not to eat the most holy food until a priest arose who could consult Urim and Thummim. The whole assembly together totaled 42,360, not including their 7,337 male and female servants. They also had 200 male and female singers, 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. When they arrived at the Lord's house in Jerusalem, some of the heads of the families brought spontaneous gifts for the rebuilding of God's house on its site. According to their means, they gave to the building fund 61,000 drachmen of gold, 5,000 manes of silver, and 100 priestly robes. The priests, the Levites, some of the people, the singers, the gatekeepers, and the temple servants settled in their own towns, and all Israel in their towns.
Chapter 3. When the 7th month came, and the Israelites were in their towns, the people gathered together as one in Jerusalem. Then Jeshua, Jazodak's son, along with his fellow priest, and Zerubbabel, Shealtiel's son, along with his kin, started to rebuild the altar of Israel's God, so that they might offer entirely burned offerings upon it as prescribed in the instructions from Moses, the man of God. They set up the altar on its foundations, because they were afraid of the neighboring peoples, and they offered entirely burned offerings upon it to the Lord, both the morning and the evening offerings. They celebrated the festival of booths as prescribed. Every day they presented the number of entirely burned offerings required by ordinance for that day. After this, they presented the continual burned offerings, the offerings at the new moons, and at all the sacred feasts of the Lord, and the offerings of everyone who brought a spontaneous gift to the Lord. From the first day of the 7th month, they began to present entirely burned offerings to the Lord. However, the foundation of the Lord's temple had not yet been laid. So they gave money to the masons and carpenters, and food, drink, and oil to the Sidonians and the Tyrians to bring cedar wood by the sea from Lebanon to Joppa, according to the authorization given them by Persia's King Cyrus. In the 2nd month of the 2nd year after the arrival of God's house in Jerusalem, Zerubbabel, Shealtiel's son, and Yeshua, Jozac's son, and the rest of their kin, the priests and the Levites, and all who had come from the captivity to Jerusalem, made a beginning. They appointed Levites 20 years and above to oversee the work on the Lord's house. Then Jeshua and his sons and kin, Camiel and his sons, Benai and his sons, the sons of Judah, along with the sons of Henadad the Levites and their sons and kins, collaborated to supervise the workers in God's house. When the builders laid the foundation of the Lord's temple, the priests clothed in their vests and carrying their trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, arose to praise the Lord according to the direction of Israel's King David. They praised and gave thanks to the Lord, singing responsively, "He is good, his graciousness for Israel lasts forever." All of the people shouted with praise to the Lord because the foundations of the Lord's house had been laid. But many of the older priests and Levites and heads of the families who had seen the first house wept aloud when they saw the foundation of this house, although many others shouted loudly with joy. No one could distinguish the sound of the joyful shout from the sound of the people's weeping, because the people rejoiced very loudly. The sound was heard at a great distance.
My name is Tim Reardon, and I'm reading Ezra 4 through 6. When the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the returned exiles were building a temple for the Lord, the God of Israel, they came to Zerubbabel and the heads of the families and said to them, "Let's build with you, for we worship your God as you do, and we've been sacrificing to him ever since the days of Assyria's king Esarhaddon, who brought us here." But Zerubbabel, Jeshua, and the rest of the heads of the families in Israel replied, "You'll have no part with us in building a house for our God. We alone will build because the Lord, the God of Israel, and Persia's king Cyrus commanded us." The neighboring peoples discouraged the people of Judah, made them afraid to build, and bribed officials to frustrate their plan. They did this throughout the rule of Persia's king Cyrus until the rule of Persia's king Darius. In the rule of Ahasuerus, at the beginning of his rule, they composed an indictment against those who lived in Judah and Jerusalem. In the days of Artaxerxes, Bishlam, Mithridath, Tabeel, and the rest of their associates wrote to Persia's king Artaxerxes. The letter was written in Aramaic and translated. Rehum, the royal deputy, and Shimshai, the scribe, wrote a letter concerning Jerusalem to King Artaxerxes as follows. From Rehum, the royal deputy, and Shimshai, the scribe, and the rest of their colleagues, the judges, the administrators, the officials, the Persians, the people of Erech, the Babylonians, the people of Susa, that is, the Elamites, and the rest of the nations whom the great and famous Osnapper deported and settled in the cities of Samaria and in the rest of the province beyond the river. This is a copy of the letter they sent to him. To King Artaxerxes, from your servant, the people of the province beyond the river, may it be known to the king that the Jews who left you and came to us have arrived in Jerusalem. They're rebuilding the rebellious and wicked city. They are completing the walls and repairing the foundations. May it be known to the king that if this city is rebuilt and the walls completed, they will not pay tribute or tax or dues, and the royal revenue will be reduced. Since we receive our salary from the palace, and since it is not fitting for us to witness the king's dishonor, we now send this letter and inform the king, so that you may search the records of your ancestors. You will discover in the records that this is a rebellious city, harmful to kings and provinces, and that it has been in revolt over a long period of time. As a result, this city was laid waste. We tell the king that if this city is rebuilt and its walls completed, you will then have no possession in the province beyond the river. The king sent this letter. Greetings to Rehum, the royal deputy, and Shimshai the scribe, and the rest of their colleagues who live in Samaria and elsewhere in the province beyond the river. The entire letter that you sent to us has been read in translation for me. I issued an order. They searched and discovered that this city has revolted against kings over a long period of time. There has been much rebellion and revolt there. However, there have been mighty kings over Jerusalem who also ruled over the whole province beyond the river. Tribute and taxes and dues were paid to them. Therefore, issue an order to stop these people This city is not to be rebuilt until I make a decree. Be sure to carry out this order. Why should danger grow and threaten the king? When the copy of King Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Shimshai the scribe and their colleagues, they hurried to Jerusalem to oppose the Jews and made them stop by force of arms. At that time, the work on God's house in Jerusalem stopped and was suspended until the second year of the rule of Persia's king Darius. Then the prophet Haggai and the prophet Zechariah, Iddo's son, prophesied to the Jews who were in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of Israel's God, who was over them. Subsequently, Zerubbabel, Shealtiel's son, and Jeshua, Josadak's son, began to rebuild God's house in Jerusalem. God's prophets were with them, helping them. At the same time, Tattenai, the governor of the province beyond the river, and Shethar-bozenai and their colleagues came to them and spoke to them, asking, "Who authorized you to build this house and finish preparing this building material?" They also asked them, "What are the names of the people who are building this building?" But their God looked after the elders of the Jews, and they didn't stop them until a report reached Darius and a letter with his response had arrived. This is a copy of the letter that Tattenai, the governor of the province beyond the river, and Shethar-bozenai and his colleagues, the officials who were in the province beyond the river, sent to King Darius. In the message they sent him, the following was written: "To King Darius, all peace. Let the king know that we went to the province of Judah, to the house of the great God. It is being built with dressed stone and with timber set in the walls. This work makes good progress and prospers in their hands. We asked those elders, 'Who authorized you to build this house and to complete the preparation of this material?' We also asked them their names so that we could write down the names of the leaders for your information." This was their reply to us: "We are the servants of God of heaven and earth. We are rebuilding the house that was built many years ago, which a great king of Israel built and completed. But because our ancestors angered the God of heaven, he gave them over into the power of Babylon's king Nebuchadnezzar, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house and deported the people to Babylonia. However, in the first year of his rule, Babylon's king Cyrus issued a decree to rebuild this house of God. King Cyrus also took the gold and silver equipment from God's house out of the temple of Babylon, the ones that Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple in Jerusalem and placed in the temple in Babylon, and gave them to a man named Sheshbazzar, whom he had appointed governor. Cyrus said to him, 'Take this equipment and go and put it in Jerusalem's temple and let God's house be rebuilt on its original site.' Then Sheshbazzar came and laid the foundations of God's house in Jerusalem. From then until now, the rebuilding work has continued, but is not yet complete. And now, if it seems good to the king, may a search be made in the royal archives in Babylon to see if King Cyrus had issued a decree to rebuild this house of God in Jerusalem. Then may the king be pleased to send us his decision about this matter." Then King Darius made a decree, and they searched the archives where the documents were stored in Babylon. But a scroll was found in Ecbatana, the capital of the province of Media, on which was written the following: "A memorandum. In the first year of his rule, King Cyrus made a decree concerning God's house in Jerusalem. Let the house at the place where they offered sacrifices be rebuilt, and let its foundations be retained. Its height will be 90 feet, and its width 90 feet, with 3 layers of dressed stones and 1 layer of timber. The cost will be paid from the royal treasury. In addition, the gold and silver equipment from God's house, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple in Jerusalem and brought to Babylon, is to be restored. That is, brought back to Jerusalem and put in their proper place in God's house. Now you, Tattenai, governor of the province beyond the river, Shethar-bozenai, and you, their colleagues, the officials in the province beyond the river, keep away. Leave the work on this house of God alone. Let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews rebuild this house of God on its original site. I also issue a decree about what you should do to help these elders of the Jews as they rebuild this house of God. The total cost is to be paid to these people, and without delay, from the royal revenue that is made up of the tribute of the province beyond the river. And whatever is needed, young bulls, rams, or sheep, for entirely burned offerings to the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, or oil as requested by the priests in Jerusalem, let that be given to them day by day without fail, so that they may offer pleasing sacrifices to the God of heaven and pray for the lives of the king and his sons. I also decree that if anyone disobeys this edict, a beam is to be pulled out of the house of the guilty party, and the guilty party will then be impaled upon it. The house will be turned into a trash heap. May the God who has established his name there overthrow any king or people who try to change this order or to destroy God's house in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have decreed it. Let it be done with all diligence. Then Tattenai, the governor of the province beyond the river, Shethar-bozenai, and their colleagues carried out the order of King Darius with all diligence. So the elders of the Jews built and prospered because of the prophesying of the prophet Haggai and Zechariah, Iddo's son. They finished building by the command of Israel's God and of Cyrus, Darius, and King Artaxerxes of Persia. This house was completed on the 3rd day of the month of Adar, in the 6th year of the rule of King Darius. Then the Israelites, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the returned exiles joyfully celebrated the dedication of this house of God. At the dedication of this house of God, they offered 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and as a purification offering for all Israel, 12 male goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. They set the priests in their divisions and the Levites in their sections for the service of God in Jerusalem, as it is written in the scroll from Moses. On the 14th day of the 1st month, the returned exiles celebrated the Passover. All of the priests and the Levites had purified themselves. All of them were clean. They slaughtered the Passover animals for all the returned exiles, their fellow priests, and themselves. The Israelites who had returned from exile, together with all those who had joined them by separating themselves from the pollution of the nations of the land to worship the Lord, the God of Israel, ate the Passover meal. They also joyfully celebrated the festival of unleavened bread for 7 days, because the Lord had made them joyful by changing the attitude of the king of Assyria toward them, so that he assisted them in the work on the house of God, the God of Israel.
Hi, I'm Marika Mayer of Toronto United Mennonite Church, and I'm reading from Ezra 7, the whole chapter. After this, in the rule of Persia's king Artaxerxes, Ezra, son of Seraiah, son of Azariah, son of Hilkiah, son of Shallum, son of Zadok, son of Ahitub, son of Amariah, son of Azariah, son of Marioth, son of Zerahiah, son of Uzi, son of Buki, son of Abishua, son of Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the chief priest. This Ezra came up from Babylon. He was a scribe skilled in the instruction from Moses, which the Lord, the God of Israel, had given. Moreover, the king gave him everything he requested, because the Lord his God's power was with him. Some of the Israelites and some of the priests and the Levites, the singers and the gatekeepers and the temple servants also came up to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. They reached Jerusalem in the 5th month, in the 7th year of the king. The journey from Babylon began on the first day of the first month, and they came to Jerusalem on the first day of the 5th month, for the gracious hand of his God was upon them. Ezra had determined to study and perform the Lord's instruction and to teach law and justice in Israel. This is the copy of the letter that Artaxerxes gave to Ezra, the priest and scribe, a scholar of the text of the Lord's commandments and his requirements for Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra the priest, the scribe of the instruction from the God of heaven. Peace. And now I decree that any of the people of Israel or their priests or Levites in my kingdom who volunteer to go to Jerusalem with you may go. You are sent by the king and his 7 counselors to investigate Judah and Jerusalem according to the instruction from your God, which is in your hand. You should bring the silver and gold that the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem, together with any of the silver and gold that you find in the entire province of Babylonia. You should also bring the spontaneous gifts of the people and the priests, given freely for God's house in Jerusalem. With this money, you will be careful to buy bulls, rams, and lambs, as well as their grain offerings and their drink offerings, and you will offer them on the altar of God's house in Jerusalem. As long as it is God's will, you and your colleagues may do what you think best with the rest of the silver and gold. You will deliver the equipment that has been given to you for the service of God's house to the God of Jerusalem. If anything else is required for God's house that you are responsible to provide, you may provide it from the royal treasury. I, King Artaxerxes, decree to all of the treasurers in the province beyond the river, whatever Ezra the priest and scribe of the instruction from the God of heaven requires of you, it must be provided precisely, even up to 100 kikars of silver, 100 cores of wheat, 100 baths of wine, 100 baths of oil, and unlimited salt. Whatever the God of heaven commands will be done carefully for the house of the God of heaven, or wrath will come upon the realm of the king and his heirs. You must also know that it is illegal for you to charge tribute, custom, or dues on any of the priests and Levites, the singers, the doorkeepers, the temple servants, or other servants of this house of God. And you, Ezra, based on the divine wisdom that you have, appoint supervisors and judges to adjudicate among all the people in the province beyond the river who know the laws of your God. You will also teach those who do not know them. Let judgment be strictly carried out upon anyone who does not obey the instruction from your God and the law of your king, including death, banishment, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. Bless the Lord, the God of our ancestors, who has moved the king to glorify the Lord's house in Jerusalem, and who has demonstrated his graciousness for me before the king and his counselors and all the king's mighty officers. I took courage because the Lord my God's power was with me. I gathered leaders from Israel to go up with me. Thank you.
Hallo, ich bin Elli Wiebe de Markiewicz und ich lese Esra, Kapitel 8 und Kapitel 9. Kapitel 8. Verzeichnis der Israeliten, die mit Esra heimkehrten. Es folgt ein Verzeichnis der Sippenoberhäupter und der Zahl der Männer, die zu ihrer Sippe gehörten. Während der Regierungszeit des König Artaxerxes reisten sie mit mir von Babylon nach Jerusalem. Gershon von der Sippe Pinas, Daniel von der Sippe Itamar, Hattisch, der Sohn Jeschanias von der Sippe David, Sekaria von der Sippe Parosch und mit ihm 150 Männer, die in die Geschlechtsregister eingetragen waren. Elionachai, der Sohn Zecharias von der Sippe Pachat Moab mit 200 Männern. Shechania, der Sohn Ajasels von der Sippe Satu mit 300 Männern. Ebed, der Sohn Jonathan von der Sippe Adia mit 50 Männern. Jesaja, der Sohn Atalias von der Sippe Elam mit 70 Männern. Sebadia, der Sohn Michael von der Sippe Scherfatja mit 80 Männern. Obadja, der Sohn Jehils von der Sippe Joab mit 218 Männern. Shelomit, der Sohn Josiphas von der Sippe Bani, mit 160 Männern. Zecharia, der Sohn Bebais von der Sippe Bebai mit 28 Männern. Johanan, der Sohn Katans von der Sippe Asgard mit 110 Männern. Eliphelet, Jeiel, Shemaia, die letzten von der Sippe Adonai, kamen mit 60 Männern. Utai und Sabat von der Sippe Bikwai mit 70 Männern. Ich ließ sie alle an dem Kanal zusammenkommen, der nach Ahava fließt. Dort lagerten wir 3 Tage. Unter den Versammelten sah ich zwar mehrere Priester, aber keinen einzigen Leviten. Da rief ich einige Sippenoberhäupter zu mir: Eliezer, Ariel, Shemaia, Elnathan, Jarib, Elnathan, Nathan, Zecharia und Meschulam sowie die beiden Gesetzeslehrer Jojarib und Elnathan. Ich schickte sie zu Ido, dem Vorsteher des Levitendorfes Kasifia. Ich hatte ihnen genau gesagt, was sie Ido und seinen Amtsbrüdern, den Tempeldienern, auszurichten hatten. Sie sollten ihn bitten, uns Männer zu schicken, die im Tempel unseren Gottesdienst den Dienst versehen konnten. Gott half uns, und so sandte man uns einen weisen Mann namens Sherebja. Er stammte aus der Sippe Machli, der ein Enkel Levis und Urenkel Israels war. Sherebja kam zusammen mit seinen Söhnen und Brüdern, insgesamt 18 Männern. Außerdem schickte man uns Hashabja und Jesaja aus der Sippe Merari mit ihren Brüdern und Söhnen, insgesamt 20 Mann. Sie wurden begleitet von 220 Tempeldienern, die alle in ein Verzeichnis eingetragen wurden. Ihre Vorfahren waren von David und seinen Beamten dazu bestimmt worden, den Leviten im Tempel zu helfen. Vorbereitungen für die Rückkehr nach Jerusalem. Am Kanal bei Hayaba forderte ich die Versammelten auf, zu fasten und sich Gottes Willen zu beugen. Wir wollten ihn bitten, uns und unsere Kinder mit unserem Hab und Gut auf der Reise zu beschützen. Ich hätte mich nämlich geschämt, den König um eine weitere berittene Truppe zu bitten, die uns unterwegs vor Überfällen bewahren könnte. Denn wir hatten vorher zum König gesagt, unser Gott hält seine schützende Hand über allen, die ihm vertrauen. Doch wer sich von ihm abwendet, bekommt seinen Zorn zu spüren. So fasteten wir und baten unseren Gott um Bewahrung, und er hat unser Gebet erhört. Darauf wählte ich 12 führende Priester aus, dazu Cherebja, Hajashaba und 10 weiteren Leviten. Vor ihren Augen wog ich das Silber, das Gold und die Gegenstände, die der König, seine Berater und Beamten sowie die versammelten Israeliten als Opfergabe für den Tempel unseres Gottes gestiftet hatten. Dann übergab ich ihnen alle Schätze. Es waren 468 Zentner Silber, 100 silberne Gegenstände, zusammen 72 Zentner schwer, 72 Zentner Gold, 20 goldene Becher im Wert von 1000 persischen Goldmünzen und 2 Gefäße aus goldglänzender Bronze, genauso wertvoll wie goldene Gefäße. Ich sagte zu den Männern: Ihr seid zum Dienst für den Herrn geweiht, und auch diese Gegenstände, das Silber und das Gold, sollen allein ihm gehören. Sie sind eine freiwillige Opfergabe für den Herrn, den Gott eurer Vorfahren. Seid also wachsam und bewahrt sie gut auf, bis ihr in Jerusalem eintrefft. Dort sollt ihr sie in die Schatzkammer des Tempels bringen und sie in Gegenwart der führenden Priester und der Leviten und der Sippenoberhäupter noch einmal wiegen. Da nahmen die Priester und Leviten das Silber, das Gold und die Gegenstände in Empfang, um sie sicher nach Jerusalem in den Tempel unseres Gottes zu bringen. Ankunft in Jerusalem. Am 12. Tag des 1. Monats brachen wir vom Kanal bei Ahava nach Jerusalem auf. Gott hielt seine schützende Hand über uns und bewahrte uns vor Feinden und Räubern. Als wir in Jerusalem ankamen, ruhten wir uns zuerst 3 Tage aus. Am 4. Tag übergaben wir das Silber, das Gold und die Gegenstände dem Priester Meremot, dem Sohn Urias, dann wurden sie im Tempel gewogen. Eleazar, der Sohn des Pinas, und die Leviten Josabat, der Sohn Jeschuas, und Nohadja, der Sohn Binius, halfen dem Priester Meremot. Alle Gegenstände wurden genau abgezählt und auf die Waage gelegt. Dann schrieb man das Gewicht auf. Nun brachten alle, die aus der Verbannung heimgekehrt waren, dem Gott Israels Brandopfer dar. Sie schlachteten für ganz Israel 12 Stiere, außerdem 96 Schafböcke, 77 Lämmer und 12 Ziegenböcke als Sündopfer. Dann wurden die Geleitbriefe des Königs den Statthaltern und den persischen Beauftragten westlich des Euphrat übergeben. Sie unterstützten von nun an das Volk und die Gottesdienste im Tempel. Kapitel 9. Ehen mit heidnischen Frauen. Esra bittet um Gnade. Nach einiger Zeit kamen führende Männer Israel zu mir und berichteten, das Volk, die Priester und die Leviten haben sich mit anderen Völkern im Land eingelassen, die fremden Göttern dienen. Junge und ältere Männer von uns haben Frauen der Kanaaniter, Hethiter, Perisiter, Jebusiter, Ammoniter, Moabiter, Ägypter und Amoriter geheiratet. So hat sich das heilige Volk Gottes mit diesen Völkern vermischt, allen voran die führenden Männern und Beamten. Als ich das hörte, zerriss ich entsetzt mein Gewand, schnitt mir die Haare und den Bart ab und setzte mich auf den Boden. Wie betäubt saß ich da bis zur Zeit des Abendopfers. Inzwischen hatten sich viele bei mir versammelt. Sie hatten große Angst davor, wie der Gott Israels die Ehe mit den Götzendienern bestrafen würde. Zur Zeit des Abendopfers stand ich auf. In meinen zerrissenen Kleidern kniete ich nieder und betete mit erhobenen Händen zum Herrn, meinen Gott. Mein Gott, ich schäme mich und wage nicht, mein Gesicht zu dir zu erheben. Welch schwere Schuld haben wir auf uns geladen. Der Berg unserer Sünde reicht bis an den Himmel. Schon unsere Vorfahren haben die Gebote missachtet und so ist es bis heute geblieben. Darum sind wir auch immer wieder fremden Herrschen in den Händen gefallen. Sie haben uns unsere Könige und Priester getötet, verschleppt, ausgeraubt und Schimpf und Schande über uns gebracht. Bis heute hat sich nichts geändert. Herr, unser Gott, du hast uns für kurze Zeit deine Gnade erwiesen. Einen Rest unseres Volkes hast du aus der Gefangenschaft entkommen lassen und hierher in die Heimat geführt, wo dein heiliger Tempel steht. Darum können wir uns wieder freuen und wieder aufatmen, obwohl ein anderes Volk uns regiert. Wir stehen unter fremder Herrschaft, aber du hast uns nicht verlassen. Du hast uns sogar die Gunst der persischen Königin verschafft. Darum konnten wir auch ein neues Leben beginnen und deinen zerstörten Tempel wieder aufbauen. Du hast uns in Judäa und Jerusalem Sicherheit geschenkt. Doch was können wir jetzt noch sagen, unser Gott, nach allem, was wir getan haben? Wir haben uns über dein Gebot hinweggesetzt, das du uns durch deine Diener, die Propheten, gegeben hast. Du sprachst, das Land, das ihr in Besitz nehmen werdet, ist durch den Götzendienst seiner Bevölkerung entweiht. Sie haben eure künftige Heimat durch ihre schrecklichen heidnischen Bräuche und ihre Götzenstatuen beschmutzt. Darum sollt ihr mit ihnen keine Ehe eingehen, eure Töchter nicht mit ihren Söhnen und eure Söhne nicht mit ihren Töchtern. Tut nichts, was ihr Glück und ihren Wohlstand noch vergrößern würde. Ihr selbst sollt mächtig werden, die Ernte eures Landes genießen und es euren Nachkommen für alle Zeiten weitervererben. Aber unser Volk war der ungehorsam und lud immer mehr Schuld auf sich. Darum brachtest du großes Unheil über uns. Doch du hast uns nicht so schwer gestraft, wie wir es verdient hätten, sondern uns hier im Land in Sicherheit gebracht. Wie konnten wir nur aufs Neue deine Gebote mit Füßen treten und uns mit diesen heidnischen Völkern einlassen? Muss dich da nicht der Zorn packen, bis du uns ganz vernichtet hast, bis niemand von uns mehr übrig bleibt? Ach Herr, du Gott Israels, du hast Gnade vor Recht ergehen lassen und hast uns, den Rest deines Volkes, errettet. Doch jetzt stehen wir als Schuldige hier und können nicht vor dir bestehen.
This is Sarah Acosta reading Ezra chapter 10. While Ezra was praying and confessing, weeping and bowing down before God's house, a very large crowd of men, women, and children of Israel gathered around him. The people also wept in distress. Then Shechaniah, Jehiel's son from the family of Elam, spoke up and said to Ezra, "We've been unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women from the neighboring peoples. But even now there is hope for Israel in spite of this. Let's now make a covenant with our God to send away all these wives and their children, according to the advice of my master and of those who tremble at the commandment of our God. Let it be done according to the instruction. Get up, for it is your duty to deal with this matter. We will support you. Be strong and act." So Ezra got up and made the leading priests, the Levites, and all Israel take a solemn pledge that they would do as had been said. So they took a solemn pledge. Then Ezra got up from the area in front of God's house and went to the room of Jehohanan, Eliashib's son, where he spent the night. He didn't eat food or drink water, for he was mourning because of the unfaithfulness of the exiles. An order was then circulated throughout Judah and Jerusalem that all the returned exiles should gather in Jerusalem. All those who failed to appear within 3 days, as mandated by the officials and elders, would have all their property taken away. They would be separated from the congregation of the exiles. So within 3 days, all the people of Judah and Benjamin gathered in Jerusalem. This was the 20th day of the 9th month. All of the people sat in the area in front of God's house, trembling because of this order and because of the heavy rain. Then Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, "You have been unfaithful by marrying foreign women and adding to Israel's guilt. But now make a confession to the Lord God of your ancestors and do his will. Separate yourselves from the neighboring peoples and from the foreign wives." The whole assembly shouted in reply, "Yes, we must do as you have said. But there are many people, and it's the rainy season. We can't continue to stand outside. Nor can this task be completed in a day or two, because many of us have sinned in this matter. Let our leaders represent the entire assembly. Let all in our towns who have taken foreign wives come at appointed times, along with the elders and judges of every town, until God's great anger at us on account of this matter be averted." Only Jonathan, Asahel's son, and Jehaziah, Tikva's son, opposed this. Meshullam and Shabbatai, the Levites, supported them. Then the returned exiles did so. Ezra the priest chose certain men, heads of families, each representing their family houses. Each of them was designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat down to examine the matter. By the first day of the first month, they had come to the end of all the men who had married foreign women. Of the family of priests, there were found the following who had married foreign women. Of the family of Jeshua, Josedak's son, and his brothers Messiah, Eleazar, Jarib, and Gedaliah. They promised to send their wives away, and their compensation offering was a ram of the flock for their guilt. Of the family of Immer, Hanani, Zebediah. Of the family of Harim, Messiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jehiel, and Uzziah. Of the family of Pashur, Elionai, Messiah, Ishmael, Nathanael, Jozabad, and Elasa. Of the Levites, Jozabad, Shammai, Kaliah, that is Kalita, Pethahiah, Judah, and Eleazar. Of the singers, Elishib. Of the gatekeepers, Shallum, Telem, and Uri. Of Israel, of the family of Parosh, Ramiah, Azariah, Melchihajiah, Majimin, Eleazar, Hashabiah, and Benaiah. Of the family of Elam, Mattaniah, Zechariah, Jehiel, Abdi, Jeremoth, and Elijah. Of the family of Zatu, Elionai, Elishib, Mattaniah, Jeremoth, Zabad, and Aziza. Of the family of Babai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zabai, and Atlai. Of the family of Benai, Meshullam, Maluk, Adiah, Jeshub, Sheal, and Jeromoth. Of the family of Pahath Moab, Adna, Chalal, Benaiah, Messiah, Mattanai, Bezalel, Binui, and Manasseh. Of the family of Harim, Eleazar, Ashijah, Malchijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Benjamin, Maluk, and Shemariah. Of the family of Hashum, Mattanai, Mattada, Zabed, Eliphet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, and Shimei. Of the family of Benai, Madai, Amram, Uel, Benaiah, Bediah, Cheluhi, Benaiah, Meremoth, Elishib, Mattaniah, Mattanai, and Jasu. Of the family of Binui, Shemai, Shelemiah, Nathan, Adiah, Machnadabai, Sheshai, Sharai, Azarel, Shelemiah, Shemariah, Shalom, Amariah, and Joseph. Of the family of Nebu, Jael, Mattatiah, Zabad, Zebina, Jedi, Joel, Benaniah. All these men had married foreign women, some of whom had borne children. This is Sarah Acosta recording Nehemiah chapters 1 and 2. These are the words of Nehemiah, Hakaliah's son. In the month of Kislev, in the 20th year, while I was in the fortress city of Susa, Hanani, one of my brothers, came with some other men from Judah. I asked them about the Jews who had escaped and survived the captivity and about Jerusalem. They told me, those in the province who survived the captivity are in great trouble and shame. The wall around Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates have been destroyed by fire. When I heard this news, I sat down and wept. I mourned for days, fasting and praying before the God of heaven. I said, Lord God of heaven, great and awesome God, you are the one who keeps covenant and is truly faithful to those who love you and keep your commandments. Let your ear be attentive and your eyes open to hear the prayer of your servant, which I now pray before you night and day for your servants, the people of Israel. I confess the sins of the people of Israel, which we have committed against you. Both I and my family have sinned. We have wronged you greatly. We haven't kept the commandments, the statutes, and the ordinances that you commanded your servant Moses. Remember the word that you gave to your servant Moses when you said, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return to me and keep my commandments by really doing them, then, even though your outcasts live under distant skies, I will gather them from there and bring them to the place that I have chosen as a dwelling for my name. They are your servants and your people. They are the ones whom you have redeemed by your great power and your strong hand. Lord, let your ear be attentive to the prayer of your servant and to the prayer of your servants who delight in honoring your name. Please give success to your servant today and grant him favor in the presence of this man. At that time, I was a cupbearer to the king in the month of Nisan in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes. The king was about to be served wine. I took the wine and gave it to the king. Since I had never seemed sad in his presence, the king asked me, why do you seem sad? Since you aren't sick, you must have a broken heart. I was very afraid and replied, may the king live forever. Why shouldn't I seem sad when the city, the place of my family's graves, is in ruin and its gates are destroyed by fire? The king asked, what is it that you need? I prayed to the God in heaven and replied, if it pleases the king, and if your servant has found favor with you, please send me to Judah, to the city of my family's graves, so that I may rebuild it. With the queen sitting beside him, the king asked me, how long will you be away, and when will you return? So it pleased the king to send me, and I told him how long I would be gone. I also said to him, if it pleases the king, may letters be given to me addressed to the governors of the province beyond the river to allow me to travel to Judah. May the king also issue a letter to Asaph, the keeper of the king's forest, directing him to supply me with timber for the beams of the temple fortress gates, for the city wall, and for the house in which I will live. The king gave me what I asked, for the gracious power of my God was with me.
So I went to the governors of the province beyond the river and gave them the king's letter. The king had sent officers of the army and cavalry with me. When Sanballat the Honorite and Tobiah the Amorite official heard this, they were very angry that someone had come to seek the welfare of Israel. When I reached Jerusalem and had been there for 3 days, I set out at night, taking only a few people with me. I didn't tell anyone what my God was prompting me to do for Jerusalem, and the only animal I took was the one I rode. I went out by night through the valley gate, past the dragon's spring, to the dung gate, so that I could inspect the walls of Jerusalem that had been broken down, as well as its gates, which had been destroyed by fire. Then I went on to the spring gate and to the king's pool. Since there was no room for the animal on which I was riding to pass, I went up by way of the valley by night and inspected the wall. Then I turned back and returned by entering through the valley gate. The officials didn't know where I had gone or what I was doing. I hadn't yet told the Jews, the priests, the officials, the officers, or the rest who were to do the work. So I said to them, "You see the trouble we're in? Jerusalem is in ruins and its gates are destroyed by fire. Come, let's rebuild the wall of Jerusalem so that we won't continue to be in disgrace." I told them that my God had taken care of me and also what the king had said to me. "Let's start rebuilding," they said, and they eagerly began to work. But when Sanballat the Honorite and Tobiah the Ammonite official and Geshem the Arab heard about it, they mocked me and made fun of us. "What are you doing?" they asked. "Are you rebelling against the king?" "The God of heaven will give us success," I replied. "As God's servants, we will start building, but you will have no share, right, or claim in Jerusalem."
Elishibib and the high priest and his fellow priests went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate. They dedicated it and set its doors in place, building as far as the Tower of the 100, which they dedicated, and as far as the Tower of Henna. The men of Jericho built the adjoining section, and Zachar son of Immer built next to them. The fish gate was rebuilt by the sons of Hassian. They laid its beams and put its doors and bolts and bars in place. Mezermoth, son of Uriah, the son of Hakaz, repaired the next section. Next to him, Meshullam, son of Bechariah, the son of Meshezabel, made repairs, and next to him Zadok, son of Bana, also made repairs. The next section was repaired by the men of Tekoa, but their nobles would not put their shoulders to work under their supervisors. Then Deshanan gate was repaired by Joada, son of Paseah, and Meshullam, son of Besodiah. They laid its beams and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. Next to them, repairs were made by men of Gibeon and Mizpah, Melita of Gibeon and Jadon of Meronoth, places under the authority of governor of Trans-Euphrates. Uzel, son of Uzel, son of Hariah, one of the goldsmiths, repaired the next section, and Hanian, one of the perfume makers, made repairs next to that. They restored Jerusalem as far as the broad wall. Repaniah, son of Hur, ruler of a half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section. Adjoining this, Jediah, son of Haphroth, made repairs opposite his house, and Hattush, son of Hashababneah, made repairs next to him. Malchijah, son of Hariam, and Hasuhub, son of Pathamoab, repaired another section and the Tower of Ovens. Shallum, son of Haloshesh, ruler of half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section with the help of his daughters. The valley gate was repaired by Hanan and the residents of Zanoah. They rebuilt it and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. They also repaired 1,000 cubits of the wall as far as the Dung Gate. The Dung Gate was repaired by Malchijah, son of Rechab, ruler of the district of Beth Hakaram. He rebuilt it and put its doors with the bolts and bars in place. The Fountain Gate was repaired by Shallun of Kol Holzim, ruler of district of Mizpah. He rebuilt it, roofing it over and putting its doors and bolts and bars in place. He also repaired the wall as Pool of Siloam by the king's garden, as far as steps going down from the city of David. Beyond him, Nehemiah, son of Azbuk, ruler of a half-district of Bethzer, made repairs to a point opposite the tombs of David, as far as the artificial pool in the house of the heroes. Next to him, repairs were made by the Levites under Rehum, son of Bani. Beside him, Hashabab, ruler of the half-district of Kali, carried out repairs for his district. Next to him, the repairs were made by their fellow Levites under Benui, son of Henad, ruler of half-district of Kelia. Next to him, Ezer, son of Jeshua, ruler of Mizpah, repaired another section from a point facing the ascent to the armory as far as the angle of the wall. Next to him, Baruch, son of Zabbai, zealously repaired another section from the angle to the entrance of the house of Elishib, the high priest. Next to him, Meremoth, son of Uriah, the son of Hakaz, repaired another section from the entrance of Elishibib's house to the end of it. The repairs next to him were made by the priests of the surrounding region. Beyond them, Benjamin and Hashab made repairs in front of their house. And next to him, Azariah, son of Maaseiah, and the son of Ananiah, made repairs beside his house. Next to him, Benui, son of Henad, repaired another section from Azariah's house to the angle and the corner. And Palal, son of Uzai, worked opposite the angle and the tower projecting from the upper palace near the court of the guard. Next to him, Hadiah, son of Parash, and the temple servants living in the hill of Ophel made repairs to a point opposite the water gate toward the east and the projecting tower. Next to them, men of Tekoa repaired another section from the great projecting tower to the wall of Ophel. Above the horse gate, the priests made repairs, each in front of their own house. Next to them, Zadok, the son of Immer, made repairs opposite his house. Next to him, Shemiah, son of Shekempah, the guard at the east gate, made repairs. Next to him, Hananiah, son of Shelemiah, and Hanan, the sixth son of Zalaph, repaired another section. Next to them, Meshullam, son of Berechiah, made repairs opposite his living quarters. Next to him, Malchijah, one of the goldsmiths, made repairs as far as the house of the temple servants and the merchants opposite the inspection gate, and as far as the room above the corner. And between the room above the corner and the sheep gate, the goldsmiths and merchants made repairs. When Sanballat heard that they were rebuilding the wall, he became angry and was greatly incensed. He ridiculed the Jews, and in the presence of his associates in the army of Samaria. And in the presence of his associates in the army of Samaria, he said, "What are those feeble Jews doing? Will they restore their wall? Will they offer sacrifices? Will they finish in a day? Can they bring the stones back to life from those heaps of rubble, burned as they are?" Tobiah, the Ammonite, who was at his side, said, "What they are building, even a fox climbing up it would break down their wall of stones. Hear us, our God, for we are despised. Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in a land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders." So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height, for the people worked with all their heart. But when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabs, the Ammonites, And the people of Ashdod heard that the repairs to Jerusalem's walls had gone ahead and that the gaps were being closed. They were very angry. They all plotted together to come and fight against Jerusalem and stir up trouble against it. But we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet this threat. Meanwhile, the people in Judah said, "The strength of the laborers is giving out, and there is much rubble that we cannot rebuild the wall." Also, our enemies said, "Before they know it or see us, we will be right there among them, and will kill them and put an end to the work." The Jews who lived near them came and told us 10 times over, "Wherever you turn, they will attack us." Therefore, I stationed some of the people behind the lowest points of the wall at the exposed places, posting them by families with their swords, spears, and bows. After I looked things over, I stood up and said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "Don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome, and fight for your families, your sons and your daughters, your wives, and your homes." When our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and that God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to our own work. From that day on, half of my men did the work, while the other half were equipped with spears, shields, bows, and armor. The officers posted themselves behind all of the people of Judah who were building the wall. Those who carried materials did their work with one hand and held a weapon in the other, and each of the builders wore a sword at his side as he worked. But the man who sounded the trumpet stayed with me. Then I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "The work is extensive and spread out, and we are widely separated from each other along the wall. Wherever you hear the sound of the trumpet, join us there. Our God will fight for us." So we continued the work with half the men holding spears, from the first light of dawn till the stars came out. At that time I also said to the people, "Have every man and his helper stay inside Jerusalem at night, so that they can serve us as guards by night and as workers by day." Neither I nor my brothers, nor my men, nor the guards with me took off our clothes. Each had his weapon, even when he went for water.
Hi, I'm Sandra Hebert. Tonight I will be reading Nehemiah 5 and 6. Then there was a great protest of the people and their wives against their fellow Jews. Some said, "With our sons and daughters we are many, and we all need grain to eat and stay alive." Others said, "We have to mortgage our fields, our vineyards, and our houses in order to get grain during the famine." Still others said, "We have had to borrow money against our fields and vineyards in order to pay the king's tax. We are of the same flesh and blood as our kin, and our children are the same as theirs. Yet we are just about to force our sons and daughters into slavery, and some of our daughters are already slaves. There is nothing we can do since our fields and vineyards now belong to others." I was very angry when I heard their protests and these complaints. After thinking it over, I brought charges against the officials and the officers. I told them, "You are all taking interest from your own people." I also called for a large assembly in order to deal with them. To the best of our ability, I said to them, "We have bought back our Jewish kin who had been sold to other nations, but now you are selling your own kin who must then be bought back by us." At this, they were silent, unable to offer a response. "So," I continued, "what you are doing isn't good. Why don't you walk in the fear of our God? This will prevent the taunts of the nations that are our enemies. I myself, along with my family and my servants, am lending them money and grain. But let's stop charging this interest. Give it back to them right now. Return their fields, their vineyards, their olive orchards, and their houses, and give them back the interest on money, grain, wine, and oil that you are charging them." They replied, "We'll return everything, and we won't charge anything else. We'll do what you have asked." So I called the priests and made them swear to do what they had promised. I also shook out the fold of my robe, saying, "So may God shake out everyone from their house and property if they don't keep this promise. So may they be shaken out and emptied." The whole assembly said, "Amen," and praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised. In addition, from the time I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, that is from the 20th to the 23rd to the 32nd year of King Artaxerxes, for a total of 12 years, neither I nor my family ate from the governor's food allowance. The earlier governors who had come before me laid heavy burdens on the people. They took food and wine from them, as well as 40 shekels of silver. Even their servants oppressed the people. But because I was God-fearing, I didn't behave in this way. Instead, I devoted myself to the work on this wall. We acquired no land, and all my servants were gathered there for the work. 150 Jews and officials, along with those who came to us from the surrounding nations, gathered around my table. 1 ox, 6 choice sheep, and birds were prepared each day. Every 10 days there was a large amount of wine. Yet even with this, I didn't ask for the governor's food allowance because of the heavy burden the people had to carry. Remember in my favor, my God, all that I've done for this people. Now when Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem the Arab, and the rest of our enemies heard that I had rebuilt the wall and that there were no gaps left in it, although I hadn't yet hung the doors and the gates, Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message. Come, let's meet together in one of the villages in the plain of Ono. But they wanted to harm me. So I sent messengers to tell them, I'm doing important work, so I can't come down. Why should the work stop while I leave it to come down to you? They sent me a message like this 4 times, and every time I gave them a similar reply. But the 5th time, Sanballat sent his servant to me in the same way, except that now he carried an open letter. It stated, it is reported among the nations and confirmed by Geshem that you and the Jews intend to rebel. This is why you are rebuilding the wall. According to these reports, you intend to become their king. You have also appointed prophets to make this announcement about you in Jerusalem. There is a king in Judah. Now the king will hear of these reports, so come, let's talk together. So I sent him this reply. Nothing that you say has happened. You are simply inventing this. All of them were trying to make us afraid, saying, they will be discouraged and the work won't get finished. But now, God, strengthen me. Later, I went to see Shemaiah, Delaiah's son, and Mehetabel's grandson, who was confined to his house, and he said, let's meet together in God's house, inside the temple itself. Let's shut the doors of the temple, for they are coming to kill you. They are coming to kill you tonight. But I replied, should someone like me run away? Who like me would go into the temple to save his life? I won't go in. But then I realized that God hadn't sent him at all, but that he spoke this prophecy against me because Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him. He was hired to frighten me and to make me sin in it by acting in this way. Then they could give me a bad name and discredit me. My God, remember these deeds of Tobiah and Sanballat, and also remember Noadiah, the prophetess, and the rest of the prophets who have been trying to frighten me. So the wall was finished on the 25th day of the month of Elul. It took 52 days. When our enemies heard about this, all of the nations around us were afraid, and their confidence was greatly shaken. They knew that this work was completed with the help of our God. In addition, in those days, the officials of Judah sent many letters to Tobiah, and Tobiah's letters were coming to them. Many in Judah were bound to him by solemn pledge because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah, Arah's son, and his son Johanan had married the daughter of Meshullam, Berechiah's son. They also kept talking about his good deeds in my presence, and then reported back to him what I said. In addition, Tobiah sent letters to intimidate me.
Hi, I'm Lindsay, and I'm reading Nehemiah chapter 7.
And I'm Ramona, and I'm reading Nehemiah chapter 8.
When the wall had been built, and I had hung the doors, the gatekeepers, singers, and Levites were appointed. Then I put my brother Hanani and Hananiah, the commander of the fortress, in charge of Jerusalem. Hananiah was a faithful man who revered God more than many. I said to them, The gates of Jerusalem aren't to be opened during the hottest time of the day. While the gatekeepers are still on duty, have them shut and bar the doors. Also, appoint guards from among those who live in Jerusalem. Station some at their watchposts and some in front of their own houses. Now, although the city was wide and large, only a few people were living within it, and no houses had been rebuilt. My God then prompted me to assemble the officials, the officers, and the people so that they could be registered by families. I found in the record of the families who were in the first to return, and I found the following written in it. These are the people of the province who returned from the captivity of those exiles whom Babylon's king Nebuchadnezzar had taken into exile. They all returned to Jerusalem and Judah, everyone to their own town. They came with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Naamani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mizpereth, Bigvai, Nahum, and Bana. The number of the people of Israel. The family of Parash, 2,172. Of Shephatiah, 372. Of Ara, 652. Of Pahathath Moab, that is, the descendants of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. Of Elam, 1,254. Of Zatu, 845. Of Zakkai, 760. Of Binui, 648. Of Bebai, 628. Of Azgad, 2,322. Of Adkinkam, 667. Of Bigvai, 2,067. Of Adin, 655. Of Ater, that is, the descendants of Hezekiah, 98. Of Hashem, 328. Of Bezai, 324. Of Harip, 112. Of Gibeon, 95. The people of Bethlehem and Netophah, 188. Of Anapha, 128. Of Beth Anzameth, 42. Of Kirath Jearim, Cherephirah, and Beerah, 743. Of Ramah and Geba, 621. Of Michmas, 122. Of Bethel and Ai, 123. Of other Nebo, 52. The inhabitants of other Elam, 1,254. Of Harim, 320. Of Jericho, 345. Of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. Of Sina, 3,930. The priests, the descendants of Jedai, that is, of the house of Jeshua, 973. Of Immer, 1,052. Of Pashur, 1,247. Of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the descendants of Jeshua, that is, of Kadmiel, the descendants of Hodaviah, 74. The singers, the descendants of Asaph, 148. The descendants of gatekeepers, of Shalom, Ater, Talmon, Akub, Hatita, and Shobai, 138. The temple servants, the descendants of Zia, Haspua, and Tabo, Kiros, Sia, Padin, Lebanon, Hagaba, Shalame, Hanan, Gidel, Gahar, Rhea, Rezin, Nekoda. Gazam, Uza, Pesia, Bezai, Meniunim, Nephasim, Babukuk, Habafra, Harar, Baslith, Mehida, Harsha, Barkos, Sisera, Tema, Neziah, and Harifa. The descendants of Solomon's servants, Sotai, Sophereth, Perida, Jala, Darkon, Gideal, Shephatiah, Hatil, Horesheth, Hazabiam, and Ammon. All of the temple servants and the descendants of Solomon's servants totaled 392. The following came up from Tel-Melah, Tel-Harsha, Cherub, Adon, and Immer, but were unable to prove that their family had the descendants was from Israel. The descendants of Deliah, Tobiah, and Nekoda, 642. And of the priests, the descendants of Hobiah, Hazaz, and Barzillai, who had married one of their daughters, Barzillai, and the Gileadite, and was called by his name, looked for their entries in the genealogical records, but weren't found there, so they were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor ordered that they shouldn't eat of the most holy food until a priest arose who could consult Urim and Thummim. The whole assembly together totaled 42,360. This number doesn't include their 337 male and female servants. They also had 245 male and female singers, 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. Some of the heads of families made a donation for the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 derricks of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 priestly robes. Some of the heads of families gave 20,000 derricks of gold and 2,200 mannas of silver of the treasury for their work. The rest of the people gave 20,000 derricks of gold, 200 mannas of silver, and 67 priestly robes. So the priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers, some of the people, the temple servants, and all Israel settled in their towns.
Chapter 8. When the 7th month came and the people of Israel were settled in their towns, all the people gathered together in the area in front of the water gate. They asked Ezra the scribe to bring out the instruction scroll from Moses, according to which the Lord had instructed Israel. So on the first day of the 7th month, Ezra the priest brought the instruction before the assembly. This assembly was made of both men and women and anyone who could understand what they heard. Facing the area in front of the water gate, he read it out loud from early morning until the middle of the day. He read it in the presence of the men and the women and those who could understand, and everyone listened attentively to the instruction scroll. Ezra the scribe stood on a wooden platform that had been made for this purpose, and standing behind him were Mattithiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, and Messiah on his right-hand side, while Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchijah, Hashem, Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam stood on his left-hand side. Standing above all of the people, Ezra the scribe opened the scroll on the sight of all the people. And as he opened it, the people stood up. Then Ezra blessed the Lord, the great God, and all of the people answered, Amen, Amen, while raising their hands. Then they bowed down and worshipped the Lord with their faces to the ground. The Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akab, Shabbathiah, Hodiah, Maziah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Haman, and Pelaiah helped the people to understand the instruction, while the people remained in their places. They read aloud from the scroll the instruction from God, explaining it and interpreting it so the people could understand what they heard. Then Nehemiah, the governor, Ezra the priest and scribe, and the Levites who taught the people said to all of the people, This day is holy to the Lord your God. Don't mourn or weep. They said this because all the people wept when they heard the words of the instruction. Go, eat rich food, and drink something sweet, he said to them, and send portions of this to any who have nothing ready. This day is holy to our Lord. Don't be sad, because the joy from the Lord is your strength." The Levites also calmed all of the people, saying, "Be quiet, for this day is holy. Don't be sad." Then all of the people went to eat and drink, to send portions, and to have a great celebration, because they understood what had been said to them. The people celebrate the festival of booths. On the second day, the heads of the families of all the people, along with the priests and Levites, gathered together around Ezra the scribe in order to study the words of the instruction. And they found written in the instruction that the Lord had commanded through Moses that the Israelites should live in booths during the festival of the 7 months. Of the 7th month. They also found that they should make the following proclamation and announce it throughout their town and in Jerusalem. Go out to the hills and bring branches of olive, wild olive, myrtle, palm, and other leafy trees to make booths, as it is written. So the people went out and brought them and made booths for themselves, each on the roofs of their houses or in their courtyards, in the courtyards of God's house, in the area by the water gate, or the area by the gate of Ephraim. The whole assembly of those who had returned from captivity made booths and lived in them. This was something that the people of Israel hadn't done since the days of Joshua, Nun's son, and there was very great rejoicing. He read from God's instruction scroll every day, from the first until the last day of the festival. They kept the festival for 7 days, held a solemn assembly on the 8th day, just as the instruction required.
Nancy Halder, reading chapter 9 of Nehemiah, verses 1 through 38. On the 24th day of this month, the people of Israel were assembled. They fasted, wore funeral clothing, and had dirt on their heads. After the Israelites separated themselves from all the foreigners, they stood to confess their sins and the terrible behavior of their ancestors. They stood in their place and read the instruction scroll from the Lord their God for a quarter of the day. For another quarter of the day, they confessed and worshiped the Lord their God. On the stairs of the Levites stood Jeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Bani, Sherebiah, Bani, and Chinani. They cried out with a loud voice to the Lord their God. Then the Levites, Jeshua, Kadmiel, Bani, Hashabniah, Sherebiah, Hodiah, Shebaniah, and Pethahiah said, "Stand up and bless the Lord your God. From everlasting to everlasting, bless your glorious name, which is high above all blessing and praise. You alone are the Lord. You alone made heaven, even the heaven of heavens with all their forces. You made the earth and all that is on it, and the seas and all that is in them. You preserve them all, and the heavenly forces worship you. Lord God, you are the one who chose Abram. You brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans and gave him the name Abraham. You found him to be faithful before you, and you made a covenant with him. You promised to give his descendants the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, Perizzites, the Jebusites, and the Girgashites. And you have kept your promise because you are righteous. You saw the affliction of our ancestors in Egypt and heard their cry at the Reed Sea. You performed signs and wonders against Pharaoh, all his servants, and the people of his land. You knew that they had acted arrogantly against our ancestors. You made a name for yourself, a name that is famous even today. You divided the sea before them so that they went through it on dry land, but you cast their pursuers into the depths as a stone into the mighty waters. With a pillar of cloud, You led them by day, and with a column of lightning by night. They lit the way in which the people should go. You came down upon Mount Sinai and spoke with them from heaven. You gave them proper judgments and true instruction, good statutes and commandments. You made known to them your holy Sabbath and gave them commandments, statutes, and instruction through your servant Moses. When they were hungry, you gave them bread from heaven. When they were thirsty, you brought water out of the rock for them. You told them to go in to possess the land that you had sworn to give them. But our ancestors acted arrogantly. They were stubborn and wouldn't obey your commandments. They refused to obey and didn't remember the wonders that you accomplished in their midst. They acted arrogantly and decided to return to their slavery in Egypt. But you are a God ready to forgive, merciful and compassionate, very patient and truly faithful. You didn't forsake them. Even when they had cast an image of a calf for themselves, saying, "This is your God who brought you up out of Egypt," and holding you in great contempt, you, in your great mercy, didn't abandon them in the wilderness. The column of cloud continued to guide them on their journey during the day, and the column of lightning lit their path during the night. You gave your good spirit to teach them. You didn't withhold your manna from them, and you gave them water for their thirst. You kept them alive for 40 years. They lacked nothing in the wilderness. Their clothes didn't wear out, and their feet didn't swell. You gave them kingdoms and peoples and assigned them to every side. They took possession of the land of King Sihon of Heshbon and the land of King Og and Bashan. You multiplied their descendants as the stars of heaven. You brought them into the land that you had told their ancestors to enter and possess. So the descendants went in and possessed the land. Before them, you subdued the Canaanites who inhabited the land. You also handed over to them their kings and the neighboring peoples to do with as they wished. They captured fortified cities and productive land, and they took possession of houses filled with all kinds of good things, excavated cisterns, vineyards, olive orchards, and a great many fruit trees. They ate until they were satisfied and grew fat and delighted themselves in your great goodness. But they were disobedient, rebelled against you, and turned their back on your instruction. They killed your prophets who had warned them so that they might return to you. They held you in great contempt. Therefore, you handed them over to the power of their enemies who made them suffer. But when they cried out to you in their suffering, you heard them from heaven because you are merciful. You gave them saviors who saved them from the power of their enemies. And after they had rest from this, they again started doing evil against you. So you gave them over to the power of their enemies who ruled over them. Yet when they turned and cried to you, you heard from heaven and rescued them many times because of your great mercy. You also warned them to return to your instruction, but they acted arrogantly and didn't obey your commands. They sinned against your judgments, even though life comes by keeping them. They turned a stubborn shoulder, became headstrong, and wouldn't obey. You were patient with them for many years and warned them by your Spirit through the prophets, but they wouldn't listen, so you handed them over to the neighboring peoples. In your great mercy, however, you didn't make an end of them. Neither did you forsake them, because you are a merciful and compassionate God. Now, our God, great and mighty and awesome God, you are the one who faithfully keeps the covenant. Don't treat lightly all of the hardship that has come upon us, upon our kings, our officials, our priests, our prophets, our ancestors, and all your people, from the time of the kings of Assyria until today. You have been just in all that has happened to us. You have acted faithfully, and we have done wrong. Our kings, our officials, our priests, and our ancestors haven't kept your instruction. They haven't heeded your commandments and the warnings that you gave them. Even in their own kingdom, surrounded by the great goodness that you gave them, they didn't serve you or turn from their wicked works. So now today, we are slaves in the land that you gave to our ancestors to enjoy its fruit and its good gifts. Its produce profits the kings whom you have placed over us because of our sins. They have power over our bodies and do as they please with our livestock. We are in great distress. Because of all this, we are making a firm agreement in writing with the names of our officials, our Levites, and our priests on the seal.
My name is Stephen Tig Intagliata, and I'll be reading from the book of Nehemiah, chapters 10 and 11. Upon the seals are the names of Governor Nehemiah, Hakaliah's son, and Zedekiah, Sariah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Malchijah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Maluk, Harim, Miramoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginnethon, Baruch, Meshullam, Abijah, Mijamin, Mazziah, Bilgai, Shemaiah. These are the priests. The Levites, Jeshua, Azaniah's son, Binnui of the descendants of Henadad, Kadmiel and their associates, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelida, Peliah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hashabiah, Zakur, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Bani, Beninu, the leaders of the people, Parash, Pahath-Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani, Buni, Asgad, Bebai, Adonijah, Bigvai, Adin, Ater, Hezekiah, Azur, Hodiah, Hashum, Bezai, Hariph, Anathoth, Nebai, Magpiash, Meshullam, Hazir, Meshezabel, Zadok, Jaddua, Pelatiah, Hanan, Anaiah, Hoshea, Hananiah, Hashub, Halohesh, Pila, Shobek, Rehum, Hashabnah, Masiah, Ahiah, Hanan, Anan, Maluk, Harim, Bana. The rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers, the temple servants, and all who have separated themselves from the neighboring peoples to follow the instructions from God, together with their wives, their sons, their daughters, and all who have knowledge and understanding. They join with their officials and relatives and make a solemn pledge to live by God's instruction, which was given by Moses, God's servant, and to observe faithfully all the commandments, judgments, and statutes of our Lord God. We won't give our daughters in marriage to the neighboring peoples, nor take their daughters in marriage for our sons. If the neighboring peoples bring merchandise or any grain to sell on the Sabbath, we won't buy it from them on the Sabbath or on any holy day. Every 7th year, we won't plant crops, and we will return anything held in debt. We pledge ourselves to keep the commandment and pay 1/3 of a shekel each year for the service of our God's house, for the stacks of bread and the regular grain offering and the regular entirely burned offering, and for the Sabbaths and the new moons and the appointed festivals, for the holy offerings and the purification offerings, to make reconciliation for Israel and for all the work of our God's house. We have also cast lots among the priests, the Levites, and the people, so that we bring the wood offering into our God's house by families at the appointed time every year, to burn on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the instruction. We will also bring the early produce of our soil and the early fruit from all trees every year to the Lord's house. We will also bring the oldest offspring of our children and our cattle, as it is written in the instruction, and the oldest males of our herds and flocks to our God's house, to the priests who serve in our God's house. We will also bring the first of our dough, our contributions, the fruit of every tree, the wine, and the oil to the priests at the storerooms of our God's house. We will also bring 1/10 of the produce of our soil to the Levites, for it is the Levites who collect the 10th part gifts in all the towns where we work. A priest from the family of Aaron must be with the Levites when they collect the 10th part gifts. Then the Levites must bring up 1/10 of the 10th part gifts to our God's house, to the storerooms of the treasury. The Israelites and the Levites must bring the contribution of grain, wine, and oil to the storerooms where the sanctuary equipment is kept, and where the priests on duty, the gatekeepers, and the singers reside. We won't neglect our God's house. Chapter 11, Inhabitants of Jerusalem. The leaders of the people lived in Jerusalem. The rest of the people cast lots to bring out 1 of 10 to live in the holy city of Jerusalem, while the remaining 9 stayed in the other towns. The people blessed those who agreed to live in Jerusalem. These are the leaders of the province who lived in Jerusalem, while the Israelites, the priests, the Levites, the temple servants, and the descendants of Solomon's servants lived in the towns of Judah on their own property in their towns. Some of the descendants of Judah and Benjamin settled in Jerusalem. From the family of Judah, Athaiah, son of Uzziah, son of Zechariah, son of Amariah, son of Shephatiah, son of Mahalalel, of the family of Perez, and Maaseiah, son of Baruch, son of Kolhozen, son of Haziah, son of Adiah, son of Joyrib, son of Zechariah, son of the Shilonite. All of the family of Perez who lived in Jerusalem totaled 468 courageous people. From the family of Benjamin, Salu, son of Meshullam, son of Joed, son of Pedaiah, son of Koliah, son of Maaseiah, son of Ithiel, son of Jeshaiah. And after him were Gabai and Salai, 928. Joel, son of Zikri, was their supervisor, and Judah, son of Hasanua, was second in charge of the city. Of the priests, Jediah, son of Joyrib, Jachin, Sariah, son of Hilkiah, son of Meshullam, son of Dadok, son of Marioth, son of Ahitub, the officer of God's house, and their associates who carried out the work in the temple, 822. There was also Adiah, son of Jeroham, son of Pelaliah, son of Amzi, son of Zechariah, son of Pashur, son of Malchijah, and his associates, heads of families, 242. There was also Amashai, son of Azarel, son of Azi, son of Meshillemoth, son of Immer, and their associates, for a total of 128 courageous people. Their supervisor was Zabdiel, Gedalim's son. Of the Levites, Shemaiah, son of Hashab, son of Azrikam, son of Hashabiah, son of Buni, as well as Shabbathai and Jozabad, who were some of the leaders of the Levites in charge of the outside work on God's house. Also, Mattaniah, son of Micah, son of Zabdi, son of Asaph, the leader, who began the thanksgiving with prayer, and Bakbukiah, who was the second among his associates, and Abda, son of Shammua, son of Galal, son of Jeduthun. All the Levites in the holy city totaled 284. The gatekeepers, Akub, Talmon, and their associates who guarded the gates totaled 172. The rest of Israel, the priests and the Levites, were all in the towns of Judah, each of them in their own property. But the temple servants lived in Ophel, with Ziah and Gishpa in charge of them. The supervisor of the Levites in Jerusalem was Uzai, son of Bani, son of Hashbiah, son of Mattaniah, son of Micah, from the family of Asaph, who were the singers in charge of the work of God's house. There was a command from the king setting out the daily requirements of the singers. Advising the king in all matters concerning the people was Pethahiah, Meshezabel's son, from the family of Zerah, Judah's son. As for the villages with their fields, some of the people of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba and its villages, in Dibon and its villages, in Jekabzel and its villages, in Jeshua, in Moladah, and Beth Pelet, in Hazar Shual, in Beersheba and its villages, in Ziklag, and Mekona and its villages, in Enrimmon, Zorah, Jarmuth, Zanoah, Adulam and their villages, Lachish and its fields, and Azekah and its villages. So they settled from Beersheba to the Hinnom Valley. The people of Benjamin also lived from beyond Geba, at Michmash, Ijah, Bethel and its villages, Anathoth, Nob, Ananiah, Hazor, Ramah, Gittaim, Hadid, Zeboim, Nebalat, Lod, and Ono, the valley of artisans. Some divisions of the Levites in Judah were joined to Benjamin.
My name is Hannah Roth, and I'm reading Nehemiah 12 and 13. There are priests. These are the priests and the Levites who came up with Jerubbaal, son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, Sariah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Malach, Hattuch, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, Iddo, Ginnethon, Abijah, Mijamin, Mediah, Bilgah, Shemaiah, Joyrib, Jediah, Salu, Amok, Hilkiah, Jedediah. These were the leaders of the priests and of their associates in the days of Jeshua. The Levites, Jeshua, Benui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and also Mattaniah, who was in charge of the Thanksgiving songs, along with his associates. Bakbukiah and Un and their associates stood opposite them in the service. Jeshua was the father of Joachim, Joachim the father of Eliashib, Eliashib the father of Joiada, Joiada the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan the father of Jaddua. These were the heads of the priestly families in the days of Joachim, of Sariah, Moriah, of Jeremiah, Hananiah, of Ezra, Meshullam, of Amariah, Jehohanan, of Maluch, of Jonathan, of Shebaniah, Joseph, of Harim, Adna, of Merioth, Helkai, of Iddo, Zechariah, of Gineathon, Meshullam, of Abijah, Zichri, of Miniamin, of Moadiah, Piltai, of Bilgah, Shammua, of Shemaiah, Jehonathan, of Joiarib, Mattanai, of Jediah, Uzi, of Salai, Kalai, of Amok, Eber, of Hilkai, Hashibiah, of Jedaiah, Nathaniel. In the days of Eliashib, Joiada, Johanan, Jada, the Levites, and the priests were recorded as heads of families in the rule of Darius the Persian. The Levites, who were the heads of families, were recorded in the official records until the time of Johanan, Elishabib's son. These were the leaders of the Levites: Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua, Kadmiel's son, and their associates who stood opposite them to praise and give thanks in the turn according to the commandment of David, the man of God, namely Mattaniah, Bakbukiah, and Obadiah. Meshullam, Talmon, and Akub were the gatekeepers standing guard by the storerooms of the gates. These served in the days of Joachim, Jeshua's son, and Josedak's grandson, in the days of Governor Nehemiah and of Ezra, the priest and scribe. When it was time for the dedication of Jerusalem's wall, they sought out the Levites in all the places where they lived in order to bring them to Jerusalem to celebrate the dedication with joy, with thanks and singing, and with cymbals, harps, and lyres. The singers also gathered together, both from their region around Jerusalem and from the villages of the Netophalites, also from Beth Hagalag, from the region of Geba and Asmaveth, because the singers had built themselves villages around Jerusalem. After the priests and the Levites purified themselves, they purified the people, the gates, and the wall. Then I brought the leaders of Judah up unto the wall and organized the 2 large groups to give thanks. The first group went in procession on the wall toward the right in the direction of the dung gate. Following them went Hoshaiah and half of the officials of Judah, along with Azariah, Ezra, Meshullam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, and Jeremiah. There were also some young priests with trumpets: Zechariah, son of Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, son of Mattaniah, son of Micaniah, son of Zechor, son of Asaph, along with his associates, Shemaiah, Azarel, Malalai, Gilalai, Mai, Nathaniel, Judah, and Hanani. They brought the musical instruments of David, the man of God. Ezra the scribe went in front of them. When they reached the fountain gate, they went straight up by the stairs of David's city on the ascent to the wall, past the house of David to the water gate to the east. The second group went in procession to the left. I followed them with half of the people along the wall, past the tower of the ovens to the broad wall, past the gate of Ephraim, over to Mishneh gate, the fish gate, the tower of Hanel, and the tower of the 100, as far as the sheep gate. They came to a stop at the gate of the guard. Then both groups of those who gave thanks stood in God's house. I was there too, along with half of the officials who were with me. Also, there were priests Eliakim, Maaseiah, Miniamin, Micaiah, Elinoai, Zechariah, and Hananiah with trumpets. Also, there were Messiah, Shemaiah, Eleazar, Uzi, Jehonahan, Malchijah, Elam, and Ezer. The singers sang with Jezariah and their leader. They offered great sacrifices on that day and rejoiced, for God had made them rejoice with great joy. The women and children also rejoiced, and the sound of their joy in Jerusalem could be heard from far away. On that day, people were appointed over the rooms for the things to be stored, the contributions, the early produce, and the 10th part gifts. They were to gather into them the portions required by the instructions for the priests and for the Levites from the fields belonging to the towns, for the people of Judah were delighted with the ministry of the priests and the Levites. They performed the service of their God and the service of purification, as did the singers and the gatekeepers, according to the command of David and his son Solomon. Long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there was a leader of the singers, and there were songs of praise and thanks to God. In the days of Zerubbabel and Nehemiah, all Israel gave the daily portions for the singers and the gatekeepers. They also set aside the portions for the Levites, and the Levites set aside the portion for the Aaronites. Nehemiah 13. On that day, when the scroll from Moses was being read to the people, they found written in it that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever enter God's assembly. This is because they hadn't met the Israelites with food and water, but instead hired Balaam against them to curse them. Yet our God turned the curse into a blessing. When the people heard this law, they separated out from Israel all those of mixed descent. Now before this, however, Eliashib, the priest, who was appointed to be in charge of the storerooms of our God's house and who was related to Tobiah, prepared a large room for Tobiah to use. This was the room where they had previously kept the grain offering, the incense, and the equipment, together with the 10th part gift of grain, wine, and oil. These items were for the Levites, singers, and gatekeepers, as well as the portions for the priests. I wasn't in Jerusalem while this was happening because I had gone to Babylon's king Artaxerxes in the 32nd year of the king. After some time, I asked the king's permission and returned to Jerusalem. That was when I saw the wrong that Eliashib had done in behalf of Tobiah by preparing him a room in the courtyards of God's house. I was very angry and threw all of Tobiah's household furniture out of the room. Then I gave orders that the rooms be purified, and I put back the temple equipment along with the grain offering and the incense. I also found out that the Levites hadn't been given their portions, so they and the singers who did the work had gone back to the fields. So I scolded the officials, saying, "Why is God's house being neglected?" I gathered them together and set them in their stations. Then all Judah brought the 10th part gift of grain, wine, and oil into the storehouses. I appointed the priest Shelemiah, the scribe Zadok, and the Pedaiah of the Levites to be in charge of the storehouses. I also appointed Hanan, Zakur's son, and Mattaniah's grandson as the assistant. These men were considered trustworthy, and their task was to hand out shares to their colleagues. Remember me, my God, concerning this. Don't erase my good deeds that I have done for my God's house and for its services. In those days, I saw people in Judah using the wine presses on the Sabbath. They were also collecting piles of grain and loading them onto the donkeys, as well as wines, grapes, figs, and every kind of load, and then bringing them into Jerusalem on the Sabbath. I warned them at that time against selling food. In addition, people from Tyre who lived in the city were bringing in fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them to the people of Judah on the Sabbath. This happened in Jerusalem itself. So I scolded the officials of Judah. "What is this evil thing that you are doing?" I asked. "You are making the Sabbath impure. This is just what your ancestors did, and God brought all this evil upon us and upon the city, and now you're bringing more wrath upon Israel by making the Sabbath impure." So when it began to grow dark at the gates of Jerusalem before the Sabbath, I gave orders that the doors be shut. I also ordered that they shouldn't be reopened until after the Sabbath. To make sure that no load would come into the city on the Sabbath, I stationed some of my own men at the gates. Once or twice, the traders and sellers of all kinds of merchandise spent the night outside Jerusalem. But I warned them, "Why are you spending the night by the wall? If you do that again, I will lay hands on you." At that point, they stopped coming on the Sabbath. I also commanded the Levites to purify themselves and to come and guard the gates in order to keep the Sabbath day holy. Remember this in my favor, my God, and spare me according to the greatness of your mercy. Also in those days, I saw Jews who had married women of Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. Half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod, or the language of various peoples. They couldn't speak the language of Judah. So I scolded them and cursed them and beat some of them and pulled out their hair. I also made them swear a solemn pledge in the name of God, saying, "You won't give your daughters to the sons in marriage, or take their daughters in marriage for your sons or yourselves." Didn't Israel's King Solomon sit on account of such women? Among the many nations, there was no king like him. He was well loved by his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Yet foreign wives led even him into sin. Should we listen to you and do all this great evil, acting unfaithfully toward our God by marrying foreign women? Now one of the sons of Joiada, son of the high priest Eliashib, was a son-in-law of Sanballat the Horonite. So I chased him away from me. Remember them, my God, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priests and the Levites. So I purified them of everything foreign and established the services of the priests and the Levites with specific duties for each person. I also provided for the wood offering at appointed times as well as for the early produce. Remember me, my God, for good.
Talasha Chaim Yoder, Esther chapter 1 and 2. This is what happened back when Ahasuerus lived, the very Ahasuerus who ruled from India to Cush, 127 provinces in all. At that time, Ahasuerus ruled the kingdom from his royal throne in the fortified part of Susa. In the 3rd year of his rule, he hosted a feast for all his officials and courtiers. The leaders of Persia and Media attended, along with his provincial officials and officers. He showed off the awesome riches of his kingdom and beautiful treasures as mirrors of how very great he was. The event lasted a long time, 6 whole months to be exact. After that, the king held a 7-day feast for everyone in the fortified part of Susa. Whether they were important people in the town or not, they all met in the walled garden of the royal palace. White linen curtains and purple hangings were held up by shining white and red-purple ropes tied to silver rings and marble posts. Gold and silver couches sat on a mosaic floor made of gleaming purple crystal, marble, and mother of pearl. They served the drinks in cups made of gold, and each cup was different. The king made sure there was plenty of royal wine. The rule about the drinks was no limits. The king had ordered everyone serving wine in the palace to offer as much as each guest wanted. At the same time, Queen Vashti held a feast for women in King Ahasuerus' palace. On the 7th day, when wine had put the king in high spirits, he gave an order to Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagna, Zethar, and Carcass, the 7 eunuchs who served King Ahasuerus personally. They were to bring Queen Vashti before him wearing the royal crown. She was gorgeous, and he wanted to show off her beauty, both to the general public and to his important guests. But Queen Vashti refused to come as the king had ordered through the eunuchs. The king was furious, his anger boiling inside. Now, when a need arose, the king would often talk with certain very smart people about the best way to handle it. They were people who knew the kingdom's written laws and what judges had decided about cases in the past. The ones he talked with most often were Karshana, Shetar, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsana, and Memucan. They were 7 very important people in Persia and Media who, as the king's highest leaders, were in the king's inner circle. So the king said to them, "According to the law, what should I do with Queen Vashti since she didn't do what King Ahasuerus ordered her through the eunuchs?" Then Memucan spoke up in front of the kings and the officials. "Queen Vashti," he said, "has done something wrong, not just to the king himself. She has also done wrong to all the officials and the peoples in the provinces of King Ahasuerus. This is the reason. News of what the queen did will reach all women, making them look down on their husbands. They will say, 'King Ahasuerus ordered servants to bring Queen Vashti before him, but she refused to come.' This very day, the important women of Persia and Media who hear about the queen will tell the royal officials the same thing. There will be no end of put-downs and arguments. Now, if the king wishes, let him send out a royal order and have it written into the laws of Persia and Media, laws no one can ever change. It should say that Vashti will never again come before King Ahasuerus. It should also say that the king will give her royal palace to someone better than she. When the order becomes public through the whole empire, vast as it is,
all women will treat their husbands properly. The rule should touch everyone, whether from an important family or not. The king liked the plan, as did the other men, and he did just what Memucan said. He sent written orders to all the king's provinces. Each province received it written in its own alphabet, and each people received it in its own language. It said that each husband should rule over his own house. Sometime later, when King Ahasuerus was less angry, he remembered Vashti, what she had done, and what he had decided about her. So his young male servants said, "Let the king have a search made for beautiful young women who haven't yet married. And let the king choose certain people in all the royal provinces to lead the search. Have them bring all the beautiful young women together to the fortified part of Susa, to the women's house, to the care of Hegai, the king's eunuch, in charge of the women, so that he might provide beauty treatments for them. Let the young woman who pleases you the most take Vashti's place as queen." The king liked the plan and implemented it. Now, there was a Jew in the fortified part of Susa whose name was Mordecai, Jair's son. He came from the family line of Shimei and Kish. He was a Benjamite. Benjamites had been taken into exile away from Jerusalem along with the group, which included Judah's king Jeconiah, whom Babylon's king Nebuchadnezzar exiled to Babylon. Mordecai had been a father to Hadassah, that is, Esther, though she was really his cousin, because she had neither father nor mother. The girl had a beautiful figure and was lovely to look at. When her parents died, Mordecai had taken her to be his daughter. When the king's order and his new law became public, many women were gathered into the fortified part of Susa under the care of Hegai. Esther was also taken to the palace to the care of Hegai, the one in charge of the women. The young woman pleased him and won his kindness. He quickly began her beauty treatments and gave her carefully chosen foods. He also gave her 7 servants selected from among the palace servants and moved her and her servants into the nicest rooms in the women's house. Esther hadn't told anyone her race and family background because Mordecai had ordered her not to. Each day found Mordecai pacing back and forth along the wall in front of the women's house to learn how Esther was doing and what they were doing with her. According to the rules for women, the moment for each young woman to go to King Ahasuerus came at the end of 12 months. She had 6 months of treatment with pleasant-smelling creams and 6 months with fragrant oils and other treatments for women. So this is how the young woman would go to the king. They gave her everything that she asked to take with her from the women's house to the palace. In the evening, she would go in, and the next morning she would return to the second women's house under the care of Shashgaz. He was the king's eunuch in charge of the secondary wives. She would never go to the king again unless he was so pleased that he called for her by name. Soon the moment came for Esther, daughter of Mordecai's uncle Abihail, whom Mordecai had taken as his own daughter, to go to the king. But she asked for nothing except what Hegai, the king's eunuch in charge of the women, told her. Esther kept winning the favor of everyone who saw her. Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus, to his own palace, in the 10th month, that is, the month of Tevet, in the 7th year of his rule. The king loved Esther more than all the other women. She had won his love and his favor more than all the others. He placed the royal crown on her head and made her ruler in place of Vashti. The king held a magnificent, lavish feast, the Feast of Esther, for all his officials and courtiers. He declared a public holiday for the provinces and gave out gifts with royal generosity. When they gathered the young women to the second women's house, Mordecai was working for the king at the king's gate. Esther still wasn't telling anyone her family background and race, just as Mordecai had ordered her. She continued to do what Mordecai said, just as she did when she was in his care. At that time, as Mordecai continued to work at the king's gate, 2 royal eunuchs, Bigthan and Teresh, became angry with King Ahasuerus. They were among the guards protecting the doorway to the king, but they secretly planned to kill him. When Mordecai got wind of it, he reported it to Queen Esther. She spoke to the king about it, saying the information came from Mordecai. The matter was investigated and found to be true, so the 2 men were impaled on pointed poles. A report about the event was written in the royal record, with the king present.
Hello, everybody. My name is Laura Rodriguez, and today I will be reading Esther 3-5. Haman's plot to destroy the Jews. After these events, King Ahasuerus honored Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, elevating him and giving him a seat of honor higher than that of all other nobles. All the royal officials at the king's gate knelt down and paid honor to Haman, for the king had commanded this concerning him. But Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor. Then the royal officials at the king's gate asked Mordecai, "Why do you disobey the king's command?" Day after day they spoke to him, but he refused to comply. Therefore they told Haman about it to see whether Mordecai's behavior would be tolerated, for he had told them he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor, he was enraged. Yet, having learned who Mordecai's people were, he scorned the idea of killing only Mordecai. Instead, Haman looked for a way to destroy all of Mordecai's people, the Jews, throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus. In the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, in the first month, the month of Nisan, the pur, that is, the lot, was cast in the presence of Haman to select a day and a month. And the lot fell on the 12th month, the month of Adar. Then Haman said to King Ahasuerus, "There is a certain kind of people, the spirit among the people in all the provinces of your kingdom, who keep themselves separate. Their customs are different from those of other people, and they do not obey the king's laws. It is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them. If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued to destroy them, and I will give 10,000 talents of silver to the king's administrator for the royal treasury." So the king took his signet ring from his finger and gave it to Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. "Keep the money," the king said to Haman, "and do with the people as you please." Then, on the 13th day of the first month, the royal secretaries were summoned. They were out in the script. They wrote out in the script of each province and in the language of each people all Haman's orders to the king satraps, the governor of the various provinces, and the noble of various people. These were written in the name of King Ahasuerus himself and sealed with his own ring. Dispatches were sent by couriers to all the king's provinces with the order to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the Jews, young and old, women and children, on a single day, the 12th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued as law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality, so they would be ready for that day. The couriers went out, spurred on by the king's command, and the edict was issued in the citadel of Susa. The king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was bewildered. Mordecai persuades Esther to help. When Mordecai learned of all that had been done, he tore his clothes, put on a sackcloth and ashes, and went out into the city, wailing loudly and bitterly. But he went only as far as the king's gate, because no one clothed in sackcloth was allowed to enter it. In every province to which the edict and orders of the king came, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, weeping, and wailing. Many laid in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's and eunuchs and female attendants came and told her about Mordecai, she was in great distress. She sent clothes for him to put on instead of his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. Then Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs assigned to attend her, and ordered him to find out what was troubling Mordecai and why. So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the open square of the city in front of the king's gate. Mordecai told him everything that had happened to him, including the exact amount of money Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury for the destruction of the Jews. He also gave him a copy of the text of the edict for their animation, which had been published in Susa, to show to Esther and explain it to her. And he told him to instruct her to go into the king's presence to beg for mercy and to plead with him for her people. Hathach went back and reported to Esther what Mordecai had said. Then she instructed him to say to Mordecai, "All the king's officials and the people of the royal provinces know that for any man or woman who approaches the king in the inner court without being summoned, the king has but one law, that they be put to death unless the king extends the royal scepter to them and spares their life. But 30 days have passed since I was called to go to the king." When Esther's words were reported to Mordecai, he sent back this answer: "Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all Jews will escape. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place. But you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this." Then Esther sent this reply to Mordecai: "Go gather together all the Jews who are in Susa and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my attendants will fast as you do. When this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." So Mordecai went away and carried out all of Esther's instructions. Esther's request to the king. On the third day, Esther put on her royal robes and stood in the inner court of the palace in front of the king's hall. The king was sitting on his royal throne in the hall, facing the entrance. When he saw Queen Esther standing in the court, he was pleased with her and held out the gold scepter that was in his hand. So Esther approached and touched the tip of the scepter. Then the king asked, "What is it, Queen Esther? What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be given to you." "If it pleases the king," Esther replied, "let the king, together with Haman, come today to a banquet I have prepared for him." "Bring Haman at once," the king said, "so that we may do what Esther asks." So the king and Haman went to the banquet Esther had prepared. As they were drinking wine, the king asked again, "Esther, now what is your petition? It will be given to you. And what is your request?" "Even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted." Esther replied, "My petition and my request is this. If the king regards me with favor, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet I will prepare for them. Then I will answer the king's question." Haman's rage against Mordecai. Haman went out that day happy and in high spirit. But when he saw Mordecai at the king's gate and observed that he neither rose nor showed fear in his presence, he was filled with rage against Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself and went home. Calling together his friends and Zeresh, his wife, Haman boasted to them about his vast wealth, his many sons, and all the ways the king had honored him and how he had elevated him above the other nobles and officials. And that's not all, Haman added. "I'm the only person Queen Esther invited to accompany the king to the banquet she gave. And she has invited me along with the king tomorrow. But all this gives me no satisfaction as long as I see that Jew Mordecai sitting at the king's gate." His wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, "Have a pole set up, reaching to the height of 50 cubits, and ask the king in the morning to have Mordecai impaled on it. Then go with the king to the banquet and enjoy yourself." This suggestion delighted Haman, and he had the pole set up.
Hi, I'm Elena, and this is my daughter Gianna and our dog Muffin.
And we live in Bali, Indonesia.
We will be reading Esther 6 to 8. I will read Esther 6 in Bahasa Indonesia, and then she will read Esther 7 in English, and I will read Esther 8 in Bahasa Bali. Esther 6. Raja menghormati Mordekai. Pada malam itu juga raja tidak dapat tidur. Sebab itu ia minta diambilkan buku catatan sejarah kerajaan dan menyuruh orang membacakannya. Di dalamnya didapatinya catatan bahwa Mordekai telah melaporkan usaha pembunuhan terhadap raja yang direncanakan oleh Bigtan dan Teres, kedua pejabat khusus yang menjaga kamar raja. Raja bertanya, penghormatan dan balas jasa apa yang telah diberikan kepada Mordekai itu? Pelayan-pelayan menjawab, dia tidak menerima apa-apa. Lalu berkatalah raja, siapa dari pegawaiku yang ada di istana sekarang? Kebetulan Haman baru saja masuk ke halaman istana. Ia hendak minta izin kepada raja untuk menggantung Mordekai pada tiang yang telah didirikan itu. Pelayan-pelayan itu menjawab kepada raja, Haman ada di istana dan ia ingin menghadap Baginda. Suruh dia masuk, kata raja. Setelah Haman masuk, raja berkata kepadanya, ada yang hendak kuberi penghormatan besar. Apakah yang akan kuperbuat untuknya? Pikir Haman, siapa lagi yang akan diberi penghormatan begitu besar oleh raja? Pasti aku. Sebab itu ia menjawab, hendaknya orang itu diambilkan pakaian kebesaran yang biasanya dipakai oleh Baginda sendiri. Lalu kuda Baginda dihias dengan lambang-lambang kerajaan. Seorang pembesar negara dari golongan bangsawan harus mengenakan pakaian itu kepada orang yang hendak Baginda hormati itu. Lalu mengarak orang itu dengan mengendarai kuda Baginda melalui lapangan kota. Pembesar itu akan berjalan di depannya sambil berseru-seru. Beginilah raja memberikan penghargaan kepada orang yang dihormatinya. Lalu berkatalah raja kepada Haman, cepat, ambillah pakaian dan kuda itu, dan berikanlah segala penghormatan itu kepada Mordekai, orang Yahudi itu. Perbuatlah seperti yang kau katakan tadi, tanpa mengurangi satupun. Dia dapat kau jumpai sedang duduk di depan pintu gerbang istana. Lalu Haman mengambil pakaian dan kuda itu dan mengenakan pakaian itu kepada Mordekai. Setelah Mordekai menaiki kuda itu, Haman mengaraknya melalui lapangan kota sambil berseru-seru, lihat, beginilah raja memberi penghargaan kepada orang yang dihormatinya. Setelah itu, Mordekai kembali ke pintu gerbang istana, tetapi Haman buru-buru pulang. Ia tak mau dilihat orang karena ia malu sekali. maka diselubunginya mukanya. Kepada istri dan semua temannya, ia menceritakan apa yang telah dialaminya. Kemudian istrinya dan teman-temannya yang bijaksana itu berkata kepadanya, "Engkau mulai kalah kuat dengan Mordekai. Dia orang Yahudi dan engkau tidak dapat melawannya. Dia pasti akan mengalahkan engkau." Sementara mereka masih berbicara dengan Haman, para pejabat istana datang dengan tergesa-gesa hendak mengantarkan Haman ke perjamuan yang diadakan Esther. We will now read Esther 7.
When the king and Haman came in for the banquet with Queen Esther, the queen said to her, "This is the second day we've met for wine. What is your wish, Queen Esther? I'll give it to you. And what do you want? I'll do anything, even give you half the kingdom."
You said the queen instead of the king.
Oh,
So, jadi mulai lagi dari Esther 7. So, we will start with Esther 7.
okay. When the king and Haman came in for the banquet with Queen Esther, the king said to her, "This is the second day we've met for wine. What is your wish, Queen Esther? I'll give it to you. And what do you want? I'll do anything, even give you half the kingdom." Queen Esther answered, "If I please the king, and if the king wishes, give me my life, that's my wish, and the lives of my people too, that's my desire. We have been sold, I and my people, to be wiped out, killed, and destroyed. If we simply had been sold as male and female slaves, I would have said nothing, but no enemy can compensate the king for this kind of damage." King Ahasuerus said to Queen Esther, "Who is this person and where is he? Who would dare do such a thing?" Esther replied, "A man who hates, an enemy, this wicked Haman." Haman was overcome with terror in the presence of the king and queen. Furious, the king got up and left the banquet for the palace garden. But Haman stood up to beg Queen Esther for his life. He saw clearly that the king's mood meant a bad end for him. The king returned from the palace garden to the banquet room, just as Haman was kneeling on the couch where Esther was reclining. "Will you even molest the queen while I am in this house?" the king said. The words had barely left the king's mouth before covering Haman's face with dread. Harbana, one of the eunuchs serving the king, said, "Sir, look, there's the steak that Haman made for Mordecai, the man who spoke up and did something good for the king. It's standing at Haman's house, 75 feet high. Impale him on it," the king ordered. So they impaled Haman on the very pole that he had set up for Mordecai, and the king's anger went away.
Esther 8 in the Balinese language. Ring rahinane punika ugi sang Prabu Ahasuerus laris maicayang ring sang prameswari Esther sakancan paderbean dane Haman peseh wong Yahudine punika. Sang prameswari laris muningayang ring sang Prabu mungguing dane Mordekai punika kantun makadang ring sang prameswari. Ngawit saking rahinane punika dane Mordekai kalugra tangkil ring ajeng ide sang Prabu. Ida sang Prabu tumuli ngelus alin-alin idane sane madaging cap, sane sampun ambil ida saking dane Haman, tul kapai cayang ring dane Mordekai. Kadi asa punika taler sang prameswari Esther misalayang sakancan paderben dane Haman, mangda ketangang antuk dane Mordekai. Sasampun punika sang prameswari Esther malih matur ring ida sang Prabu sarwi matedo saha nangis ring cokol ida sang Prabu. Sang prameswari mapinunas ring ida sang Prabu, mangda ida ledang ngandek rerincikan jaat sane makakan diantuk dane Haman katurunan Agage marep ring wong Yahudine. Ida sang Prabu nudingang teteken mas idane ring sang prameswari, duaning punika sang prameswari laris matangi tur matut sapuniki. "Oduh sang Prabu, yeneng mantuk ring kayun iratune, yeneng palungguh iratu ledang ring titiang, tur yeneng indika punika kapi kayun becek antuk palungguh iratu. Laring sangja medalang perintah buat ngandek perintah-perintah dane Hamane punika. Sane sampun kaprentahang antuk okan dane Hamendata katurunan sang Prabu Agage punika, Sane dagingipun mangda makasami wong Yahudi ring saku jagat druene sakasir nayang. Nenten sida antuk titiang nanang yening bencanane punika ni benin bangsan titiange tur kadang wargan titiange kapademang. Ida Sang Prabu Ahasweros tumuli ngandika ring Sang Prameswari Esther miwaharing dane Mordekai sapuniki. Glai subangantung i Haman sawile ia ngai reruncikan jat marep teken wong Yahudine tur pagelahane suba paicayang gelah teken adi Esther. Nanging perintah ane kawedalang walantaran parap Sang Prabu tur kacakbaan stempel kaprabone pusing dadi buungan. Nanging yadi astu keto tulis ya surat pabuat wong Yahudine apa jat keneh adine ngurahang. Buina adi dadi nulis surate entong nganggon adan beline tur kacap nganggon stempel kaprabone. Dawek punika nuju tanggal 23 ring sasih naksane kaping 3 inggih punika sasih siwan. Dane Mordekai tumuli ngesengen para sekretaris Sang Prabune laris nikteak surat-surat pabuat wong Yahudi, pabuat para gubernur, para pegawai miwah para prakangge sane wonten ring 127 provinsi saking India kantos rauh ring Sudan. Surat-surate punika katulis manut basa miwah aksaran masing-asing provinsi ini tur sane pabuat wong Yahudi katulis nganggen basa miwah aksaran nyane. Dane Mordekai ngandika yang mangda surat-surate punika katulis sajeroning para ida Sang Prabu Ahasweros tur kacap antuk stempel kaprabone. Surat-surate punika laris kabata antuk utusan sane nunggang kuda inggih punika kuda truan ida Sang Prabu sane pecat-pecat. Surat-surate punika nerangang mungguing Sang Prabu lu lain wong Yahudine ring sakancan kotane Nabdabang dewe jaga pada saya gamu buat melanin dewe kipune. Yening ipun kagebuk antuk anak masa nyata saking provinsi miwah bangsa punapi jua ipun dados ngelawan pasukannya punika turun ngama demang kantos rauh somah miwah pianak imeseh. Ipun dados nyirnayang imeseh kantos telas tur nyala arta beranan nyane. Perintah punika dados kalaksana yang ring saku panegara Krusiane ring rahina sane sampun kapas tika yang buat jaga ngama demang wong Yahudine inggih punika tanggal 13 sasih Adar sasih sane kaping 11. Surate punika mangda kawarah-warahan dados undang-undang mangda kuningin antuk asing-asing anak ring sakancan provinsi-provinsine mangda wong Yahudine ngrasi dayang ngwales rikalaning ipun katempuh untuk masehipune. Saking perintah ida Sang Prabu para pun nunggang kuda punika nunggang kuda-kuda druen Sang Prabune tur malai bang kudane punika sabecat-becatipun. Perintah punika taler kawarah-warahang ring ibu kota Susan. Dan Mordekai medal saking puisahang langsung busana kagungan sane mawarna biru putih, busana sane kakardi antuk lenen ungu, tur dane ngangge gelungan mas sane becek pisan. Margi-margine ring Susan kalikuk antuk kabunganan miwah surya kaliangan. Santukan wong Yahudine sampun rumasa lega, sukarena miwah rumasa polih kamenangan. Ring sakancan kota miwah provinsi genah perintah Sang Prabu punika kawajen wong Yahudine ngwen tenang relainan kaliangan sarwi mapesta miwah masuk kasukan. Akeh rakyate iri kang granjing dados anak Yahudi duaning ipun ajering ring bangsa Yahudi.
I'm Sarah and I'll be reading from Esther 9 to 10 and Job 1. Esther 9. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the edict commanded by the king was to be carried out. On this day the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them, but now the tables were turned and the Jews got the upper hand over those who hated them. The Jews assembled in their cities in all the provinces of King Xerxes to attack those determined to destroy them. No one could stand against them, because the people of all the other nationalities were afraid of them. And all the nobles of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, and the king's administrators helped the Jews, because fear of Mordecai had seized them. Mordecai was prominent in the palace. His reputation spread throughout the provinces, and he became more and more powerful. The Jews struck down all their enemies with the sword, killing and destroying them, and they did what they pleased to those who hated them. In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men. They also killed Parshandata, Dalphon, Espata, Purata, Adalia, Aridata, Parmashta, Arisai, Aridai, and Vaizata, the 10 sons of Haman, son of Hamedata, the enemy of the Jews. But they did not lay their hands on the plunder. The number of those killed in the citadel of Susa was reported to the king that same day. The king said to Queen Esther, "The Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men and the 10 sons of Haman in the citadel of Susa. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now, what is your petition? It will be given you. What is your request? It will also be granted." "If it pleases the king," Esther answered, "give the Jews in Susa permission to carry out this day's edicts tomorrow also, and let Haman's 10 sons be impaled on poles." So the king commanded that this be done. An edict was issued in Susa, and they impaled the 10 sons of Haman. The Jews in Susa came together on the 14th day of the month of Adar, and they put to death in Susa 300 men, but they did not lay their hands on the plunder. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Jews who were in the king's provinces also assembled to protect themselves and get relief from their enemies. They killed 75,000 of them, but did not lay their hands on the plunder. This happened on the 13th day of the month of Adar, and on the 14th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. The Jews in Susa, however, had assembled on the 13th and 14th, and then on the 15th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. That is why rural Jews, those living in villages, observe the 14th of the month of Adar as a day of joy and feasting, a day for giving presents to each other. Mordecai recorded these events, and he sent letters to all the Jews throughout the provinces of King Xerxes near and far, to have them celebrate annually the 14th and 15th days of the month of Adar, as the time when the Jews got relief from their enemies, and as the month when their sorrow was turned into joy, and their mourning into a day of celebration. He wrote them to observe the day as days of feasting and joy, and giving presents of food to one another and gifts to the poor. So the Jews agreed to continue the celebration they had begun, doing what Mordecai had written to them. For Haman, son of Hamedata, the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast the pur, that is, the lot, for their ruin and destruction. But when the plot came to the king's attention, he issued written orders that the evil scheme Haman had devised against the Jews should come back on his own head, and that he and his sons should be impaled on poles. Therefore these days were called Purim, from the word pure. Because of everything written in this letter, and because of what they had seen and what had happened to them, the Jews took it on themselves to establish the custom that they and their descendants and all who join them should without fail observe these 2 days every year, in the way prescribed and at the time appointed. These days should be remembered and observed in every generation by every family, and in every province and in every city. And these days of Purim should never fail to be celebrated by the Jews, nor should the memory of these days die out among their descendants. So Queen Esther, daughter of Abihail, along with Mordecai the Jew, wrote with full authority to confirm the second letter concerning Purim. And Mordecai sent letters to all the Jews in the 127 provinces of Xerxes' kingdom, words of goodwill and assurance, to establish these days of Purim at their designated times, as Mordecai the Jew and Queen Esther had decreed for them, and as they had established for themselves and their descendants in regard to their times of fasting and lamentation. Esther's decree confirmed these regulations about Purim, and it was written down in the records. Right. Esther chapter 10. King Xerxes imposed tribute throughout the empire to its distant shores, and all his acts of power and might, together with a full account of the greatness of Mordecai, whom the king had promoted, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Media and Persia? Mordecai the Jew was second in rank to King Xerxes, preeminent among the Jews, and held in high esteem by his many fellow Jews, because he worked for the good of his people and spoke up for the welfare of all the Jews. This is Job chapter 1. In the land of Uz there lived a man whose name was Job. This man was blameless and upright. He feared God and shunned evil. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he owned 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 donkeys, and had a large number of servants. He was the greatest man among all the people of the East. His sons used to hold feasts in their homes and on their birthdays, and they would invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. When a period of feasting had run its course, Job would make arrangements for them to be purified. Early in the morning he would sacrifice a burnt offering for each of them, thinking, "Perhaps my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts." This was Job's regular custom. One day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. The Lord said to Satan, "Where have you come from?" Satan answered the Lord, "From roaming throughout the earth, going back and forth on it." Then the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil." "Does Job fear God for nothing?" Satan replied. "Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? You have blessed the work of his hands, so that his flocks and herds are spread throughout the land. But now stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." The Lord said to Satan, "Very well then, everything he has is in your power, but on the man himself do not lay a finger." Then Satan went out from the presence of the Lord. One day, when Job's sons and daughters were feasting and drinking wine at the oldest brother's house, a messenger came to Job and said, "The oxen were plowing and the donkeys were grazing nearby, and the Sabaeans attacked and made off with them. They put the servants to the sword, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, "The fire of God fell from the heavens and burned up the sheep and the servants, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, "The Chaldeans formed 3 raiding parties and swept down on your camels and made off with them. They put the servants to the sword, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, yet another messenger came and said, "Your sons and daughters were feasting and drinking wine at the oldest brother's house, when suddenly a mighty wind swept in from the desert and struck the 4 corners of the house. It collapsed on them, and they are dead, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." At this, Job got up and tore his robe and shaved his head. Then he fell to the ground in worship and said, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I will depart. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." In all this, Job did not sin by charging God with wrongdoing.
My name is Rosie Pereira, and I am going to be reading Job chapters 2, 3, 4, and 5. One day the divine beings came to present themselves before the Lord. The adversary also came among them to present himself before the Lord. The Lord said to the adversary, "Where have you come from?" The adversary answered the Lord, "From wandering throughout the earth." The Lord said to the adversary, "Have you thought about my servant Job? For there is no one like him on earth, a man who is honest, who is of absolute integrity, who reveres God and avoids evil. He still holds on to his integrity, even though you incited me to ruin him for no reason." The adversary responded to the Lord, "Skin for skin. People will give up everything they have in exchange for their lives. But stretch out your hand and strike his bones and flesh. Then he will definitely curse you to your face." The Lord answered the adversary, "There he is, within your power. Only preserve his life." The adversary departed from the Lord's presence and struck Job with severe sores from the sole of his foot to the top of his head. Job took a piece of broken pottery to scratch himself and sat down on a mound of ashes. Job's wife said to him, "Are you still clinging to your integrity? Curse God and die." Job said to her, "You're talking like a foolish woman. Will we receive good from God, but not also receive bad?" In all this, Job didn't sin with his lips. When Job's 3 friends heard about all this disaster that had happened to him, they came, each one of his home, Eliphaz from Teman, Bildad from Shuah, and Zophar of Naamah. They agreed to come so they could console and comfort him. When they looked up from a distance and didn't recognize him, they wept loudly. Each one tore his garment and scattered dust above his head toward the sky. They sat with Job on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, not speaking a word to him, for they saw that he was in excruciating pain. Chapter 3. Afterward, Job spoke up and cursed the day he was born. Job said, "Perish the day I was born, the night someone said, a boy has been conceived. That day, let it be darkness. May God above ignore it, and light not shine on it. May deepest darkness claim it, and a cloud linger over it. May all that darkens the day terrify it. May gloom seize that night. May it not be counted in the days of a year. May it not appear in the months. May that night be childless. May no happy singing come in it. May those who curse the day curse it, those with enough skill to awaken Leviathan. May its evening stars stay dark. May it wait in vain for light. May it not see dawn's gleam, because it didn't close the doors of my mother's womb, didn't hide trouble from my eyes. Why didn't I die at birth, come forth from the womb and die? Why did knees receive me and breasts let me nurse? For now I would be lying down quietly. I'd sleep. Rest would be mine, with kings and earth's advisors, who rebuild ruins for themselves, or with princes who have gold, who fill their houses with silver. Or why wasn't I like a buried, miscarried infant, like babies who never see light? There the wicked rage no more. There the weak rest. Prisoners are entirely at ease. They don't hear a boss's voice. Both small and great are there. A servant is free from his masters. Why is light given to the hard worker, life to those bitter of soul, those waiting in vain for death, who search for it more than for treasure, who rejoice excitedly, who are thrilled when they find a grave? Why is light given to the person whose way is hidden, whom God has fenced in? My groans become my bread. My roars pour out like water, because I was afraid of something awful, and it arrived. And it arrived. What I dreaded came to me. I had no ease, quiet, or rest, and trembling came. Then Eliphaz, a native of Teman, responded, "If one tries to answer you, will you be annoyed? But who can hold words back? Look, you've instructed many and given strength to drooping hands. Your words have raised up the falling. You've steadied failing knees, but now it comes to you, and you are dismayed. It has struck you, and you are frightened. Isn't your religion the source of your confidence, the integrity of your conduct, the source of your hope? Think, what innocent person has ever perished? When have those who do the right thing been destroyed? As I've observed, those who plow sin and sow trouble will harvest it. When God breathes deeply, they perish. By a breath of his nostril, they are annihilated. The roar of a lion and snarl of the king of beasts, yet the teeth of lions are shattered. The lion perishes without prey, and its cubs are scattered. But a word sneaked up on me. My ears caught a hint of it. In profound thoughts, visions of night, when deep sleep falls on people, fear and dread struck me. All of my bones shook. A breeze swept by my face. The hair of my skin bristled. It stopped. I didn't recognize its visible form, although a figure was in front of my eyes. Silence. Then I heard a voice. Can a human be more righteous than God? A person purer than their maker? If he doesn't trust his servants and levels a charge against his messengers, how much less those who dwell in houses of clay, whose foundations are in dust, and who are crushed like a moth? They are smashed between morning and evening. They perish forever without anyone knowing. Isn't their tent cord pulled up? They die without wisdom. Chapter 5. Call out. Will anyone answer you? To which Holy One will you turn? Surely anger can kill the foolish. Fury can kill the simple. I've seen the foolish take root and promptly curse their house. Their children are far from safety. crushed in the gate without a deliverer. The hungry devour their crops. It's taken even from the thorns, and the thirsty pant after their yield. Surely trouble doesn't come from dust, nor does distress sprout from the ground. Surely humans are born to distress, just as sparks rise up. But I would seek God, put my case to God, who does great things beyond comprehension, wonderful things without number, who provides rain over the earth's surface, sends water to the open country, exalts the lowly, raises mourners to victory, who frustrates the schemes of the clever so that their hands achieve no success, trapping the wise in their cleverness so that the plans of the devious don't succeed. They encounter darkness during the day, and at noon they fumble about as at night. Yet he rescues the orphan from the sword of their mouth, the needy from the grip of the strong. So the poor have hope, and violence shuts its mouth. Look, happy is the person whom God corrects. So don't reject the Almighty's instruction. He injures, but he binds up. He strikes, but his hands heal. From 6 adversities he will deliver you. From 7 harm won't touch you. In famine he will ransom you from death. In war from the power of the sword. You will be hidden from the tongue's sting, and you won't fear destruction when it comes. You will laugh at destruction and hunger. You won't be afraid of wild beasts, for you will make an agreement with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field will be at peace with you. You will know that your tent is secure. You will examine your home and miss nothing. You will know that you'll have many children. Your offspring will be like the grass of the earth. You will come to your grave in old age, as bundles of grain stacked up at harvest time. Look, we've searched this out, and so it is. Listen and find out for yourself.
My name is Scott Albrecht. I'm reading Job chapters 6 through 8. Job responded, "Oh, that my grief were actually weighed, all of it were lifted up in scales. For now it's heavier than the sands of the sea. Therefore my words are rash. The Almighty's arrows are in me, my spirit drinks their poison, and God's terrors are arrayed against me. Does a donkey bray over grass, or an ox bellow over its fodder? Is tasteless food eaten without salt, or does egg white have taste? I refuse to touch them. They resemble food for the sick. Oh, that what I've requested would come, and God grant my hope. That God be willing to crush me, release his hand, and cut me off. I'd still take comfort, relieved even though in persistent pain, for I've not denied the words of the Holy One. What is my strength that I should hope? My end, that life should drag on? Is my strength that of rocks, my flesh bronze? I don't have a helper for myself. Success has been taken from me. Are friends loyal to the one who despairs, or do they stop fearing the Almighty? My companions are treacherous like a stream in the desert, like channels that overrun their stream beds, like those darkened by thawing ice in which snow is obscured, but that stop flowing in dry times and vanish from their channels in heat. Caravans turn aside from their path, and they go up into untamed areas and perish. Caravans from Tema look, merchants from Sheba hope for it. They are ashamed that they trusted. They arrived and are dismayed. That's what you are like. You see something awful and are afraid. Have I said, give me something, offer a bribe from your wealth for me? Rescue me from the hand of my enemy? Ransom me from the grip of the ruthless? Instruct me and I'll be quiet. Inform me how I've erred. How painful are truthful words. But what do your condemnations accomplish? Do you intend to correct my words, to treat the words of a hopeless man as wind? Would you even gamble over an orphan, barter away your friend? Now look at me. Would I lie to your face? Turn, don't be faithless. Turn now, I am righteous. Is there a wrong on my tongue, or can my mouth not recognize disaster? Isn't slavery everyone's condition on earth? Our days like those of a hired worker? Like a slave, we pant for a shadow, await our task like a hired worker. So I have inherited months of emptiness. Nights of toil have been measured out for me. If I lie down and think, when will I get up? Night drags on, and restless thoughts fill me until dawn. My flesh is covered with worms and crusted earth. My skin hardens and oozes. My days are swifter than weaver's shuttle. They reach their end without hope. Remember that my life is wind. My eyes won't see pleasure again. The eye that sees me now will no longer look on me. Your eyes will be on me, and I won't exist. A cloud breaks apart and moves on, like the one who descends to the grave and won't rise, won't return home again, won't be recognized in town anymore. But I won't keep quiet. I will speak in the adversity of my spirit, groan in the bitterness of my life. Am I sea or the sea monster that you place me under guard? If I say, my couch will comfort me, my bed will diminish my murmuring, you scare me with dreams, you frighten me with visions. I would choose strangling and death instead of my bones. I reject life. I don't want to live long. Leave me alone, for my days are empty. What are human beings that you exalt them, that you take note of them, visit them each morning, test them every moment? Why not look away from me? Let me alone until I swallow my spit. If I sinned, what did I do to you, guardian of people? Why have you made me your target, so that I'm burdened to myself? Why not forgive my sin, overlook my iniquity? Then I would lie down in dust. Then you would search hard for me, and I would not exist. Bildad from Shua responded, How long will you mouth such things that your utterances become a strong wind? Does God pervert justice, or does the Almighty distort what is right? If your children sinned against him, then he delivered them into the power of their rebellion. If you will search eagerly for God, plead with the Almighty. If you are pure and do the right thing, then surely he will become active on your behalf and reward your innocent dwelling. Although your former state was ordinary, your future will be extraordinary. Ask a previous generation and verify the findings of your ancestors. For we are only recently here and don't know, because our days on earth are a shadow. Won't they instruct you and tell you? Will words not proceed from their hearts? Does papyrus grow apart from a marsh? Does a reed flourish without water? While still tender, uncut, it will wither before every other grass. So are the paths of all who forget God. Hope perishes for the godless, whose confidence is a fragile thing, their trust a spider's web. He leans on it and it doesn't stand, grasps it and it can't remain in place. It's like a well-watered plant in the sun. Its runners spread over its gardens. Its roots are entwined over a pile of rocks, for it sees a home among stones. If it's uprooted from its place, it lies, saying, I can't see you. Surely its way is a joy, for from the dust other plants sprout. Surely God won't reject integrity, won't strengthen the hand of the wicked. He will still fill your mouth with joy, your lips with a victorious shout. Those who hate you will be clothed with shame, and the tent of the wicked will vanish.
I am Eber Rice Smoker reading Job 1 through Job 12:25. Job responded, I know for certain that this is so, and how can anyone be innocent before God? If one wants to contend with him, he won't answer 1 in 1,000. He is wise and powerful. Who can resist him and prosper? Who removes mountains and they are unaware? Who overthrows them in anger? Who shakes the earth from its place and its pillars shudder? Who commands the sun and it does not rise, even seals up the stars? Stretched out the heavens alone, trod on the waves of the sea, made the Bear and Orion, Pleiades and the southern constellations. does great and unsearchable things, wonders beyond number. If God goes by me, I can't see him. He glides past. I can't perceive him. If he seizes, who can bring back? Who can say to him, "What are you doing?" God won't retract his anger. The helpers of Rahab bow beneath him, yet I myself will answer him. I'll choose my words in a contest with him. Even if I'm innocent, I can't answer. I must plead for justice. If I were to call and he answered me, I couldn't believe that he heard my voice. Who bruises me with the tempest and multiplies my wounds for no reason? He doesn't let me catch my breath, for he fills me with bitterness. If the issue is strength, behold, power. If justice, who calls God to meet me? If I'm innocent, my mouth condemns me. I have integrity, but God declares me perverse. I'm blameless, yet I don't know myself. I reject my life. It's all the same. Therefore I say, God destroys the blameless and the sinners. If calamity suddenly kills, he mocks at the slaying of innocents. The earth is handed over to the wicked. He covers the faces of its judges. If not God, then who does? My days are swifter than a runner. They flee and don't experience good. They sweep by like ships made of reeds as an eagle swoops on prey. If I say, I'll forget my lament and I'll put on a different face so I can smile, I'm still afraid of all my suffering. I know you won't declare me innocent. I myself am thought guilty. Why have I tried so hard in vain? If I wash myself with snow, purify my hands with soap, then you'll hurl me into a slimy pit so that my clothes detest me. God is not a man like me, someone I could answer, so that we could come together in court. Oh, that there were a mediator between us. He would lay his hand on both of us, remove his rod from me, so his fury wouldn't frighten me. Then I would speak, unafraid, for I'm not that way. I loathe my life. I will let loose my complaint. I will speak out of my own bitterness. I will say to God, don't declare me guilty. Tell me what you're accusing me of doing. Does it seem good to you that you oppress me, that you reject the work of your hands and cause the purpose of sinners to shine? Do you have physical eyes? Do you see like a human? Are your days like those of a human? Your years like those of a human? That you search for my wrongdoing and seek my sin? You know I'm not guilty, yet no one delivers me from your power. Your hands fashioned and made me, yet you want to destroy me utterly. Remember that you made me from clay, and you will return me to dust. Didn't you pour me out like milk, curdle me like cheese? You clothed me with skin and flesh, wove me from bones and sinews. Life and kindness you gave me, and you oversaw and preserved my breath. These things you hid in your heart. I know this is the case with you. If I sin and you observe me, you won't consider me innocent of wrongdoing. If I were guilty, doom me. If I'm innocent but can't lift my head, full of shame and facing my misery, I could boast like a lion, and you would hunt me. You would do awesome things to me again. You continue to send your witnesses against me. You increase your anger toward me, a swift army against me. Why did you let me emerge from the womb? I wish I had died without any eyes seeing me. Then I would be just as if I hadn't existed, taken from the belly to the grave. Aren't my few days coming to an end? Look away from me so I can brighten up a little before I go, and don't return to a land of deepest darkness, a land whose light is like gloom, utter darkness and confusion, such a light that shines like gloom. Zophar from Nemash responded, should any of these words go unanswered, or a wordy man be justified? Will your idle talk silence everyone? Will you mock and not be put to shame? You've said, my teaching is pure, and I'm clean in God's eyes. But oh, that God would speak and open his lips against you and tell you secrets of wisdom. For sound insight has two sides. Know that God lets some of your sin be forgotten. Can you find the secret of God or find the extent of the Almighty? They are higher than the heavens. What can you do? Deeper than the underworld. What can you know? It's a measurement longer than the earth and broader than the sea. If God passes by, imprisons someone, and causes a trial, who can stop him? He knows worthless people, sees sin, and certainly takes note. A stupid person becomes intelligent when a wild ass of a person is born tame. If you make your mind resolute and spread your palms to him, if you throw out the sin in your hands and don't let injustice dwell in your tents, then you will lift up your face without blemish. You will be secure and not fear. You will forget trouble. You will remember it as water that flows past. A lifespan will rise. Brighter than the noon darkness will be the morning. You will be secure, for there is hope. You will look around and rest safely. You will lie down without anyone to scare you. Many will beg for your favor. The eyes of the wicked will grow faint. Flight has vanished from them. Their hope is a dying gasp. Job responded, surely you are the people, and wisdom will die with you. I am also intelligent. I'm not inferior to you. Who isn't like these people? I'm a joke to friends who called to God, and he answered, the innocent and blameless one is a joke, a torch of contempt, one who is idle, a fixed point for slipping feet. Raiders' tents are prosperous, and God's provokers secure, who carry God in their hands. But ask Behemoth, and he will teach you. The birds in the sky, they will tell you. Or talk to the earth, it will teach you. The fish of the sea will recount it for you. Among all these, who hasn't known that the Lord's hand did this? In whose grasp is the life of everything, the breath of every person? Doesn't the ear test words, and the palate taste food? In old age is wisdom, understanding, and a long life. With him are wisdom and power, counsel and understanding are his. If he tears down, it can't be rebuilt. If he ties a person up, he can't be set free. If he restricts water, they have a drought. And if he lets it loose, it overturns the land. With him are might and success. The deceiver and the deceived are his. He leads his advisors away barefoot, makes madmen of judges, unties the belt of kings, binds a garment around their loins, leads priests away barefoot, overthrows the well-established, silences the talk of trusted people, takes away elders' discernment, pours contempt on royalty, loosens the belt of the strong, discloses deep secrets of darkness, and makes utter darkness enter the light, makes nations prominent and destroys them, expands nation and leads them astray, takes away the power to think from earth's leaders, making them wander in untraveled wastelands. They feel their way in the dark without light. He makes them stumble like drunks.
Jeff Miller, Job 13-16. Look, my eye has seen it all. My ear has heard and understood it. Just as you know, I also know. I'm not inferior to you, but I want to speak to the Almighty. I would gladly present my case to God. You, however, are plasterers of lies, ineffective healers, all of you. Would that you were completely quiet. That would be your wisdom. Hear my teaching and pay attention to the arguments of my lips. Will you speak injustice for God? Speak deceit on his behalf? Will you be partial or content for God? Will it go well when he searches you? Or can you fool him as you fool people? He will certainly correct you if you've been secretly partial. Wouldn't his majesty scare you and dread of him fall on you? Your old sayings are proverbs made of ashes. Your sayings, defenses made of clay. Be quiet, and I will speak, come what may. For what reason will I take my flesh in my teeth, put my life in jeopardy? He will slay me. I'm without hope. I will surely prove my way to his face. Also, this will be my vindication, that a godless person won't come before him. Listen closely to my words, so that my remarks will be in your ears. Look, I have laid out my case. I know that I'm innocent. Who would dare contend with me? For then I would be quiet and die. Only don't do two things to me, then I won't hide from your face. Remove your hand far from me, and don't terrify me with your anger. Then call, and I'll answer, or I'll speak, and you can reply. How many are my offenses and sins? Inform me about my rebellions and sins. Why hide your face from me, and consider me your enemy? Will you cause a wind-tossed leaf to tremble, or will you pursue dry straw? You even write bitter things about me, make me inherit my youthful indiscretions. You tie up my feet and restrict all actions. You stamp marks on the bottoms of my feet. Surely a person wastes away like refuge, like clothing that a moth eats. All of us are born of women, have few days, and are full of turmoil. Like a flower, we bloom, then wither, flee like a shadow, and don't last. Yes, you open your eyes on this one. You bring me into trial against you. Who can make pure from impure? Nobody. If our days are fixed in the number of our months with you, you set a statute and we can't exceed it. Look away from us that we may rest until we are satisfied like a worker at day's end. Indeed, there is hope for a tree if it's cut down and still sprouting, and its shoots don't fail. If its roots are age in the ground, and its stump dies in the dust, at the scent of water it will bud and produce sprouts like a plant. But a human dies and lies there. A person expires, and where is he? Water vanishes from the sea. A river dries up completely. But a human lies down and doesn't rise until the heavens cease. They don't get up and awaken from sleep. I wish you would hide me in the underworld. Conceal me until your anger passes. Set a time for me and remember me. If people die, will they live again? All the days of my service, I would wait until my restoration took place. You would call and I would answer you. You would long for your handiwork. Though you now number my steps, you would not keep record of my sin. My rebellion is sealed in a bag. You would cover my sin. But an eroding mountain breaks up, and rock is displaced. Water wears away boulders, floods carry away soil. You destroy a people's hope. You overpower them relentlessly, and they die. You change their appearance and send them away. Their children achieve honor, and they don't know it. Their children become insignificant, and they don't see it. They only feel the pain of their body, and they mourn for themselves. Eliphaz answered, will the wise respond with windy knowledge and fill their belly with east wind? Will they argue with a word that has no benefit and with unprofitable words? You are truly making religion ineffective and restraining meditation before God. Your mouth multiplies your sins 1,000 times. You opt for a clever tongue. Your mouth condemns you, not I. Your lips argue against you. Were you born the first Adam, brought forth before the hills? Did you listen in God's counsel? Is wisdom limited to you? What do you know that we don't know? What do you understand that isn't among us? Both the graybeard and the aged are with us. Those much older than you, than your father. Are God's comforts not enough for you? A word spoken gently with you? Why has your mind seized you? Why have your eyes flashed so that you return your breath to God and utter such words from your mouth? What are humans that they might be pure, and those born of woman that they might be innocent? If he doesn't trust his holy ones, and the heavens aren't pure in his eyes, how much less those who are abominable and corrupt, for they drink sin like water. Listen to me. I will argue with you. What I've seen, I will declare to you. What the wise have told you and have not concealed from their family, to whom alone the earth was given, and no stranger passed in their midst. All the days of the wicked are painful, the number of years reserved for the hateful. A sound of terror pierces their ears. When safe, raiders overtake them. They can't count on turning away from darkness. They are destined for a sword. They wander about for bread. Where is it? They know that the day of darkness is fixed. Adversity and stress scare them, master them like a king ready to strike. For they raise a fist against God and try to overpower the Almighty. They run toward him aggressively with a massive and strong shield. They cover their face with grease and make their loins gross. They live in ruined cities, unoccupied houses that turn to rubble. They won't get rich, Their wealth won't last. Their property won't extend over the earth. They can't turn away from darkness. A flame will dry out their shoots, and they will be taken away by the wind from his mouth. They shouldn't trust in what has no worth, for their reward will be worthless. Before their branch is formed, before it is green, like the vine, they will drop early grapes and cast off their blossoms like the olive. The ruthless gang is barren, and fire consumes the tents of bribers. They conceive toil and give birth to sorrow. Their belly establishes deceit. Then Job answered, I've heard many things like these. All of you are sorry comforters. Will windy talk ever cease? What bothers you that you must argue? In your situation, I could speak like you. I could put words together to oppose you, shake my head over you. I could heap up words, strengthen you with my speech. My trembling lips would be held in check. If I speak, my pain is not eased. If I hold back, what have I lost? Now God has surely worn me out. You have destroyed my entire group, seized me, which became grounds for an accusation. My leanness rises to bear witness against me. His anger tears me and afflicts me. He slashes at me with his teeth. My enemy pierces me with his eyes. They open their mouths at me, and they strike my cheek in a taunt. They gang up on me. God delivers me to a criminal and forces me into the hands of the wicked. I was at rest, but he shattered me, seized me by the back of my neck, dashed me into pieces. He raised me up for his target. His archers surround me. He cuts my kidneys open without pity and doesn't care. Pours my gall on the ground, bursts me open over and over, runs against me like a strong man. I've sewed rough cloth over my skin and buried my dignity in the dust. My face is red from crying, and dark gloom hangs on my eyelids. But there is no violence in my hands, and my prayer is pure. Earth, don't cover my blood. Let my outcry never cease. Surely now my witness stands in heaven. My advocate is on high, my go-between, my friend. While my eyes drip tears to God, let him plead with God for a human being, like a person pleads for a friend. A number of years will surely pass, and then I'll walk a path that I won't return.
My name is Elowen Shung, and I will be reading Job chapters 17 to 20. My spirit is broken. My days are cut short. The grave awaits me. Surely mockers surround me. My eyes must dwell on their hostility. Give me, O God, the pledge you demand. Who else will put up security for me? You have closed their minds to understanding. Therefore, you will not let them triumph. If anyone denounces their friends for reward, the eyes of their children will fail. God has made me a byword to everyone, a man in whose face people spit. My eyes have grown dim with grief. My whole frame is but a shadow. The upright are appalled at this. The innocent are aroused against the ungodly. Nevertheless, the righteous will hold to their ways, and those with clean hands will grow stronger. But come on, all of you, try again. I will not find a wise man among you. My days have passed, my plans are shattered. Yet the desires of my heart turn night into day. In the face of the darkness, light is near. If the only home I hope for is the grave, if I spread out my bed in the realm of darkness, if I say to corruption, you are my father, and to the worm, my mother, or my sister, where then is my hope? Who can see any hope for me? It will go down to the gates of death. Will it go down to the gates of death? Will we descend together into the dust? Then Bildad the Shuhite replied, When will you end these speeches? Be sensible, and then we can talk. Why are we regarded as cattle and considered stupid in your sight? Who will tear yourself to pieces in your anger? Is the earth to be abandoned for your sake? Or must the rocks be moved from their place? The lamp out of a wicked man is snuffed out. The flames of his fire stops burning. The light in his tent becomes dark. The lamp beside him goes out. The vigor of his step is weakened. His own schemes throw him down. His feet thrust him into a net. He wanders into its mesh. A trap seizes him by the heel. A snare holds him fast. A noose is hidden for him on the ground. A trap lies in his path. Terrors startle him on every side and dog his every step. Calamity is hungry for him. Disaster is ready for him when he falls. It eats away parts of his skin. Death's firstborn devours his limbs. He is torn from the security of his tent and marched off to the king of terrors. Fire resides in his tent. Burning sulfur is scattered over his dwelling. His roots dry up below and his branches wither above. The memory of him perishes from the earth. He has no name in the land. He is driven from light into the realm of darkness, and is banished from the world. He has no offspring or descendants among his people, no survivor where he once lived. People of the west are appalled at his fate. Those of the east are seized with horror. Surely such is the dwelling of an evil man. Such is the place of one who does not know God. Then Job replied, How long will you torment me and crush me with words? 10 times now you have reproached me. Shamelessly you attack me. If it is true that I have gone astray, my error remains my concern alone. If indeed you would exalt yourselves above me and use my humiliation against me, then know that God has wronged me and drawn his net around me. Though I cry, violence, I get no response. Though I call for help, there is no justice. He has blocked my way so I cannot pass. He has shrouded my path in darkness. He has stripped me of my honor and removed the crown from my head. He tears me down on every side till I am gone. He uproots my hope like a tree. His anger burns me. He counts me among his enemies. His troops advance in force. They build a siege ramp against me and encamp around my tent. He has alienated my family from me. My acquaintances are completely estranged from me. My relatives have gone away. My closest friends have forgotten me. My guests and my female servants count me a foreigner. They look on me as a stranger. They look on me as on a stranger. I summon my servant, but he does not answer, though I beg him with my own mouth. My breath is offensive to my wife. I am loathsome to my own family. Even the little boys scorn me. When I appear, they ridicule me. All my intimate friends detest me. Those I love have turned against me. I am nothing but skin and bones. I have escaped only by the skin of my teeth. Have pity on me, my friends. Have pity, for the hand of God has struck me. Why do you pursue me as God does? Will you never get enough of my flesh? Oh, that my words were recorded and that they were written on a scroll, that they were inscribed with an iron tool on lead or engraved in rock forever. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that in the end he will stand on the earth. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh I will see God. I myself will see him with my own eyes, I, and not another. How my heart yearns within me. If you say, How will we hound him, since the root of the trouble lies in him? You should fear the sword yourselves, for wrath will bring punishment by the sword, and then you will know that there is judgment. Then Zophar the Nemanite replied, My troubled thoughts prompt me to answer because I am greatly disturbed. I hear a rebuke that dishonors me, and my understanding inspires me to reply. Surely you know how it has been from of old, ever since mankind was placed on earth, that the mirth of the wicked is brief, the joy of the godless lasts but a moment. Though the price of the godless person reaches to the heavens and his head touches the clouds, he will perish forever, like his own dung. Those who have seen him will say, "Where is he?" Like a dream he flies away, no more to be found, banished like a vision of the night. The eye that saw him will not see him again. His place will look on him no more. His children must make amends to the poor. His own hands must give back his wealth. The youthful vigor that fills his bones will lie with him in the dust. Though evil is sweet in his mouth, and he hides it under his tongue, though he cannot bear to let it go and lets it linger in his mouth, yet his food will turn sour in his stomach. It will become the venom of serpents within him. He will spit out the riches he swallowed. God will make his stomach vomit them up. He will suck the poison of serpents. The fangs of an adder will kill him. He will not enjoy the streams of rivers flowing with honey and cream. What he toiled for he must give back uneaten. He will not enjoy the profit from his trading, for he has oppressed the poor and left them destitute. He has seized houses, but he did not to build. Surely he will have no respite from his craving. He cannot save himself by his treasure. Nothing is left for him to devour. His prosperity will not endure. In the midst of his plenty, distress will overtake him. The full force of misery will come upon him. When he has filled his belly, God will vent his burning anger against him and rain down his blows on him. Though he flees from an iron weapon, a bronze-tipped arrow pierces him. He pulls it out of his back, the gleaming point out of his liver. Terrors will come over him. Total darkness lies in wait for his treasures. A fire unfanned will consume him and devour what is left in his tent. The heavens will expose his guilt. The earth will rise up against him. A flood will carry off his house, rushing waters on the day of God's wrath. Such is the fate God allots to the wicked, the heritage appointed for them by God.
My name is Joyce Hall, and I'm reading Job 21 through 23. Starting with chapter 21 of Job. Then Job answered, "Listen carefully to my remarks, and let that comfort you. Bear with me so I can speak, I myself, and after my reply you can mock. Are my complaints against another human? Why is my patience short? Turn to me and be appalled. Lay your hand over your mouth. If I recall it, I'm scared. Shaking seizes my body. Why do the wicked live, grow old, and even become strong? Their children are always with them, their offspring in their sight, their houses safe from dread, God's punishing stick not upon them. Their bull always breeds successfully. Their cows give birth and never miscarry. They send forth their little ones like sheep. Their infants bounce around. They raise drum and lyre, rejoice at the sound of a flute. They spend their days contentedly, go down to the grave peacefully. They say to God, "Turn away from us. We take no pleasure in knowing your ways. Who is the Almighty that we should serve him? And what can we gain if we meet him? Look, isn't their well-being the work of their own hands? A sinner's logic is beyond me. How often does the lamp of the wicked flicker or disaster come upon them, with its fury inflicting pain on them? Let them be like straw in the wind, like dry grass stolen by a storm. God stores up his punishment for his children. Let him destroy them so they know. Let their own eyes witness their doom. Let them drink from the Almighty's wrath. What do they care about their household after they die, when their numbered days are cut off? Will they instruct God, he who judges the most powerful? Someone dies in wonderful health, completely comfortable and well. Their buckets full of milk, their bones marrow-filled and sound. Another dies in bitter spirit, never having tasted the good things. They lie together in the dust, and worms cover them. Look, I know your thoughts. Your plans harm me. You say, where is the official's house? Where is the tent, the dwelling of the wicked? Haven't you asked travelers or paid attention to their reports? On the day of disaster, the wicked are spared. On the day of fury, they are rescued. Who can criticize their behavior to their faces? They act, and who can avenge them? They are carried to their graves. Someone keeps guard over their tombs. The soil near the desert stream bed is sweet to them. Everyone marches after them, those before them, beyond counting. How empty is your comfort to me? Only deceit remains in your responses. Chapter 22. Then Eliphaz from Teman answered, can a human being be useful to God? Can an intelligent person bring profit? Does the Almighty delight in your innocence? Does he gain when you perfect your ways? Does he rebuke you for your piety, bring you in for judgment? Isn't your wickedness massive, your iniquity endless? You have taken payments from your family for no reason, stripped the naked, leaving no clothes, denied water to the thirsty, withheld bread from the starving. The powerful own land, the favored live in it. You have sent widows away empty, crushed orphans' resources. For this reason, snares surround you. Sudden dread brings panic to you, or a darkness that you can't see. Rushing water will cover you. Isn't God in the heights of heaven? See how high the topmost stars are. You say, what does God know? Can he judge through thick clouds? Clouds conceal him so he can't see while he walks on heaven's rim. Will you keep the ancient way traveled by sinful persons? Who were snatched prematurely when a river flooded their foundations? Who say to God, turn away from us. What can the Almighty do to us? Yet he filled their houses with good things. A sinner's logic is beyond me. The righteous see and rejoice. The innocent mock them. Our enemies are certainly cut off. Fire will devour what's left of them. Get along well with God and be at peace. From this, something good will come to you. Receive instruction from his mouth. Put his words in your mind. If you return to the Almighty, you will be restored. If you keep wrongdoing out of your tent, lay your prized possession in the dust, your gold from Ophir on a rock in a desert stream bed. The Almighty will be your prized possession, silver piled up for you. Then you will take pleasure in the Almighty. Lift up the face to God. You will pray to him, and he will hear you. You will fulfill your solemn promises. If you decree something, it will stand. Light will shine on your ways. When they're humbled, you will say, cheer up. God will rescue the lowly. He will deliver the guilty. They will be saved by your pure hands. And chapter 23. Job answered, today my complaint is again bitter. My strength is weighed down because of my groaning. Oh, that I could know how to find him, come to his dwelling place. I would lay out my case before him, fill my mouth with arguments, know the words with which he would answer, understand what he would say to me. Would he contend with me through brute force? No, he would surely listen to me. There, those who do the right thing can argue with him. I could escape from my judge forever. Look, I go east, he's not there. West, and don't discover him. North in his activity, and I don't grasp him. He turns south, and I don't see. Surely, he knows my way. When he tests me, I will emerge as gold. My feet have stayed right in his tracks. I have kept his way and not left it, kept the commandments from his lips and not departed, valued the words from his mouth more than my food. He is of one mind. Who can reverse it? What he desires, he does. He carries out what is decreed for me and can do many similar things with me. Therefore, I am scared by his presence. I think and become afraid of him. God has weakened my mind. The Almighty has frightened me. Still, I'm not annihilated by darkness. He has hidden deep darkness from me.
I'm Joyce Peachy Lind, reading Job 24 through 28. Why doesn't the Almighty establish times for punishment? Why can't those who know him see his days? People move boundary stones, herd flocks they've stolen, drive off an orphan's donkey, take a widow's ox as collateral, thrust the poor out of the way, make the land's needy hide together. They are like the wild donkeys in the desert. They go forth at dawn searching for prey. The wasteland is food for their young. They gather their food in the field, glean in unproductive vineyards, spend the night naked, unclothed, in the cold without a cover, wet from mountain rains, with no refuge, huddled against a rock. The orphan is stolen from the breast, the infant of the poor is taken as collateral. The poor go around naked, without clothes, carry bundles of grain while hungry, crush olives between millstones, tread wine presses, but remain thirsty. From the city, the dying cry out. The throat of the mortally wounded screams, but God assigns no blame. They rebel against light, don't acknowledge its direction, don't dwell in its paths. The murderer rises at twilight, kills the poor and needy. At night, they are like a thief. The adulterer's eye watches for twilight, thinking, no eye can see me, and puts a mask over his face. In the dark, they break into houses. They shut themselves in by day. They don't know the light. Deep darkness is morning to them because they recognize the horror of darkness. They are scum on the water's surface. Their portion of the land is cursed. No one walks down a path in the vineyards. Drought and heat steal melted snow, just as the underworld steals sinners. The womb forgets them, the worm consumes them. They aren't remembered, and so wickedness is shattered like a tree. They prey on the barren, the childless, do nothing good for the widow. They drag away the strong by force. They may get up, but without guarantee of survival. They make themselves secure. They are at ease. His eyes are on their ways. They are exalted for a short time, but no longer. They are humbled, then gathered in like everyone else, cut off like heads of grain. If this isn't so, who can prove me a liar and make my words disappear? Bildad from Shua replied, supreme power and awe belong to God. He establishes peace on his heights. Can his troops be counted? On whom does his light not rise? How can a person be innocent before God, one born of a woman be pure? If even the moon is not bright and the stars not pure in his eyes, how much less a human, a worm, a person's child, a grub? Then Job said, how well you have helped the weak, saved those with frail arms, advised one lacking wisdom, informed many with insight. With whom have you spoken? Whose breath was expelled from you? The dead writhe, the inhabitants beneath the waters as well. The grave is naked before God. The underworld lacks covering. He stretched the north over chaos, hung earth over nothing, wrapped up water in his clouds, yet they didn't burst out below, hid the face of the full moon, spreading his cloud over it, traced a circle on the water's surface at the limit of light and darkness. Heaven's pillars shook, terrified by his blast. By his power, he stilled the sea, split Rahab with his cleverness. Due to his wind, heaven became clear. His hand split the fleeing serpent. Look, these are only the outer fringe of his ways. We hear only a whispered word about him. Who can understand his thunderous power? Then Job took up his topic again. As God lives, who rejected my legal claim, the Almighty, who made me bitter, as long as breath is in me and God's breath is in my nostrils, my lips will utter no wickedness. My tongue will mumble no deceit. I will not agree that you are right. Until my dying day, I won't give up my integrity. I will insist on my innocence, never surrendering it. My conscience will never blame me for what I have done. Let my enemy be like the wicked, my opposition like the vicious. For what hope has the godless when God cuts them off, when he takes them away? Will God hear their cries when distress comes to them? Will they delight in the Almighty? Call God at any time? I will teach you God's power, not hide what pertains to the Almighty. Look, those of you who recognize this, why then this empty talk? This is the wicked's portion with God, the inheritance that the ruthless receive from the Almighty. If their children increase, they belong to the sword. Their offspring won't have enough bread. Their survivors will be buried with the dead. Their widows won't weep. If they store up silver like dust, amass clothing like clay, they may amass, but the righteous will wear it. The innocent will divide the silver. They built their houses like nests, like a hut made by a watchman. They lie down rich, but no longer. Open their eyes, but it's missing. Terrors overtake them like waters. A tempest snatches them by night. An east wind lifts them and they are gone, removes them from their places, throws itself on them without mercy. They flee desperately from its force. It claps its hands over them, hisses at them from their place. There is a sure source of silver, a place where gold is refined. Iron is taken from the earth. Rock is smelted into copper. Humans put an end to darkness, dig for ore to the farthest depths into stone in utter darkness. Open a shaft away from any inhabitant, places forgotten by those on foot. Apart from any human, they hang and sway. Earth, from it comes food. It is turned over below ground as by fire. Its rocks are the source of lapis lazuli. There is gold dust in it. A path, no bird of prey knows it. A hawk's eye hasn't seen it. Proud beasts haven't trodden on it. A lion hasn't crossed over it. Humans thrust their hands into flint, pull up mountains from their roots, cut channels into rocks. Their eyes see everything precious. They dam up the sources of rivers. Hidden things come to light. But wisdom, where can it be found? Where is the place of understanding? Humankind doesn't know its value. It isn't found in the land of the living. The deep says, it's not with me. The sea says, not alongside me. It can't be bought with gold. Its price can't be measured in silver. can't be weighed against gold from Ophir with precious onyx or lapis lazuli. Neither gold nor glass can compare with it. The price, she can't be acquired with gold jewelry. Coral and jasper shouldn't be mentioned. The price of wisdom is more than rubies. Cushite topaz won't compare with her. She can't be set alongside pure gold. But wisdom, where does she come from? Where is the place of understanding? She's hidden from the eyes of all the living, concealed from birds of the sky. Destruction and death have said, "We've heard a report of her." God understands her way. He knows her place, for he looks to the ends of the earth and surveys everything beneath the heavens. In order to weigh the wind, to prepare a measure for waters, when he made a decree for the rain, a path for thunderbolts, then he observed it, spoke of it, established it, searched it out, and said to humankind, "Look, the fear of the Lord is wisdom. Turning from evil is understanding."
My name is Dale Kempf, and I'm going to be reading Job chapters 29 through 31. Job took up his subject again. Oh, that life was like it used to be, like days when God watched over me. When his lamp shone on my head, I walked by his light in the dark. When I was in my prime, when God's counsel was in my tent. When the Almighty was with me, my children around me. When my steps were washed with cream and a rock poured out pools of oil for me. When I went out to the city gate, took my seat in the square, the young saw me and drew back. The old rose and stood. Princes restrained speech, put their hand on their mouth. The voices of officials were hushed. Their tongue stuck to their palate. Indeed, the ear that heard blessed me. The eye that looked commended me, because I rescued the weak who cried out, the orphans who lacked help. The blessing of the perishing reached me. I made the widow's heart sing. I put on justice, and it clothed me, righteousness as my coat and turban. I was eyes to the blind, feet to the lame. I was a father to the needy. The case I didn't know, I examined. I shattered the fangs of the wicked, rescued prey from their teeth. I thought, I'll die in my nest, multiply days like sand, my roots opening to water, dew lingering on my branches, my honor newly with me, my bow ever successful in my hand. People listened to me and waited, were silent for my advice. After my speech, they didn't respond. My words fell gently on them. They waited for me as for rain, opened their mouths as for spring rain. I smiled on them. They couldn't believe it. They never showed me disfavor. I decided their path, sat as chief. I lived like a king with his troops, like one who comforts mourners. But now those younger than I mock me, whose fathers I refused to put beside my sheepdogs. Their strength, what's it to me? Their energy having perished? Stiff from want and hunger, those who gnaw dry ground. Yesterday's desolate waste, who pluck off the leaves on a bush, the root of the broom. A shrub is their food. People banish them from society, shout at them as if to a thief. So they live in scary ravines, holes in the ground, and rocks. Among shrubs, they make sounds like donkeys. They are huddled together under a bush. Children of fools and the nameless, whipped out of the land. And now I'm their song. I'm their cliché. They detest me, keep their distance. don't withhold spit from my face. Because he loosened my bowstring and afflicted me, they throw off restraint in my presence. On the right, upstarts rise and target my feet, build their siege ramps against me, destroy my road, profit from my fall, with no help. They advance as if through a destroyed wall. They roll along beneath the ruin. Terrors crash upon me. They sweep away my honor like wind. My safety disappears like a cloud. Now my life is poured out on me. Days of misery have seized me. At night he bores my bones. My gnawing pain won't rest. With great force he grasps my clothing. It binds me like the neck of my shirt. He hurls me into mud. I'm a cliché like dust and ashes. I cry to you and you don't answer. I stand up, but you just look at me. You are cruel to me. Attack me with the strength of your hand. You lift me to the wind and make me ride. You melt me in its roar. I know you will return me to death, the house appointed for all living. Surely he won't strike someone in ruins if in distress he cries out to him. If I didn't weep for those who have a difficult day, or my soul grieve for the needy, for I awaited good, but evil came. I expected light, but gloom arrived. My insides, churning, are never quiet. Days of affliction confront me. I walk in the dark, lacking sunshine. I rise in the assembly and cry out. I have become a brother to jackals, a companion to young ostriches. My skin is charred. My bones are scorched by the heat. My lyre is for mourning, my flute a weeping sound. I've made a covenant with my eyes. How could I look at a virgin? What is God's portion for me from above, the Almighty's inheritance from on high? Isn't it disaster for the wicked, destruction for workers of iniquity? Doesn't he see my ways, count all my steps? If I have walked with frauds, or my feet have hurried to deceit, let them weigh me on accurate scales. Let God know my integrity. If my step has turned from the way, if my heart has followed my eyes, or a blemish has clung to my hands, then let me sow and another reap. Let my offspring be uprooted. If my heart has been drawn to a woman, and I have lurked at my neighbor's door, then may my wife grind for another, and others kneel over her. For that's a crime. It's a punishable offense. Indeed, it's a fire that consumes to the underworld, uprooting all my harvest. If I've rejected the just cause of my male or female servant when they contended with me, what could I do when God rises, when he requires an account? What could I answer? Didn't the one who made me in the belly make them? Didn't the same one fashion us in the womb? If I have denied what the poor wanted, made a widow's eye tired, eaten my morsel alone, and not shared with any with an orphan, for from my youth I raised the orphan as a father, and from my mother's womb I led the widow. If ever I saw someone dying without clothes, the needy naked, if they haven't blessed me fervently, or if they weren't warmed by the wool from my sheep, if I have lifted my hand against the orphans when I saw that I had help in the city gate, may my arm fall from my shoulder, my forearm be broken at the elbow, for God's calamity is terror to me. I couldn't endure his splendor. If I've made gold my trust, said to find gold my security, if I've rejoiced because my wealth was great, when my hand found plenty, if I've looked at the sun when it shone, the moon splendid as it moved, and my mind has been secretly enticed, and threw a kiss with my hand, that is also a punishable offense, because I would then be disloyal to God above. If I have rejoiced over my foe's ruin, or was excited when evil found them. I didn't let my mouth sin by asking for their life with a curse. Surely those in my tent never said, "Who has been filled by Job's food?" A stranger didn't spend the night in the street. I opened my doors to the road. If I have hidden my transgressions like Adam, concealing my offenses inside me because I feared the large crowd, the clan's contempt frightened me. I was quiet and didn't venture outside. Oh, that I had someone to hear me. Here's my signature. Let the Almighty respond. Let my accuser write an indictment. Surely I would bear it on my shoulder, tie it around me like a wreath. I would give him an account of my steps, approach him like a prince. If my hand has cried out against me, its rows wept together. If I have eaten its yield without payment and caused its owner's grief, may briars grow instead of wheat, poisonous weeds instead of barley. Job's words are complete.
My name is William Lowen. This is Job chapters 32 to 34. These three men stopped answering Job because he thought he was righteous. Elihu, son of Barachel, the Buzite, from the clan of Ram, was angry with Job because he considered himself more righteous than God. He was also angry with his three friends because they hadn't found an answer, but nevertheless thought Job wicked. Elihu had waited while Job spoke, for they were older than he. And when Elihu saw that there had been no response in the speeches of the three men, he became very angry. Elihu, son of Barachel the Buzite, said, "I'm young and you're old, so I held back, afraid to express my opinion to you. I thought, let the days speak. Let multiple years make wisdom known. But the spirit in a person, the Almighty's breath gives understanding. The advanced in days aren't wise, the old don't understand what's right. Therefore I say, listen to me. I'll state my view, even I. Look, I waited while you spoke, listened while you reasoned, while you searched for words. I was attentive to you, but you offered no rebuke to Job, no answer from you for his words. Be careful you don't say, we've found wisdom. God, not a person, will defeat him. Now Job hasn't addressed me, and I won't quote you to him. They are troubled, no longer answer. Words now escape them. I waited, but they didn't speak, for they stood, but answered no more. I will answer. Indeed, I will state my piece. I too will declare my view, for I'm full of words. The spirit in my belly compels me. Look, my belly is like unopened wine. Like new wineskins, it will burst. I will speak and get relief. I will open my lips and respond. I won't be partial to anyone, won't flatter a person, for I don't know flattery. Otherwise, my Maker would quickly whisk me away. But now, listen to me, Job. Pay attention to all my words. Notice that I am opening my mouth, my tongue is speaking in my mouth. My words come from a virtuous heart. My lips speak knowledge clearly. God's Spirit made me, the Almighty's breath enlivens me. If you are able, answer me. Lay out your case before me and take a stand. Notice that I'm just like you to God. I also was pinched from clay. Surely fear of me shouldn't scare you. My pressure on you shouldn't be heavy. You certainly said, in my hearing, I heard the sound of your words. I'm pure, without sin. I'm innocent, without offense. Notice that he invents arguments against me. He considers me his enemy, ties up my feet, watches all my paths. Now you're wrong about this. I'll answer you. For God is greater than anybody. Why do you contend with him? saying that he doesn't answer all your words. God speaks all in one way, in two ways, but no one perceives it. In the dream, a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls upon humans during their slumber on a bed, then he opens people's ears, scares them with warnings to turn them from a deed, and to smother human pride. He keeps one from the pit, a life from perishing by the sword, or a person may be disciplined by pain while in bed, bones ever aching. Until a person loathes food, an appetite rejects a delicacy. The flesh wastes away, no longer visible. The bones, once hidden, protrude. A life approaches the pit. Its very being draws near. The death dealers, surely there's a messenger for this person, a mediator, one out of 1,000 to declare one's integrity to another, so that God has compassion on that person and says, rescue this one from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom. That person's flesh is renewed like a child's. They regain their youth. They pray to God, and God is pleased with them. They behold God's presence with a joyful shout. God rewards a person's righteousness. They sing before people and say, I have sinned, perverted justice, but didn't experience the consequences. He ransomed me from crossing into the pit. My life beholds light. Look, God does all this. Twice, 3 times with persons to bring them back from the pit, to shine with life's light. Listen, Job, hear me. Be quiet and I will speak. If you have words, answer me. Speak for I want to be innocent. If not, you must hear me. Be quiet and I will teach you wisdom. Elihu continued, hear my words, wise ones. Knowledgeable ones, listen to me. For the ear tests words like the palate tastes food. Let's choose for us what's right. Let's determine among ourselves what's good. For Job has said, I'm innocent. God has denied my just cause. Because of my cause, I'm thought a liar. My wound from an arrow is incurable, even though I didn't rebel. Who is a man like Job? He drinks mockery like water and travels a path with wrongdoers, walking with evil persons. Indeed, he says, no one is rewarded for delighting in God. Therefore, intelligent ones, hear me. Far be it from God to do evil and the Almighty to sin, for he repays people based on what they do, paying back everyone according to their ways. Surely God doesn't act wickedly. The Almighty doesn't distort justice. Who placed earth in its care, in his care, and who gave him dominion over the entire world? If he were to decide to do it, to gather his spirit and breath back to himself, all flesh would die together, all humans would return to dust. But if you have understanding, hear this. Pay attention to the sound of my words. Will one who hates justice rule? Will you condemn the most righteous one? Will you say to a king worthless, to royalty evil? Who shows no favor to princes, nor regards the rich over the poor? For they are all the work of God's hands. In the middle of the night, they suddenly die. People are shaken and pass away. The mighty are removed not by a human hand. God's eyes are on human ways, and he sees all their steps. There's no darkness, no deep darkness where evildoers can hide themselves. Surely, no time is set for a person to appear before God in judgment. He shatters the mighty without examining them, makes others take their place. Thus he regards their deeds, overturns them at night, and they are crushed. He strikes them because of their wickedness, at a place where people can see it, because they turned from following him and didn't value all his ways. Causing the cry of the poor to reach him, he hears the cry of the afflicted. Still, if he remains quiet, who can condemn? If he hides his face, who can see him? He prevents a lawless person from ruling, from capturing people. Has Job said to God, I have borne punishment, I won't sin again? You teach me what I can't see. If I've sinned, I won't do it again. Will he repay you because you reject sin? For you must choose, not I. Declare what you know. Smart people say to me, the wise who hear me, Job speaks without knowledge. His words aren't astute. I wish Job would be tested to the limit, because he responds like evil people. He adds rebellion to his sin, mocks us openly, and adds to his words against God.
Paul Keim, reading Job chapters 35, 36, and 37. Elihu continued, "Do you think it right? You say, I'm more just than God. Yet you ask, what does it benefit you? What have I gained by avoiding sin? I'll answer you and your friends along with you. Look at the heavens and see. Scan the clouds high over you. If you've sinned, how have you affected God? Your offenses have multiplied. What have you done to him? If you are righteous, what do you give to him? Or what does he receive from your hand? Your evil affects others like you, and your righteousness affects fellow human beings. People cry out because of heavy oppression, shout under the power of the mighty. But no one says, where is God my Maker, who gives songs in the night, who teaches us more than the beasts of the earth, makes us wiser than the birds in the sky? Then they cry out, but he doesn't answer, because of the pride of the wicked. God certainly doesn't respond to a deceitful cry. The Almighty doesn't pay attention to it. Although you say that you don't see him, the case is before him, so wait anxiously for him. Even though his anger is now held back, a person doesn't know if it's only delayed. So Job mouths emptiness. He piles up ignorant words. Continuing, Elihu said, wait a little while so I can demonstrate for you that there is still something more to say about God. I will draw from my broad knowledge, tribute justice to my Maker. My words are certainly truthful. One with total knowledge is present with you. Look, God is mighty and doesn't reject anyone. He is mighty in strength and mind. He doesn't let the wicked live, but grants justice to the poor. He doesn't avert his eyes from the righteous. He seats kings on thrones forever, and they are lifted up. If they are tied with ropes, caught in cords of affliction, he informs them about their offenses and their grave sins. He opens their ears with discipline and commands them to turn from wrong. If they listen and serve, they spend their days in plenty, their years contentedly. But if they don't listen, they perish by the sword, breathe their last without understanding. Those with impious hearts become furious. They don't cry out even though he binds them. They die young. They are among the holy ones. He saves the weak in their affliction, opens their ears through oppression. Surely he draws you up from the brink of trouble to a wide place without distress. Your table is set with rich food. You are overly concerned about the case of the wicked. Justice will be upheld in it. Don't let them lure you with wealth. Don't let a huge bribe mislead you. Will you arrange your rescue from distress or from all your exertions of strength? Don't wish for the night when people vanish from their place. Take care. Don't turn to evil because you've chosen it over affliction. Look, God is inaccessible due to his power. Who is a teacher like him? Who has repaid him for his action? And who will ever say, you've done wrong? Remember to praise his work that all of us have seen. Every person has seen him. People can observe at great distance. Look, God is exalted and unknowable. The number of his years is beyond counting. He draws up drops of water that distill rain from his flood. The clouds pour moisture and drip continually on humans. Even if one perceives a spreading cloud and the thunder of his pavilion, Look how he spreads lightning across it and covers the seabed. For by water he judges peoples and gives food in abundance. He conceals lightning in his palms and orders it to its target. His thunder announces it. Even cattle proclaim its rising. Oh, my mind is disturbed by this and is more troubled than usual. Listen closely to the rumble of his voice, the roar issuing from his mouth. He looses it under the whole sky, his lightning on earth's edges. After it, a voice roars. He thunders with a mighty voice, and no one can stop it when his voice is heard. God roars with his wondrous voice. He does great things we can't know. He says to the snow, "Fall to earth," and to the downpour of rain, "Be a mighty shower." He stamps the hand of every person so all can know his work. The wild beast enters its lair, lies down in its den. The storm comes from its chamber, the cold from the north wind. By God's breath, ice forms. Water's expanse becomes solid. He also fills clouds with moisture. His lightning scatters clouds. He overturns the circling clouds, and by his guidance they do their work, doing everything he commands over the entire earth. Whether for punishment, for his world, or for kindness, God makes it all happen. Hear this, Job. Stop and ponder God's mighty deeds. Do you realize that when God commands them, his clouds produce lightning? Do you understand the positioning of the clouds? The amazing deeds of one with perfect knowledge? You whose clothes are hot when earth is calmed by the south wind? Can you form the sky with him, hard like a mirror made of metal? Tell us what we should say to him. We can't present our case due to darkness. Should someone inform him that I wish to speak, or would anyone say he wants to be devoured? For now, no one can look at the sun. It is bright in the sky. The wind has passed and cleared away the clouds. From the north comes golden light, the awesome splendor of God. As for the Almighty, we can't find him. He is powerful and just, abundantly righteous. He won't respond. Therefore, people fear him. None of the wise can see him. Paul Keim, reading Job chapter 38 in Hebrew. Vaya'an Adonai et Iyov min hasa'ara vayomar. Mi ze machshich etza v'melin belida'at. Azorna kagever chalatzecha ve'esh'al lecha v'hodieni. Ifo hayita b'yos di aretz. Hagid im yadata vina. Mi sam mamadeha kiteda, o mi nata aleha kav. Alma adoneha hotba'u, o mi yira even pinata. Baron yachad kochove voker, ויריעו כל בני אלוהים, ויסך בדלתיים ים, בגיחו מרחם יצא, בסומי ענן לבושו, וערפל חתולתו, ואשבור עליו חוקי, ואשים בריח ודלתיים, ואומר, עד פה תבוא ולא תוסיף, ופה ישית בגאון גלך. עמימיך צבית הבוקר, ידעתה שחר מקומו, לאחוז בחנפות הארץ, וינערו רשעים ממנה, תתהפך בחומר חותם, ויתייצבו כמו לבוש. וימנע מרשעים אורם, זרוע רמה תשבר. הבאת עד נבכי ים, ובחקר תהום הלכת, הנגלו לך שערי מוות, שערי צל מוות תראה. התבוננת עד רחבי ארץ, אגד אם ידעת כולה, איזה הדרך ישכון אור, וחושך איזה מקומו. כי תיקחנו אל גבולו, וכי תבין נתיבות ביתו. ידעת כי אז תיוולד, ומספר ימיך רבים. הבאת אל אוצרות שלג, ואוצרות ברד תראה, אשר חסכתי לעת צר, ליום קרוב ומלחמה. איזה הדרך יחלק אור, יפץ קדים עלי ארץ, מפילג לשטף תעלה, בדרך לחזיז קולות, להמטיר על ארץ לא איש, מדבר לא אדם בו, להשביע שואה ומשואה, ולהצמיח מוצא דשא. היש למטר אב, ומי הוליך עגלי טל, מבטן מי יצא הכרך, וכפור שמים מי ילדו. כאבן מים יתחבאו, ופני תהום יתלכדו. התקשר מעדנות קימה, או מושכות כסיל תפתח. התוציא מזרות בעתו, ואיש על בניה תנחם. הידעת חוקות שמים, אם תשים משטרו בארץ, ותרים לאב קולך, ושפעת מים תכסך, התשלח ברקים וילכו, ויאמרו לך, הננו. מי שת בטוחות חוכמה, ומי נתן לסחבי בינה? מי יספר שחקים בחוכמה, ונבלי שמיים מי ישכיב? בצקת עפר למוצק, ורגבים ידובקו. תצוד ללוי טרף, לחיית כפירים תמלא, כי ישוחו והמעונות ישבו בסוכה למוערב. מי יכין לעורב צידו? כי ילדיו אל ישבעו, יטעו לבלי אוכל.
Hi, I'm Helen, reading Job 39 to 41. Do you know when mountain goats give birth? Do you observe the birthing of does? Can you count the months of pregnancy? Do you know when they give birth? They crouch, split open their young, send forth their offspring. Their young are healthy. They grow up in the open country, leave and never return. Who freed the wild donkey, loosed the robe of the onager, to whom I gave the deserts as home, his dwelling place in the salt flats? He laughs at the clamor of the town, doesn't hear the drivers shout, searches the hills for food, and seeks any green sprout. Will the wild ox agree to be your slave, or will it spend the night in your crib? Can you bind it with a rope to a plowed row? Will it plow the valley behind you? Will you trust it because its strength is great, so that you can hear your work to it? Can you rely on it to bring back your grain, to gather into your threshing floor? The ostrich wings flap joyously, but her wings and plumage are like a stork. She leaves her eggs on the earth, let them warm in the dust, then forgets that the foot may crush them, or a wild animal trample them. She treats her young harshly as they were not hers, without worrying that her labor might be in vain. God doesn't endow her with sense. Didn't give her some good sense. When she flaps her wings high, she laughs at horse and rider. Did you give strength to the horse, clothe his neck with a mane, cause him to leap like a locust, his majestic snorting a fright? He paws in the valley, prances proudly, charges at battle weapons, laughs at fear, afraid. He doesn't turn away from the sword. A quiver of arrows flies by him, flashing spear and dagger, excitedly trembling. He swallows the ground, can't stand still at the trumpet's blast. At a trumpet sound, he says, "Aha! Smell the battle from afar." Hears officers shouting, and the battle cry. Is it due to your understanding that the hawks fly, spreading its wings to the south? Or at your command does the eagle soar, the vulture build a nest on high? They dwell on an outcropping of rocks, their fortress on rock's edge. From there they search for food, their eyes notice it from afar, and their young lap of blood, where carcasses lie. There they are. The Lord continued to respond to Job. Will the one who disputes with the Almighty correct him? God's instructor, must answer him. Job responded to the Lord, "Look, I'm of little worth. What can I answer you? I'll put my hand over my mouth. I have spoken once, I won't answer twice, I won't do it again." The Lord answered Job from the whirlwind, "Prepare yourself like a man. I will interrogate you, and you will respond to me. Would you question my justice, deem me guilty so you can be innocent? Or do you have an arm like God? Can you thunder with a voice like him? Adorn yourself and with splendor and majesty. Clothe yourself with honor and esteem. Unleash your raging anger. Look on all the proud and humble them. Look on all the proud and debase them. Trample the wicked in their place. Hide them together in the dust. Bind their faces in a hidden place. Then even I, will praise you, for your strong hand has delivered you. Look at the behemoth whom I made along with you. He eats grass like cattle. Look, his strength is in his thighs, his power in his stomach muscle. He stiffens his tail like a cedar. The tendons in his thighs are tightly woven. His bones are like bronze tubes. His limbs are iron barred. He is the first of God's acts. Only his maker can come near him with a sword. Indeed, the hills bring him tribute, places where all the wild animals play. He lies under the lotuses, under the cover of reed and marsh. The lotuses screen him with shade. Populars of the stream surround him. If the river surges, he doesn't hurry. He is confident enough, though the Jordan gushes into his mouth. Can he be seized by his eyes? Can anyone pierce his nose by hooks? Can you draw out Leviathan with a hook, restrain his tongue with a rope? Can you put a cord through his nose, pierce his jaw with a barb? Will he beg you at length, or speak gentle words to you? Will he make you a pact? Will he make a pact with you so that you will take him as a permanent slave? Can you play with him like a bird? Put a leash on him for your girls. Will merchants sell him? Will they divide him among traders? Can you fill his hide with darts, his head with a fishing spear? Should you lay your hand on him, you would never remember the battle. Such hopes would be delusional. Surely the sight of him makes one stumble. Nobody is fierce enough to rouse him. Who then can stand before him? Who opposes me that I must repay? Everything under heaven is mine. I'm not awed by his limb, his strength, and impressive form. Who can remove his outer garment? Who can come with a brittle for him? Who can open the door of his mouth surrounded by frightening teeth? His matching scales are his pride, closely locked and sealed. One touches another, even air can't come between them. Each cling to its pair, joined, they can't be separated. His sneezes emit flashes of light. His eyes are like dawn's rays. Shafts of fire shoot from his mouth. Like fiery sparks, they fly out. Smoke pour Smoke pours from his nostrils like a boiling pot over reeds. His breath lights cold, a flame shoots from his mouth. Power resides in his neck. Violence dances before him. The folds of his flesh stick together on him they are tough and unyielding. His heart is solid like a rock, hard like a lower millstone. The divine beings dread his rising. They withdraw before his thresh. The sword that touches him won't prevail, neither will the dart, spear, nor javelin. He treats iron as straw, bronze as rotting wood. Arrows can't make him flee. Sling stones he turns to straw. He treats it up like straw. He laughs at the lance's rattle. His abdomen is like jagged pottery shards. Its sharp edges leave a trail in the mud. He causes the depth to churn like a boiling pot, stirs up the sea like a pot of scented oils, leaves a bright wake behind him. The frothy deep seems white-haired. None on earth can compare to him. He is made to be without fear. He looks on all the proud. He is king over all proud beasts.
My name's Audie Justison. I'm here reading Job, chapter 42, and Psalms 1 through 6. Job, chapter 42. Then Job answered the Lord and said, I know that thou canst do everything, and that no thought can be withholden from thee. Who is he that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that I understood not. Things too wonderful for me, which I knew not. Hear, I beseech thee, and I will speak. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. Wherefore I abhor myself, and repent in dust and ashes. And it was so that after the Lord had spoken these words unto Job, the Lord said to Eliphaz the Temanite, My wrath is kindled against thee, and against thy two friends, for ye have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job hath. Therefore take unto you now 7 bullocks and 7 rams, and go to my servant Job, and offer up for yourselves a burnt offering. And my servant Job shall pray for you. For him will I accept, lest I deal with you after your folly, and that ye have not spoken of me the thing which is right, like my servant Job. So Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite went and did according to as the Lord commanded them. The Lord also accepted Job. And the Lord turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. Also the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. Then came there unto him all his brethren, and all his sisters, and all they that had been of his acquaintance before, and did eat bread with him in his house, and they bemoaned him and comforted him over all the evil that the Lord had brought upon him. Every man also gave him a piece of money, and every one an earring of gold. So the Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning, for he had 14,000 sheep, and 6,000 camels, and 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 she-asses. He also had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he called the name of the first Jemima, and the name of the second Kezia, and the name of the third Karen-Happuch. And in all the land there were no women found as fair as the daughters of Job, and their father gave them inheritance among their brethren. After this, Job lived 140 years, and saw his sons and his sons' sons, even 4 generations. So Job died, being old and full of days. Psalm 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Psalm 2. Why do the heathen rage, and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, Let us break their bands asunder, and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon the holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord has said unto me, Thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings, be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Psalm 3. Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise up against me. Many there be which say, of my soul, there is no help for him in God. Selah. But thou, O Lord, art a shield for me, my glory and the lifter up of mine head. I cried unto the Lord with my voice, and he heard me out of his holy hill. Selah. I laid me down and slept. I awaked, for the Lord sustained me. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people that have set themselves against me round about. Arise, O Lord, save me. O my God, for thou hast smitten all mine enemies upon the cheekbone. Thou hast broken the teeth of the ungodly. Salvation belongeth unto the Lord. Thy blessing is upon thy people. Selah. Psalm 4. Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress. Have mercy upon me, and hear my prayer. O ye sons of men, how long will ye turn my glory into shame? How long will ye love vanity and seek after leasing? Selah. But know that the Lord has set apart him that is godly for himself. The Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe, sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still. Selah. Offer the sacrifices of righteousness and put your trust in the Lord. There be many that say, who will show us the good? Lord, lift thou up the light of thy countenance upon us. Thou hast put gladness in my heart, more than in the time that in their corn and their wine increased. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep. For thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety. Psalm 5. Give ear to my words, O Lord. Consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God. For unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house for the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness. Because of mine enemies, make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouths. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out of the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield. Psalm 6. O Lord, Rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul is also sore vexed. But thou, O Lord, how long? Return, O Lord, deliver my soul. Oh, save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the grave, who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord will receive my prayer. Let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vexed. Let them return and be ashamed suddenly.
Hi, my name is Bovan Vang Her, Nasing Tong He. I will be reading from the book of Psalms, chapter 7 to chapter 13. The book of Psalm, chapter 7, verse 1 to 17. I take refuge in you, Lord, my God. Save me from all who chase me. Rescue me, otherwise they will rip me apart, dragging me off with no chance of rescue. Lord, my God, if I have done this, if my hands have done anything wrong, if I have repaid a friend with evil or oppressed a foe for no reason, then let my enemy not only chase me, but catch me, trampling my life into the ground, laying my reputation in the dirt. Get up, Lord, get angry. Stand up against the fury of my foes. Wake up, my God. You command that justice be done. Let the assembled people surround you. Rule them from on high. The Lord would judge the people. Establish justice for me, Lord, according to my righteousness and according to my integrity. Please let the evil of the wicked be over, but set the righteous firmly in place, because of you, the righteous God, are the one who examines hearts and minds. God is my shield. He saves those whose heart is right. God is a righteous judge. God is angry at evil. God is a righteous judge, a God who is angry at evil every single day. If someone doesn't change their ways, God will sharpen his sword, will bend his bow, will string an arrow. God has deadly weapons in store for those who won't change. He gets his flaming arrows ready. But look how the wicked hatch evil, conceive trouble, and give birth to lies. They make a pit, dig it out, and then fall right into the hole that they've made. The trouble they cause will come back to their own heads. The violence they commit will come back on their own skull. But I will thank the Lord for his righteousness. I will sing praises to the name of the Lord Most High. The book of Psalms, chapter 8, verse 1 to 9. Lord, our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. You made your glory higher than heaven. From the mouth of nursing babies, you have laid a strong foundation because of your foes, in order to stop vengeful enemies. When I look up at your sky, at what your fingers have made, the moon, the stars that you set firmly in place, what are human beings that you think about them? What are human beings that you pay attention to them? You made them only slightly less than divine, crowning them with glory and grandeur. You let them roll over your handiwork, putting everything under their feet, all sheep and all cattle, the wild animals too. the birds in the sky, the fish of the ocean, everything that travels the pathway of the sea. Lord, our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. The book of Psalms, chapter 9, verse 1 to 20. I will thank you, Lord, with all my heart. I will talk about all your wonderful acts. I will celebrate and rejoice in you. I will sing praises to your name, Most High. When my enemies turn and retreat, they fall down and die right in front of you, because you have established justice for me and my claim, because you rule from the throne, establishing justice rightly. You've denounced the enemies, destroyed the wicked. You've erased their names from all time. Every enemy is wiped out, like something ruined forever. You've torn down their cities. Even the memories of them is dead. But the Lord rules forever. He resumed his throne from the sake of justice. He will establish justice in the world rightly. He will judge all people fairly. The Lord is a safe place for the oppressed, a safe place in difficult times. Those who know your name trust you, because you have not abandoned anyone who seek you, Lord. Sing praises to the Lord who lives in Zion. Proclaim his mighty acts among all people. Because the one who avenged bloodshed remembers those who suffer. The Lord hasn't forgotten their cries for help. Have mercy on me, Lord. Just look how I suffer because of those who hate me. But you are the one who brings me back from the every gates of death. But I can declare all your praises, so I can rejoice in your salvation in the gates of daughter Zion. The nations have fallen into the hole they themselves made. Their feet are caught in the very net they themselves hid. The Lord is famous for the justice he has done, and it's his own doing that the wicked are trapped. Let the wicked go straight to the grave, the same for every nation that forgets God. Because the poor won't be forgotten forever. The hope of those who suffer won't last for all time. Get up, Lord. Don't let people prevail. Let the nation be judged before you. Strike them with fear, Lord. Let the nations know they are only human. The book of Psalms, chapter 10, verse 1 to 18. Why do you stand so far away, Lord, hiding yourself in troubling times? Meanwhile, the wicked are proudly in hot pursuit of those who suffer. Let them get caught in the very same schemes they've thought up. The wicked brag about their craving bodies, of greedy rejects the Lord, cursing. At the peak of their wrath, the wicked don't seek God. There's no God. That's what they are always thinking. Their ways are always twisted. Your rule are too lofty for them. They snort at all their foes. They think to themselves, we'll never be stumbled. We'll never encounter any resistance. Their mouths are filled with curses, dishonesty, violence. Under their tongue lies troublemaking and wrongdoing. They wait in a place perfect for ambush. From their hiding place, they kill innocent people. Their eyes spot those who are helpless. They lie in ambush in secret places like a lion in its lair, so they can seize those who suffer. They seize the poor, all right, dragging them off in their net. Their helpless victims are crushed. They collapse, falling prey to the strength of the wicked. The wicked think to themselves, God has forgotten. God has hidden his face. God never sees anything. Get up, Lord. Get your fist ready, God. Don't forget the ones who suffer. Why do the wicked reject God? Why do they think to themselves that you won't find out? But you do see. You do see troublemaking and grief, and you do something about it. The helpless leave it all to you. You are the orphan's helper. Break the arms of those who are wicked and evil. Seek out their wickedness until there's no more to find. The Lord rules forever and always. The nation will vanish from his land. Lord, you listen to the desires of those who suffer. You steady their heart. You listen closely to them. to establish justice for the orphans and the oppressed, so that the people of the land will never again be terrified. Psalms chapter 11, verses 1 to 7. I have taken refuge in the Lord. So how can you say to me, flee to the hills like a bird? Because the wicked have already bent their bow. They've already strung their arrows. They are ready to secretly shoot those whose heart is right. When the very bottom of things falls out, what can a righteous person possibly accomplish? But the Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord, his throne is in heaven. His eye sees. His vision examines all of humanity. The Lord examines both the righteous and the wicked. His very being hates anyone who loves violence. God will rain fiery coals and sulfur on the wicked. Their cups will be filled with nothing but a scorching hot wind. Because the Lord is righteous, he loves righteous deeds. Those whose heart is right will see God's face. Psalms chapter 12, verses 1 to 8. Help, Lord, because the godly are all gone. The faithful have completely disappeared from the human race. Everyone tells lies to everyone else. They talk with slick speech and divided hearts. Let the Lord cut off all slick speaking tongues. Let the Lord cut off all slick talking lips and every tongue that brags and brags, that says, we're unbeatable with our tongues. Who could get the best of us with lips like ours? But the Lord says, because the poor are oppressed, because the groan of the needy, I am now standing up. I will provide the help they are grasping for. The Lord's promises are pure, like silver that's been refined in an oven, purified 7 times over. You, Lord, will keep us, protecting us from the generations forever. The wicked roam all over the place, while depravity is praised by human beings. Psalms chapter 13, verses 1 to 5. How long will you forget me, Lord? Forever? How long will you hide your face from me? How long will I be left to my own wit, agony filling my heart? Daily? How long will my enemy keep defeating me? Look at me, answer me, Lord my God. Restore sight to my eyes, otherwise I'll sleep the sleep of death. And my enemy will say, I won. My foes will rejoice over my downfall. But I have trusted in your faithful love. My heart will rejoice in your salvation. Yes, I will sing to the Lord because he has been good to me. Amen.
I am Elizabeth Kunjam from India. I will be reading Psalms 14 through 18. For the music leader of David, fools say in their hearts there is no God. They are corrupt and do evil things. Not one of them does anything good. The Lord looks down from heaven on humans to see if anyone is wise, to see if anyone seeks God, but all of them have turned bad. Everyone is corrupt. No one does good, not even one person. Are they dumb, all these evildoers, devouring my people like they are eating bread but never calling on the Lord? Count on it, they will be in utter panic, because God is with the righteous generation. You evildoers may humiliate the plans of those who suffer, but the Lord is their refuge. Let Israel's salvation come out of Zion. When the Lord changes his people's circumstances for better, Jacob will rejoice, Israel will celebrate. Psalms 15, a psalm of David. Who can live in your tent, Lord? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? The person who lives free of blame, does what is right, and speaks the truth sincerely, who does no damage with their talk, does no harm to a friend, doesn't insult a neighbor, someone who despises those who act wickedly but who honors those who honor the Lord, someone who keeps their promise even when it hurts, someone who doesn't lend money with interest, who won't accept a bribe against any innocent person. Whoever does these things will never stumble. Psalm 16, a miktam of David. Protect me, God, because I take refuge in you. I say to the Lord, you are my Lord. Apart from you, I have nothing good. Now, as for the holy ones in the land, the magnificent ones that I have so happy about, let their suffering increase because they hurried after a different God. I won't participate in their blood offerings. I won't let their names cross my lips. You, Lord, are my portion, my cup. You control my destiny. The property lines have fallen beautifully for me. Yes, I have a lovely home. I will bless the Lord who advises me. Even at night, I am instructed in the depths of my mind. I always put the Lord in front of me. I will not stumble because he is on my right side. That's why my heart celebrates, my mood is joyous. Yes, my whole body will rest in safety because you won't abandon my life to the grave. You won't let your faithful followers see the pit. You teach me the way of life. In your presence is total celebration. Beautiful things are always in your right hand. Psalm 17, a prayer of David. Listen to what's right, Lord. Pay attention to my cry. Listen closely to my prayer. It's spoken by lips that don't lie. My justice comes from you. Let your eyes see what is right. You have examined my heart, testing me at night. You've looked me over closely, but haven't found anything wrong. My mouth doesn't sin. But these other people's deeds I have avoided such violent ways by the command from your lips. My steps are set firmly on your paths. My feet haven't slipped. I cry out to you because you answer me. So tilt your ears towards me now. Listen to what I am saying. Manifest your faithful love in amazing ways because you are the one who saves those who take refuge in you, saving them from attackers by a strong hand. Watch me with the very pupil of your eye. Hide me in the protection of your wings, away from the wicked who are out to get me, away from my deadly enemies who are all around me. They have no pity, their mouths speak arrogantly, they track me down, suddenly they surround me. They make their plans to put me in the dirt, they are like a lion eager to rip its prey. They are like a strong young lion lying in wait. Get up, Lord, confront them, bring them down, rescue my life from the wicked, use your sword. Rescue me from these people, use your own hands, Lord. Rescue me from these people whose only possession is their fleeting life. But fill the stomachs of your cherished ones. Let their children be filled full so that they have leftovers enough for their babies. But me, I will see your face in righteousness. When I awake, I will be filled full by seeing your image. Psalms 18. For the music leader of David, the Lord's servant, who spoke the words of the song to the Lord after Lord delivered him from the power of all his enemies and from Saul. He said, I love you, Lord, my strength. The Lord is my solid rock, my fortress, my rescuer. My God is my rock, I take refuge in him. He's my shield, my salvation strength, my place of safety, because he is praiseworthy. I cried out to the Lord, and I was saved from my enemies. Death's cords were wrapped around me, rivers of wickedness terrified me. The cords of the grave surrounded me, death's traps held me tight. In my distress, I cried out to the Lord. I called to my God for help. God heard my voice from his temple. I called to him for help, and my call reached his ears. The earth rocked and shook. The bases of the mountains trembled and reeled because of God's anger. Smoke went up from God's nostrils. Out of his mouth came a devouring fire. Flaming coals blazed out in front of him. God parted the skies and came down. Thick darkness was beneath his feet. God mounted the heavenly creatures and flew. He soared on the wings of the wind. God made darkness cloak him. His covering was dark water and dense clouds. God's clouds went ahead of the brightness before him. Hail and coals of fire went too. The Lord thundered in heaven. The Most High made his voice heard with hail and coals of fire. God shot his arrows, scattering the enemy. He sent the lightning and threw them into confusion. The seabeds were exposed. The earth's foundations were laid bare at your rebuke, Lord, at the angry blast of air coming from your nostrils. From on high, God reached down and grabbed me. He took me out of all that water. God saved me from my powerful enemy, saved me from my foes, who were too much for me. They came at me on the very day of my distress, but the Lord was my support. He brought me out to wide open spaces. He pulled me out safe because he is pleased with me. The Lord rewarded me for my righteousness. He restored me because my hands are clean. Because I've kept the Lord's ways, I haven't acted wickedly against my God. All his rules are right in front of me. I haven't turned away from any of his laws. I have lived with integrity before him. I have kept myself from wrongdoing, and so the Lord restored me for my righteousness because my hands are clean in his eyes. You deal faithfully with the faithful. You show integrity toward the one who has integrity. You are pure toward the pure, but toward the crooked you are tricky. You are the one who saves people who suffer and brings down those with proud eyes. You are the one who lights my lamp. The Lord my God illumines my darkness. With you I can charge into battle. With my God I can leap over a wall. God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is tried and true. He's a shield for all who take refuge in him. Now, really, who is divine except the Lord? And who is a rock but our God? Only God, the God who equips me with strength and makes my way perfect, who makes my step as sure as the deer's, who lets me stand securely on the heights, who trains my hands for war so my arms can bend a bronze bow. You've given me the shield of your salvation. Your strong hand has supported me. Your help has made me great. You've let me walk fast and safe without even twisting an ankle. I chased my enemies and caught them. I didn't come home until I finished them off. I struck them. They couldn't get up again. They fell under my feet. You equipped me with strength for war. You brought my adversaries down underneath me. You made my enemies turn tail from me. I destroyed my foes. They cried for help, but there was no one to save them. They cried for help to the Lord, but he wouldn't answer them. I crushed them like dust blown away by wind. I threw them out like mud dumped in the streets. You delivered me from struggles with many people. You appointed me the leader of many nations. Strangers come to serve me. After hearing about me, they obey me. Foreigners grovel before me. Foreigners lose their nerve. They come trembling out of their fortresses. The Lord lives. Bless God, my rock. Let the God of my salvation be lifted high. This is God who avenges on my behalf, who subdues people before me, who delivers me from my enemies. Yes, you lifted me high above my adversaries. You delivered me from violent people. That's why I thank you, Lord, in the presence of the nations. That's why I sing praises to your name. You are the one who gives great victories to your king, who shows faithful love to your anointed one, to David and to his descendants forever.
Psalm 19:1 through Psalm 24:10. Psalm 19, for the music leader, a psalm of David. Heaven is declaring God's glory, the sky proclaiming his handiwork. One day gushes the news to the next, and one night informs another what needs to be known. Of course, there's no speech, no words. Their voices can't be heard, but their sound extends throughout the world. Their words reach the ends of the earth. God has made a tent in heaven for the sun. The sun is like a groom coming out of his honeymoon suite. Like a warrior, it thrills at running its course. It rises in one end of the sky. Its circuit is complete at the other. Nothing escapes its heat. The Lord's instruction is perfect, reviving one's very being. The Lord's laws are faithful, making naive people wise. The Lord's regulations are right, gladdening the heart. The Lord's commands are pure, giving light to the eyes. Honoring the Lord is correct, lasting forever. The Lord's judgments are true. All of these are righteous. They are more desirable than gold, than tons of pure gold. They are sweeter than honey, even dripping off the honeycomb. No doubt about it, your servant is enlightened by them. There is great reward in keeping them. But can anyone know what they've accidentally done wrong? Clear me of any unknown sin and save your servant from willful sins. Don't let them rule me. Then I'll be completely blameless. I'll be innocent of great wrongdoing. Let the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be pleasing to you, Lord, my rock and redeemer. Psalm 20, for the music leader, a psalm of David. I pray that the Lord answers you whenever you're in trouble. Let the name of Jacob's God protect you. Let God send help to you from the sanctuary and support you from Zion. Let God recall your many grain offerings, and let him savor your entirely burned offerings. Selah. Let God grant what is in your heart and fulfill all your plans. Then we will rejoice that you've been helped. We will fly our flags in the name of our God. Let the Lord fulfill all your requests. Now I know that the Lord saves his anointed one. God answers his anointed one from his heavenly sanctuary, answering with mighty acts of salvation, achieved by his strong hand. Some people trust in chariots, others in horses, but we praise the Lord's name. They will collapse and fall, but we will stand up straight and strong. Lord, save the king. Let him answer us when we cry out. Psalm 21, for the music leader, a psalm of David. The king celebrates your strength, Lord. Look how happy he is about your saving help. You've given him what his heart desires. You haven't denied what his lips requested, Selah. You bring rich blessings right to him. You put a crown of pure gold on his head. He asked you for life, and you gave it to him. All right, long days, forever and always. The king's reputation is great because of your saving help. You've conferred on him glory and grandeur. You grant him blessings forever. You make him happy with the joy of your presence. Because the king trusts the Lord, and because of the Most High's faithful love, he will not stumble. Your hand will catch all your enemies. Your strong hand will catch all who hate you. When you appear, Lord, you will light them up like an oven on fire. God will eat them whole in his anger. Fire will devour them. You will destroy their offspring from the land, destroy their descendants from the human race, because they sought to do you harm. They devised a wicked plan, but they will fail, because you will make them turn and run when you aim your bow straight at their faces. Be exalted, Lord, in your strength. We will sing and praise your power. Psalm 22, for the music leader, according to the doe of dawn, a psalm of David. My God, why have you left me all alone? Why are you so far from saving me, so far from my anguished groans? My God, I cry out during the day, but you don't answer. Even at nighttime, I don't stop. You are the Holy One enthroned. You are Israel's praise. Our ancestors trusted you. They trusted you and you rescued them. They cried out to you and they were saved. They trusted you and they weren't ashamed. But I'm just a worm, less than a human, insulted by one person, despised by another. All who see me make fun of me. They gape, shaking their heads. He committed himself to the Lord. So let God rescue him. Let God deliver him, because God doesn't like him so much. But you are the one who pulled me from the womb, placing me safely at my mother's breasts. I was thrown on you from birth. You've been my God since I left my mother's womb. Please don't be far from me, because trouble is near and there's no one to help. Many bulls surround me. Mighty bulls from Bashan encircle me. They open their mouths at me like a lion ripping and roaring. I'm poured out like water. All my bones have fallen apart. My heart is like wax. It melts inside me. My strength is dried up like a broken piece of pottery. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. You've set me down in the dirt. Dogs surround me. A pack of evil people circle me like a lion. Oh, my poor hands and feet. I can count all my bones. Meanwhile, they just stare at me, watching me. They divvy up my garments among themselves. They cast lots for my clothes. But you, Lord, don't be far away. You are my strength. Come quick and help me. Deliver me from the sword. Deliver my life from the power of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion. From the horns of the wild oxen, you have answered me. I will declare your names to my brothers and sisters. I will praise you in the very center of the congregation. All you who revere the Lord, praise him. All of you who are Jacob's descendants, honor him. All of you who are Israel's offspring, stand in awe of him, because he didn't despise or detest the suffering of the one who suffered. He didn't hide his face from me. No, he listened when I cried out for help. I offer praise in the congregation because of you. I will fulfill my promises in the presence of those who honor God. Let all those who are suffering eat and be full. Let all who seek the Lord praise him. I pray your hearts live forever. Every part of the earth will remember and come back to the Lord. Every family among the nations will worship you, because the right to rule belongs to the Lord. He rules all the nations. Indeed, all the powerful will worship him. All who are descending to the dust will kneel before him. My being also lives for him. Future descendants will serve him. Generations to come will be told about my Lord. They will proclaim God's righteousness to those yet born, telling them what God has done. Psalm 23, a psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He lets me rest in grassy meadows. He leads me to restful waters. He keeps me alive. He guides me in the proper paths for the sake of his good name. Even when I walk through the darkest valley, I fear no danger because you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they protect me. You set a table for me right in front of my enemies. You bathe my head in oil. My cup is so full it spills over. Yet goodness and faithful love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will live in the Lord's house as long as I live. Psalm 24, a psalm of David. The earth is the Lord's and everything in it, the world and its inhabitants too, because God is the one who established it on the seas. God set it firmly on the waters. Who can ascend the Lord's mountain? Who can stand in his holy sanctuary? Only the one with clean hands and a pure heart, the one who hasn't made false promises, the one who hasn't sworn dishonestly. That kind of person receives blessings from the Lord and righteousness from the God who saves. And that's how things are with the generation that seeks him, that seeks the face of Jacob's God, Selah. Mighty gates, lift up your heads. Ancient doors, rise up high, so the glorious King can enter. Who is this glorious King? The Lord strong and powerful, the Lord powerful in battle. Mighty gates, lift up your heads. Ancient doors, rise up high, so the glorious King can enter. Who is this glorious King? The Lord of heavenly forces. He is the glorious King. Selah.
My name is Li Wang. I am reading in Psalm chapter 25 to 30 in Hmong language. Pong dan go, chong ning go jin ge yi, tu ju gu zhang yao tao go, gu tu wang ju, gu jia sha, zhong zhou go, tao jiao gu li, chi sao bu gu zhao ge, zhang mo zhou jiao, yin yuo gu yin gu, Thọ chỉ xó cha cú cho yên chua sai chỉ tàu cú cho cứ cái bê cho cứ cha sa cho co yên chỉ mua y tu sư lệ ta sĩ cho cứ tàu chẳng co do cho yo sư nàng cái bao từ chữ thọ kha của cú bao có chủ kế kha của cú bao tê kế nó trên cái chi kha của cú uốn nên lơ lì có chủ kế trên trục họ có yo từ vang chữ cứ chợ cú lì cú yên ý chữ ya sa trục có cái trò từ chữ thọ dung trống có chủ kế lâu hú thọ dung trống có chủ kế sát lâu sát rong hạ chủ kế lưu chua khó cử có tàu khả chùa bê thầu lưu lợi cây hàng thọ rằng chỉ cho cú tê kế chủ hạ tê cử cú tàu ủa dụ kế thầu cú chỉnh lùa từ chữ thọ có giờ tu mua kế lưu hạ sát lơ cử chỉ lông lệ thọ có dung trong cú cái gì trục họ từ tôn hình giang dành chạy giờ từ mua lu sa rộng nước khai cho tôn hình chúa nước khai cho tôn hình chủ của bộ bao chủ kế cử chỉ nhỏ bộ tàu cái chua cho tôn hình chủ cho tôn hình chủ hư chỉ tàu chủ kế trên ha khai của bua ủa hụ nữ sa cái cậu vì từ chữ chủ kế giang dành ha chủ kế lưu nữ thay cho chúa từ cử ủa lỡ lệ nữ chủ lưu cho chế ha nông nữ tê lưu sang phụ cái cậu y từ chữ thọ con dung trọng có tê lưu cho chế ha thọ có rằng cụ tê kế chủ trục họ cụ tê kế chủ đỡ đau cơ lệ cái cậu o cho tôi nên cứ khử từ chữ New York hà của bố bao tàu chủ kế trên cứ chỉ nhỏ bố tàu cái cậu bé bố yếu vắng mình ha bố tê mi nhùa yếu tàu đu tê chờ nó nhỏ ô bố tù mong lệ cái cậu lâu từ chữ dù cho cứ phử nữ ô phong dư ha nữ khả của bố bao nữ tê lù cho trẻ cái cậu trí số lúc sư hở cứ bố trang khó mua sai từ chữ nữ yên trở cú lị đợi chủ kế bộ chua cái cậu trò từ chữ thó tì lù trốn đợi cú ha lúc cú trục khó cú nhua sa ha cầu dù cờ lệ cái cầu sang thó chế cú tê kế nhua sa hai chở của cú lịn đợi cú tê kế chú sa cái cầu dị thó con dù sai cú tê kế chú sa ha kế tròn nhẹ ha thó rằng cú tê kế chủ cú tô xì cái cầu chua thọ có trang khó mua say cũ cho yên chua say chông bảo lê chàng ha say buồn du cũ bảo lê chàng cái nên gọi thọ có trò cử cũ ha chợ cổ cũ lì ha bang cổ cũ chỉ so sư lùa lò lề cú lu cho co ha vàng khó co bang cú cái nên có ý thọ có cú tê nụ rong ha cú tê kế giang dành trọ cử cú trọ khó cú cha sa trọ co sư cái nên có o vang chữ thọ chờ co trắng tôn nên ý xây dựng cột lì đợi tê kế chọn nhẹ cử bố trâu phong đánh gao trông nên gõ trâu gãy ý từ chữ thọ khá chùa số lại hạ ta cú chỉ tàu ở chữ chùa khó cú ý chữ ở luôn nên giang chênh hạ giả sa chùa có sư ngày o từ chữ thọ có sĩ hạ chùa cú thọ có chùa của lu sa hạ cú chữ kế sáng ngày bê cú na nô bù co chữ kế lu hạ có chữ kế giang chênh cho cú chữ hậu kế ngày bao cú chín chu cho tôn nền cử chỉ ra cổng ilusa cú chín chu cho tôn nền trên muôn giang sang khẩu của y dạng trang chỉ cái chi cún chu cho tôn nền cử chỉ sầu mong của kế phê kế cả ha cú dạng kế cho tôn nền sa phê cái trâu tôi chứ cún chúa của ở thái tề kha hà tá của chỉ tàu ở chủ ha cú mong bề hở co in nhìn đỡ co lưu thang cây hàng cú hu y răng câu chỗ co ô co trâu ha yếu bá co tê chu chỉ chỉnh chênh cú tô xì cho số lần nông cây gì từ chứ cú nhà lúc chế cứ co lúc chế cứ do co khỏi chờ nhau ha khỏi chờ cứ co lu hư chỉ nhau cờ lệ bày chua thó chứ sao ô trô cú trao kế bộ chua dù cho tôn nền một gì thó chế cú tờ đờ cho tôn nền cứ tua tôn nền cái cọ cho tôn nền cứ ô kế phê kế cả chua lu sư hở ha phèn yo lo tê nhà sa cái cậu y ta sĩ cú yo ôn giang sư thó lu cú ha trở cú của cú tị cái cậu o cú tị đỡ chua yang cái bộ chua cú yo o tu chữ trâu tăng mình cho tôn nên chung chung cứ tua trồng ok nó phong đánh gạo trong nên gạo giang từ chữ do lúc tên cho cú bù kế ha do cú tu trở sinh cú yếu chính trái lên từ lệ từ chữ trò cử cú cha chỉ trao cái bộ chua cú yếu chính trái lăng chỉ lệ cái ó thầu cho tôn nên sắp phê tua đầu cú ha so tua cú bỏ chê bôi yếu lợ ha lờ ha cầu Cái bê trời ơi y bang tu trò tua vì lo cú yếu chín trai trời ơi yên chúa tua tờ chẳng cú lo cú trình chả xa trụ vang chữ cái bao cú cho thọ tu chữ bu y yang cho cú sư yang cái cú sáng yếu yo cú sáng nhỏ hú tu chữ lu chế mong tàng cú sĩ nên cú sáng chỉ thông cho tê cử nữ ở rồng ha cú yếu thọ nữ ở tu cho cú tu hậu kế cái chi thầu cú trâu kế số xa nữ yếu cú khỏi chờ vạn khó nữ yếu trò cử cú hú nữ lưu tuột chế ha nữ ua lưu chờ khó khó sau lưu trong chùa cử xa chùa cú nhỏ cái trâu cho linh đó cú yếu yên tăng cho cú cho yên chùa cử nhỏ bồn gì cú yếu phi tê không thanh cho hú lưu tổ chế chụt xua cử rồng xa cú yếu hùng cao hát cú yếu ua từ chữ trào cái hàng từ chữ thảo con nông cú lưu xua thảo cú trăng dâu thảo cỏ lúc cú ha tê cú tê lưu thọ gây dị thảo cỏ hà ta chà lê lưu bề hợ cú tê hà ta từ chữ cú yếu lưu cho cỏ cái chua thảo cỏ chỉ so chỉ đợi cú thảo cỏ chỉ so chỉ cho cú ha chỉ so đa cú chỉ son ta có tu khai tật có yên y chữ băng cú lù lận khó chỉ so chỉ tận đợi cú mong ha chỉ so cho cú bỏ chê vang chữ có do cú tu trở sinh cái cậu cú nà ha cú chỉ yên cho tàu cú chê ta sĩ tu chữ yếu trọ cự cú cái cậu y tu chữ thọ kha cú ua lợi lệ tê cứ có sáng của cú ua ha cho cú tàu chú kế cứ càng xa trục họ cú mua dân cho trong hẹn cái cậu ó thọ chỉ so mua cú trò chùa cho dân chua nhớ chẳng bua mua tê lù lang hát tê lù hệ lù tự chẳng cú cái cậu bé cú bố trên hạt ta cú chèn yếu tàu uốn nên nho sai dòng từ chữ tê nụ dòng thầu chỉ tàu tàng cú sĩ nên cái cậu bao cha sa cho từ chữ cha lên trên chỉ sau bông sa cha sa lo cho từ chữ phong đánh cao trong nên gọi diện cái ý từ chữ có do từ cử tí thái cú hù có bán cú thọ nông cú lu xua thọ do có chi tế cú chế cú yếu rong y dạng để cho tôi nên cứ tao kế càng xa mong trổ hú tu tổ tế cái o thọ tì khẩn chế nông cú lu xua thầu cú cua thọ có bán cú ha thầu cú trang tê thọ tổ chuồn đợi co lu tổ chế cứ tơ hú cái bên thọ chỉ so cho cú mông trâu dị dù cho tôi nên mua sự cho tôi nên ô phê ô cả ha cho tôi nên cứ hà lù rong ta sĩ kiến du dầu bú gầu hú bô lu sa cái plau châu chỉ châu búa lỡ lê tê cử búa tư ủa tăng lù lỡ châu chỉ châu búa tê kế chủ cử búa ủa châu chỉ châu chua tê nụ cử búa ủa tăng lù mua châu búa của chỉ nhỏ khó cử búa búa ủa cái chi khó cử búa cho chữ chỉ lên tê cử từ chữ tư và tăng lưu là lo sĩ tê cử nữ tàu chỉ nhớ lên đó nữ chai yếu châu chỉ cho bố ha ô cổ bố bộ chua mong ý chỉ cái trao tê lê khô từ chữ nữ yên nó cú lưu xua cô xua cử khó cô thó của nữ bán ngày hàng từ chữ trò cử hát đi thái cú cha sa cho nữ sư nữ bán cú hát ô cho cú rong sa gần gò lệ cú cha rong sa hùng gạo của nữ cái gì từ chữ trò cử nữ trắng tôn này nữ đi thái hát chờ từ vang chữ cử nữ sẽ chê lợi cái chua từ chữ thọ chữ có trạng tôn nền của chị ha phòng công mộng cho tôn nền cử do từ có ô bố từ chữ dù yang ha trò cử bố mộng ý chỉ lệ phòng đánh cao cái nên gọi chua cái ý mấy chỗ cử do tôn nền cộng tu cha lê khô từ chữ chỉ ha nữ lưu phi chỉ cái khô từ chữ luôn bề cứ mua chữ chỉ khâu chế lo tròn đời từ lâu hú lưu xuân là thầu nữ chữ lưu cái bê từ chữ lưu xuân rõ kinh gờ sau tìm lại lê hạt chữ vang chữ từ chữ chỉ ở xuân tròn ha nữ lưu xuân rõ kinh gờ thông bờ sau lại lê hạt chữ cái bao từ chữ lưu xuân mua phu chỉ lưu cần gò từ chữ lưu xuân giờ xuân mua hư sinh hẹn cái trò từ chữ lưu xuân trong tiền đồng cha lũ tàn tự do tiền đồng cha bề lưu trong Lebanon lò yên lũ hữu tố sĩ cái trò nữ ô trò tê trong bề Lebanon kla cho lệ tê mi nhô nhu ha ô trò lưu trong Helumon kla cho lệ tu nhu cụ cái hàng từ chữ lưu xua ô trò muôn bảy tờ chỉ lặng lưu cái gì nữ lưu xua ô trò ta số bộ tình ô dù cùng nữ mua lưu ta số bộ gà đề chu ô dù thông bờ cái chua từ chữ lưu xua ô trò tên đồng khê chu ô dù tàn ha bờ tên lông đồng rèn tàn thòng tờ suốt lời mong nhớ hù nữ lưu tổ chế tư hạ tà thó của từ chữ tàu công mình cái cậu từ chữ giờ tù cá ta cho tê lê tu hú tô xì, nữ do tu vang dư cử cáng mong y chỉ, cái cậu y, tu chứ mua tu dù lù dùng kháng cho nữ trang tô nền, hát phòng công mong cho bố cổ mua kế thay yên lù. Hồng đánh gao trong bếp chầu cái ý tôi chứ cú ở có chầu chỗ khó có giờ từ chợ cú lị ha có chi bú cú cho dân cho nhỏ cú tàu cái o tôi chứ cú từ vang chứ cú qua thọ có băng cú ha có tàu cú rồng lọ có tàu cho cú tàu cú chú kế tổ lù cú tu tàu chú kế mong chùa cú khó thờ tu hẹn ta sĩ có bú cú trọ tàu chú xa cha cái blau đang cho nữ trang tu nền cứ nhang dàng cha lê hung gạo khó tu chữ mình chung trống nữ lúc bề cứ do tu lời hú ha ô nữ trâu mong lệ cái chi nữ tu kế chỉ cho nhỏ y bla sư nữ tu kế ô rong nhỏ mong chỉ bao cờ lệ thầu trong tu mua kế quan rùa ta sĩ thầu càng tu mua kế rong sa cái trâu thầu cú tàu rong nhỏ càng sa cú sang hạt ta cú yo chỉ sư lộ y ra lệ cái hàng từ chữ cậu ở rong cần cầu cho cú có trò cử cú y dạng lên lưu trong cử chua khó ta sĩ thấu có chỉ gạo cú lỡ ô cho cú trai cử lệ cái gì từ chữ cú trang giao hú có cú thó có bán cú lệ nó do cú tua lỡ bố yếu mua ngày cho có do cú mong cho hú khó tua lỡ yếu mua ngày cho có lỡ cho tôi nên tua buộc hùa tàu có lỡ bố bố mong khá tàu có chú kế rồng cử chỉ tờ bộ chua lệ từ chứ thó có nông cú lúc xua hù hát tăng vô cú từ chứ thó băng cú cái cậu y có mua cú chú kế nhỏ xa lông ô kế rong xa thà sinh kế có mua cú tê kế tu xa chế mong bỏ chế hú tô xì lợ hát có bú kế rong xa lù nhỏ buồn gì cú cái cậu o giờ lên đó cú cha chỉ nhỏ ra tù cú yo hung cao khó có tu chữ có yo cú tu vang chữ cú yo ô có trao mong y chỉ cờ. Thank you.